Awesome. All right, everybody. Great to have us all together again tonight here on December 11th. Bring the PASE committee meeting to order. This hybrid meeting will be conducted in person and remotely over Zoom. You folks can admit anybody on Zoom that's a panelist. We are happy to have them. Attendance by members may be in person or remote, and both types of attendance shall count toward quorum. Meeting may be broadcast live and recorded on ECAT. To those of you on Zoom and you would like to participate, I encourage you to look at the agenda, page 2, for items 1 through 7 for instructions on how to do so. With that, we will now get tonight started. First off, thank you, as always, to so many team members. You contributed your homework, your commentary, your did you knows, the town side, the school side helped with numbers, and as a result, we were able to package what I would argue is semi-digestible presentation that we will engage on tonight. That was listed as item 1. We're pulling a quick shift. We're going to move that to item 2. My fault. The reason is Connor has an update on the FY26 revenue projections. And so I will pass around a graph chart, Excel sheet. Should be more than enough. If you could take one and pass it down, that would be great. And we can walk through FY26 revenue estimates as they stand now. And I think that will be helpful because as we go through the presentation, we'll be talking about the very simple equation, the simple that is hard, which is our solution revenue or expense or some combination of both. Therefore, an update on FY26 revenue probably is appropriate. Full disclosure. Oh, sorry. Are you going to walk us through the revenue?
Oh, yeah. I people are still handing things out. And
fair.
This is how you know this is not pre-scripted as I stare at everyone.
Got it. I was like, oh, he's calling something up. I'll just wait a minute.
I was trying, but it's taking too long. So thank you, Tom. And echo what Tom said for everyone on the committee. It's been a lot of work, but you've all been really good to work with so far. I really appreciate Tom and Nancy in particular pulling a lot of information from a lot of members together. The draft work product you have is really good. I look forward to that part of the meeting. So when we go through our budget process early in the winter or late in the fall, we're in the second quarter of fiscal 25. We work to make a preliminary revenue forecast for what our expectations are heading into the coming year, starting July 1st, obviously to inform what we will be planning on the expense side to prepare for town meeting. So typically, and we've discussed this a bit, the public, the select board folks get a preliminary budget from my office. I think by charter it has to be by March 1st. We usually get that out in February. This year we're going to target January given PACE's work because it's going to be important for folks to understand more specifically what we're looking at. And I want to use that as an opportunity to point out this is super preliminary, revenue side only. I think tonight we'll talk a good amount about possible impacts of this, but certainly myself and Wendy would not say this is set in stone and that this won't change between now and May. So what this is we include this with a directive to the town departments and say this is our first estimate of what next year will look like. And that informs how we ask them to plan their budgets. You could skip kind of right to the chase, and we'll go through in whatever level of detail the committee finds helpful. If you look all the way to the bottom right, we are forecasting a 1% increase in revenue. That is obviously not good. When our total available general fund revenues grow between 2.5 and 3, that's usually still a pretty tight year for operating budgets. So to be a couple points off of that out of the gate is concerning. But it's also not surprising, and because the largest area that if you look, and so these are chunked into buckets, right? Starting, I think, from largest to smallest, you have property taxation at the top. you have state aid, which includes Chapter 70 and unrestricted general government, a few other accounts. Then you have local receipts, and then you get into total other financing sources and reserves. And as folks in this committee, hopefully, if I've been effective in talking about our finances, shouldn't be surprised. We know that certain federal funds are going away, so that's reflected here. That's the elimination of $430,000 in ARPA revenue replacement. And there are then other cuts or reductions. Free cash is easier to start with. So if you look at use of free cash, the town has financial policies adopted by the select board. In an ideal world, we should not be using free cash to balance a budget at all. We want free cash, which is either unspent operating funds or revenues that come in above our estimates, which is normal and indicative of a healthy budget. You don't want to have zero margins. That's very, very risky. You want those funds, which are functionally one-time revenues, to be used for capital purchases and for building reserve accounts, really. And if you're doing both of those well, then you want to take those funds and start offsetting really long-term liabilities like OPEB, which is the cost of retiree health premiums that the town bears for town and school retirees. We, for years since the 2008 financial crisis, have relied on free cash to close the budget gap. And so after a failed override in 2016, the select board adopted some pretty austere policies that said we have to cap this. So the policy is that no more than 50% of the preceding year's free cash can go into next year's budget. And so as our margins get tighter, as we do things like 10% supply cuts across the board, or we perhaps have slightly more optimistic local receipt forecasts for maybe meals tax, that means you're going to have smaller free cash every year. Is that making sense so far? But the necessary impact of that is not only a smaller capital funding capacity. That means that if you are sticking to those policies of 50%, that means that that's functionally a cut, right? So last year, we programmed roughly 50%, I believe, of free cash, which was 1.67 million. If we're sticking to that policy based on the current free cash certification of 2.3 million and change, that means that that shifts down to 1.16 million. So that's another loss of 503,000. So just that, plus the expiration of those federal funds, is nearly $1 million, which with a roughly $100 million general fund is almost a full percent. The other area with the largest cut in that total other financing and reserves is stabilization. Now, obviously by virtue of talking about this with a mic on my lapel, I'm not trying to hide the ball here. We know we will need to use some amount of stabilization funds to offset the revenue challenges that we have next year. Because even the most lean operating budget is not going to fit in a 1% increase without really draconian cuts. So we know that we will have to leverage stabilization at some point in this process. It will be depicted there when I issue memos. We'll specifically call it out. But we didn't want to carry a specific amount in the early revenue forecast because that, to me, would kind of obscure or artificially inflate that year-over-year revenue growth, right? If we put $1 million in there and added 1%, and this was 2%, people might say, oh, 2%'s pretty tough. But it's not that bad. But that would be obscuring the fact that that's leaning on $1 million of your stabilization account. So that's why we did not show any there at this point. That will change over time. But so that's where a lot of those decreases come. And again, none of that is unexpected or outside of what we've all kind of collectively forecast last budget cycle would be coming this one. When you then take it from the top, if you look at taxation, there is some good news in this revenue forecast, which is the new growth. That was a subject we spent some time talking about here. That was certified this fall for fiscal 25 is actually the best we've ever seen at 1.5 million. That's basically what we had been doing every 2 years. So that's great. We budgeted 950,000. So that helps for sure, right? That's a few $100,000 more in that tax levy than we were forecasting. And there's a few things that contributed to that. The expiration of the TIF agreement at Shovelworks, that tax increment plan that helped make that financing possible. That TIF has expired, so now they get assessed all that tax growth. There's been some commercial warehousing and other commercial development that really helped boost these numbers up. And then just a lot of residential improvements and construction. So that is positive. You will see that with that said, you're looking at, you have your statutory 2.5% plus net new growth. That gets a forecast of maybe 3.4% increase in your tax levy. So you're looking at $2.5 million of growth in your tax levy. But when you go all the way down to the bottom of that column, because of the anticipated losses and those reserves or federal grants, the total growth we're forecasting is $1 million, right? Once you net that stuff out. A big part of that, you go to the next count, that's state aid. We've talked a bit about that. There have been preliminary hearings on Beacon Hill of state budget officials who are setting expectations, I think, low. I don't know if Superintendent Cabral has heard differently, but we are the early, what they call consensus revenue figures that they're looking at is approximately maybe a 2% year-over-year revenue growth figure for the Commonwealth. And that's important because that usually informs what they fund for unrestricted general government aid. So that's why you'll see we carry 2% there, which is equal to $53,000. And because of how tight the state budget has become after a few years of growing really rapidly, we are carrying at this time the legal minimum for Chapter 70 education funding, which is $30 per pupil, which in Easton equates to about $102,000 of new revenue. Even if the state bumps that up to $104 per pupil, as they did last year, which was a tremendous help, that would add another 200 and so thousand to this, which we will certainly welcome, but that's equivalent to 0.2%. We've leveled everything else for state revenue at this time until we learn more. This is an internal forecast based on our kind of reading of publicly available information. The state itself, through the governor's office, does not file its first preliminary budget until the end of January. They issue something called a cherry sheet. I've been told back in the day it's because it was on paper that was read. In my time, it's always been on the internet, but they issue cherry sheets that say, here every city and town and school district in Massachusetts, here's what we think, here's what the governor is proposing in her budget for increases to these revenue accounts. And really importantly, that usually gets less attention, is here's what we're proposing for increases in state assessments that we will charge you for charter school tuition and other costs that you don't have control over. Usually those grow much more than the revenue does. So when you already have a pretty potentially small, maybe 1% increase to that revenue category of $156,000, sometimes you then have 5 or 6 digit increases in costs that you must pay. So the net is, sometimes fractions of percents. That's a persistent challenge that's been the case for many years. We will lobby heavily, as we always do, to advocate for higher minimum aid through Chapter 70 and improved general government aid, but that's where state aid is at. The next category is local receipts. You could see by looking at the budget and actual columns that local receipts have, again, been a bright spot in our revenue for a few years, where the actual collections have been overperforming our forecasts. That's desirable. But at this stage, you still do want to be cautious. You could see that our actual last year, our budget for that was $7.8 million. Our actual was $9.4. A lot of that was driven by really strong performance with license and permits for building permits, excise taxes performing well, but you don't want to start out of the gate with your first cut of revenue maxing out what you actually collected the prior year. And Wendy, correct me if I'm wrong, but State Department of Revenue has restrictions on what municipalities are allowed to forecast for their local receipt increases based on their actuals. Am I?
Right.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to forecast a number that's higher than your prior year actual.
Right. So for now, we're carrying 3.2% there. We will assess that as the year goes on and we get our quarterly actuals for our collections on things like meals tax, building permits, ambulance receipts, and reassess that as time goes. And as we've talked about a bit here as a group, if you look at the bottom line there of that revenue category, 8.4 million, even if it bumped up to 9, you're talking 9% of the revenue picture. So even when that grows more when that grows in a healthy way, maybe 5 or 6%, it's the baseline group piece of the pie that's growing is one of the smallest ones. So it doesn't necessarily, every bit helps, but just trying to set expectations that even if that starts overperforming on our actual collections through quarter 2, early in quarter 3, it's not going to turn around to a $15 million revenue account. Mm-hmm. And then finally, we started with this one, which was the other financing sources and reserves. And so right now, we're looking at a pretty meager revenue outlook. I don't know if anyone has feedback. I don't want to overtalk it.
No, this is super helpful. I'll defer first to see if anybody has thoughts, questions, comments. All right.
We talked a couple times about ESSER funds. Are they separate from ARP funds, and where would we see that loss in revenue in here?
So, yes, except when municipalities usually say ARPA, they really mean SLFRF, which is state and local fiscal recovery funds, which is a program contained in the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act legislation. I'll defer to Dr. Cabral, but I think ESSER had 3 rounds that were partially funded through CARES and ARPA. Is that correct? Yeah. And those are programmatic grants, so they're not shown as a revenue source.
Thank you.
But those are also expiring.
Yes.
Is that correct? Right.
Anybody
A couple
else?
of weeks.
So, a couple things, I guess, from my perspective, and I was not looking at you, but listening intensely as I tried to wrap my head around some of the things to think about. I want to just point out to Connor's point and to the truth that we have to live by, which is we can't just go back and get more revenue. We can't spend more than we appropriate. So when you're doing a revenue forecast in that environment, you appropriately start off conservatively. So if you're on the fence, you want to lean conservative, and then that helps you start an expense plan while you gain time, insight on revenue, projections, so on and so forth. What I did very quickly was just to say, look, if I took the last 3 years of actuals, comparing FY22 actual versus budget, same thing with 23 and 24, largely where we start the budget to where we get to is on average in those 3 years, an additional $1.4 million worth of revenue. So that doesn't mean that will happen this year. I'm just letting you know the pure numbers on the page when you start to what you finish at usually gets better, which is perfectly appropriate to start conservative. Doesn't mean it will happen this year. So the other thing I'd point out is that the margin of improvement has declined each one of those years. What that usually indicates to a planning professional is that whoever you are working with to do the strategic planning is continuing to cut the line closer and closer and closer, right? So look, we could do a budget for next year. We can't, sorry, we're beyond public. Hypothetically, we could recommend an appropriation of $200 million for next year. Public most likely wouldn't vote for that, right? But it would enable us to put an expense structure out there of $200 million. So where I'm going with it is knowing that we can only increase revenue at a certain rate, then, and you can't go over, then when your strategic partners kind of start to get closer and closer, like if our revenue targets went up by $100 versus what we budgeted, I would say, wow, did you really cut that close? Beginning of the process, you were dead on, you got your expenses, and you're within $100 of not being able to pay a bill, right? Like, that's not good. You need to have that cushion. You don't know what will happen throughout the year. One child that needs to go to out-of-district placement could be hundreds of thousands of dollars that didn't know. Is that a fair statement? Something could happen on our side of the town that is hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that's why at the end, the other thing is the end of the year, you want some free cash to do capital, because that's important, to do some one-time projects, to help build your stabilization reserves, items like that. So when I saw this, those were my takeaways. That one, this is probably conservative, but the conservatism is getting a little less after 3 successive years, and that's part of the reason why I think we're here. Connor, any thoughts on what I shared?
I largely agree. I think it's important to note, yes, we always try to be conservative at this point because as much as we don't want to start from this point, you don't want to actually start in the opposite direction and then do budget revisions and say, sorry, we were overconfident and we have less money to work with.
Right.
I do want to kind of put a number on, typically for us, again, a large part of this impact is the loss of some of those reserves. But I mean, just if we were speaking hypothetically here, and there was no change to any of those categories, you're still at a mid 2.5% revenue figure while leveraging reserves at a rate that we know we can't sustain. So typically in the past 5 years, even counting fiscal 21 with COVID's impact on finances, the average preliminary revenue forecast was an increase of just shy of 3%. And the final, once we dialed things in or perhaps tapped some reserves, was about 4%. So the difference between our first cut and where we ultimately balance the budget is, I think Tom, you said like maybe 1.4 million in the past few years. It's, you're talking the matter of a percent or two. Again, that may not happen this year. Maybe it's more, maybe it's less. But we don't typically start at 1% and end at 8%.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the average is 1.6
to make sure we're
over
talking
the last
order,
3 years.
order of magnitude here.
Yep. Well said. And I think that's probably the reason why to start with this is, as we will talk about the presentation, we're talking about both sides. And the reality is that the revenue side equation is not going to be a beneficiary of an 8-point lift in all expectations in FY26. That's Nancy?
No, finish
Yeah.
your thought. I just wanted to.
No, that's just one of my takeaways, and I think that's why we restructured the order, so that way we can at least have another piece of the puzzle that we're talking about as we start to digest some of the other considerations.
My question / something for clarification, you said a large impact is the loss of our reserves. Am I understanding it correctly? It's the loss of the value of the reserves, so that when we take a percentage from them, that percentage is smaller? Am I understanding that correctly?
Sure. So I was speaking very literally about just this first cut, that because we have not forecast a stabilization use yet, that represents a $750,000 cut that maybe gets restored.
Okay, so sort of without that reserve
Without that
in
there.
here. Okay.
But there are true cuts if we maintain and follow town policy, being that our free cash, which is one of the two pieces when we talk about the town's reserves, which generally, although there's some special, there's an injured on duty reserve, there's a sped transportation, I believe, or out of district reserve. Those are much smaller and very specialized under the law. When we say reserves, we're usually talking about two things: the balance of free cash plus your stabilization fund. Stabilization fund is in good shape, which is very important because we're going to need it. But free cash being the other piece of that, our total reserves are on the downtrend now. And with free cash coming in lower this year than last year, that means that will be a reduction from 1.67 to 1.16 million. So that is a legitimate reduction we should plan for. I don't know about.
Thank you. You answered my question. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Any other thoughts, questions on the FY26 revenue?
Just one, it's potentially just a hope question, but like, we are not alone in this.
No.
There are, every city and town, I'm sure, is going through the exact same hard budget moment right now because of the loss of these various different revenue replacement structures. There's no hero riding over the hill though, right? There's nothing else in legislation right now that is even closely to this scenario to replace this funds that is going to do significant.
So, I mean, I'll do the obvious caveat of never say never. We never
Sure,
give up on hope.
I want to call it out because there very well might be people going,
Sure.
we'll get rescued here. Don't
Yeah,
worry about it.
sure. So we have no reason, I'll look to superintendent, we have no reason to think that's the case. I know the Mass Municipal Association, and I trust probably the Massachusetts Association of Superintendents, they work directly with lawmakers 12 months out of the year, and they're not hearing. And
Right.
what we're hearing from Beacon Hill is buckle up,
Right.
2% revenue. And on the flip side, things like the state GIC, the Group Insurance Commission that we rely on, that was a huge part that contributed to a really tough budget going to 25. And they're going to release their preliminary forecast for next year late next week. And the November commission's statement was, I have it here somewhere, to suggesting turbulence ahead with expected high premium increases coming.
Great.
So,
Great word, turbulence. That's awesome.
yes.
Or a flight plan.
Right. So no,
Yeah.
I would love to be wrong.
Sure.
Would so love that, but I don't. And there is, I mean, certainly part of me feels as a kind of citizen of the Commonwealth, I'm like, this is impacting so many groups now, because for a while, like Easton Public Schools being minimum aid wasn't it representative of the majority of districts, is my understanding.
Right.
But now it is.
Yes.
Right? The 2/3 of public schools in Massachusetts are now minimum aid. And it's not an accident that right around the time that started happening, which is roughly, would you say, fiscal 23-ish, the 20,
Yes.
the fiscal, the 20s,
Post-COVID.
post-COVID,
The roaring 20s.
that as now close to 2/3 of school districts in Massachusetts, despite the Student Opportunity Act, right, which has in fact really increased statewide spending on Chapter 70, right? This is where the stuff gets tricky. It is simultaneously true that the state is spending more on K-12 education than ever, and that their year-over-year growth is really aggressive. However, the formula that distributes that has that going primarily to 1/3 of districts, and whether the state's K-12 funding goes up 15% or 2% year over year, under the law, unless the legislature adds more to it, which they have no obligation to do,
Right.
Easton and I think 200 now other
Close.
public school districts
Just under 200, yeah.
will get $30 per student, which makes, I think, all of our jobs collectively much harder, because even for folks who are kind of tapped in and follow maybe headlines around school finance or stuff, you know, you'll see headlines about all the money, and
What a success SOA is.
that's right.
Yeah.
And so I'm not trying to armchair QB the legislature, but the very long-winded point I'm getting to is it's not a coincidence that as a majority of school districts around the state fall into minimum aid status, that communities are going for overrides at twice the rate they historically have, right? Those are not unrelated phenomenon. So there's a part of me that wonders how much longer can that go on? Because it's a real problem that most superintendents, most town managers around like that, these are number one. It's not as if the Massachusetts Municipal Association's perspective is we only care about Chapter 90 road funds. Minimum aid for schools is at the top of their advocacy list because it impacts all of our budgets. So it's a huge issue on the state level, but right now, what state forecasters are suggesting is a lot of caution on revenue and to buckle up on expense.
When you say how long can that go on, though, what's the alternative to that? What do you mean? Like until they do something like a difference calculation like we had the last few years, or?
So again, I'm not trying to be cagey with
Armchair
you, but
right
like,
away.
I'm not going to armchair right away, but what I'm saying is just as a kind of, you know, on the ground level manager, the reality that the convergence of majority of districts going into minimum aid while fixed costs are exploding, inflation is 20+% over 3 years, and federal funds to offset those things are going away, all happening at once, is a powder keg.
Right.
And that is why you're seeing a lot of really, really hard budgets that really regrettably often boil over into neighbors fighting neighbors. And I think PACE is obviously trying to head that off at the pass, but that's what this ends up turning into, right? It turns into people, because those are really big intractable things that we can't necessarily fix. And so instead it turns into people saying, well, if this was done differently, we wouldn't be here. Oh, maybe. Sure. Probably still would be. Be a different flavor of still being here, right? That doesn't mean people shouldn't be criticized and we shouldn't show our work, all that. But these are really kind of huge challenges that we are dealing with, lots of folks are dealing with, and we do not have any indication that there's cavalry on the horizon to swoop in. And one last thing I'll say, and I'll get off the soapbox. This is something that I think there's a lot of folks who look at municipal finance or school finance and I think, recognize correctly that the structures we have to work with here are not set up for sustainable success, right?
Sure.
It's a law, I think, 30, 40 years old as far as property tax. State formulas are kind of challenging to navigate. As costs mature, as organizations mature, Massachusetts is unique in that it has home rule and it has very small, economically inefficient local governments and schools. A lot of the United States provides a lot of these services at the county level or regional level because it becomes cost prohibitive on the expense side to have the level of expertise and the number of folks you need to provide a high level of public service to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. So I know that was probably the worst way to end a discussion that started with hope.
No, I wanted that because I don't want us to be in a situation where, to your previous point, where someone is shaking the legal pad at a town meeting and saying, this is what we should have done. Because why are we not waiting for the government to swoop in from a different standpoint and give us additional money or additional aid or rescue us at the end? Because how could they not?
Well, and I'll turn over to Dr. Cabral. I mean, Student Opportunity Act was the first
swooping,
reform
yes.
to
Yeah.
school funding in how many?
Yeah.
It was decades. Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And if you look, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and our, one of our, somebody who represents Easton, Carol Doherty, she had proposed putting together a working group to look at the school funding formula. And unfortunately, that did not get traction and did not succeed in this past legislative session. I hope she continues her work with that. I know MASC and MASS, the state level superintendent and school committee organizations, have been advocating for that because, as you mentioned, as you've explained, right, there is this slide into minimum aid and really disparate impact of the Student Opportunity Act in ways that maybe, in the many, many years it took to get that in place were not anticipated, right? Because the landscape has changed dramatically.
Right. Just think inflationary, right? My understanding is Chapter 70 has an inflationary factor baked in, but it's capped at 4%.
Yes.
Is that correct?
It's capped, yes,
Yeah.
and we've asked them to revisit that.
Yeah.
We're not going to stop working with them, but legislation doesn't change things overnight.
Right.
It's even if this were to pass in in the upcoming session, like the Student Opportunity Act, it takes a while to implement. That was a 7-year
Right.
program that they slowly move into.
Yeah.
And, to your point, you would think, well, my gosh, we should swoop in and help these districts that are struggling, but just read the news.
Right.
Look at the communities in the last 3 to 4 years that have been laying off people, these industries that are large human service organizations. Nobody has swooped, and they have departments that have been decimated. And so all you have to do is look at our neighbors even. You don't even have to go around the state. It is a very real situation. We were able to stave it off sort of a year or two longer than a lot of communities, but even this year, superintendents at least, and I'm sure town administrators as well are talking about what is coming next year, and they don't. The state doesn't, to use your term, swoop in to save districts when they believe, in their opinion, there is a remedy that the taxpayers need to consider. It's their opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And so that has been told to us. As long as something exists, they don't come in and save the day, so to speak. To
Yeah, that is
really,
quite literally what the funding
That is
formula
quite
does,
literally,
is
yes.
say,
Right.
your community
To
can
afford
provide
to-
more.
To pay more through taxation.
Yes.
Right.
And if you haven't had an override,
Lose our number.
start there.
Or cut.
Yeah.
Right.
True. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Awesome. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anything else on FY26 before we jump into the presentation? Perfect. All right. Dottie, I think Sean loaded the presentation onto the computer via USB stick?
Yeah.
Sweet. So Nancy and I had the pleasure, thank you again so much for inviting us to the school committee to talk about PACE. One of the things that you have to do when you have about 10 minutes, or the 25 that we took, is develop an elevator pitch. So Nancy and I did our best to, in a short period of time, provide a fire hose of information, and more importantly, grounding and realistic context. That way, it helps us really begin to take this issue and shed some light on it. Really adds detail. That triggers something. So that was a part of the reason why, when we exited the last meeting, Nancy and I asked you for your homework to start thinking about what is the size of the challenge that we face. And the reason is because it's about to get real for all of us. You know, the first one is to agree on an alignment of, do we have a challenge, and if so, what's our current state? What is the current lay of the land? How do we compare? And I think we've done a great job on that. Thank you again to so many people. But very quickly thereafter, we will begin pivoting to what is your actual recommendation for that solution. Again, super simple math problem. It's either expenses or revenue. Incredibly hard to go out, implement, and execute. So this presentation reflects dialogue that Nancy and I shared. I put together, Nancy learned a little bit about me. I usually, 30 minutes before a meeting, scramble down about 10 key points, and that's what comes out. But it ended up working. I think it was probably eye-opening for us as we developed it and as we presented it. I think it adds some boundaries. It starts. This is designed to be informative very quickly, but also impactful very quickly. The truth is that there are margins around all of this. So one of the key points, for those of you that I'm sure read it inside and out, is that largely this is a people challenge if we solve on the expense side. That is absolutely true. What I don't want you to think is that there might not be any opportunity on any other of the operating expense lines. I'm sure there will be. And I have the utmost faith in our leadership, both schools and town, that they will clearly look, if there was any place that it was less painful to cut expenses, they would. As a matter of fact, they've been doing it, right? Like centralized printing, making sure we're leveraging anywhere and any place we can to get other savings, right? So I just want you to know this presentation doesn't purposefully get into that level of granularity. It does tell you, I think, that there isn't much left on the vine after you pick the grapes of personnel expense. I think that's a fair takeaway. So I just want you to understand the context of how this presentation came together. We are expecting we have largely 15 to 20 minutes to talk to the select board, to talk to FinCom, to bring this roadshow, so to speak. 1 minute per slide is not a great ratio. I'm going to be fully candid. I'm already letting all of you committees know I'm going over 15 minutes. It just doesn't work that way. Usually you want 2 to 3 minutes per slide. It enables you to get through, summarize key points, and really hang ornaments on the tree. So
What you don't want to do is not answer any questions should you have them.
correct. Well said. So there will be an question and answer session after our 20 minutes, but I expect it to be voluminous, is the takeaway. There are some things already that I don't like that aren't in here, like some headcount slides, for example. I would love to get some more meat on the bone, but as you can tell, this is like when your philosophy teacher in college said, "Tell me the meaning of life," and you've got like 25 words, and like those 25 words are pretty hard to just come up with, right? It's the reverse of writing the 20-page paper. So with that, we'll go slide by slide, if that's okay. We'll walk through kind of the logic, where we're at. And the goal is designed to make sure we're aligned on the slides and the material that's being presented to convey the current state of conditions. That's what we're trying to do. Enable the comparisons and the analysis that we did come to light. And to plant some seeds for the audiences, just like I am doing with you folks, for where does the solution come from? How big is the challenge, and what does that mean for potential bumping up against boundaries? And last thing I will say, I over-indexed most likely in the discussion of the fact that a high percentage of our fundamental expense is personnel related. Please know, by definition, if it's personnel related, it is highly likely that directly leads to programmatic cuts. If Tom Broussard's the guy who does the painting and you cut Tom, yes, you'll save his salary, but you will also lose the painting program. I know that sounds obvious, but there is art that goes with that we can't most likely get into. And the reason for that is I would prefer strongly that we not get into specific positions. I think once we identify the size of the challenge, we have very intelligent leaders of these organizations that would then go back and try to solve however we recommend, if that makes sense. Meaning, let me say it clearly, if we said we were solving this through an expense reduction, I wouldn't be the first one myself to step up and say, and here's the way you do that. I would strongly defer to people like Leisha and Connor for their expertise in having run these budgets for all the years that they have and understand the interconnectedness between people, programs, residential value that's received, and other ancillary impacts down the road. Could be state requirements on staffing. Could be, look, if you cut 2 in the fire department, you should cut 4 because it's 4 to a shift. Completely made that up, by the way, but you guys tell me if that's right. My point is, I don't know that stuff, and I don't pretend to know that stuff. I would go back to the experts to ask them for their advice on how they would do that. Thus, I don't know what programs would directly be impacted. They may have a smattering to offer you, but that's not something for the purview of tonight's meeting, if that makes sense. Hopefully that was a good preamble and intro. Nancy, anything more before we jump in?
No, I just want to thank committee members for the input, as you said earlier, because it really helped us decide sort of what are the key content should be, as well as what key topics should be. And we played around with different orders and things, and there's a lot more that we have waiting in the wings for January 8th and future things. So this is just sort of the first pass. So I expect that we'll be using your input in a variety of ways in the next couple of months. So.
Well said. So credit to Nancy, but also just so that everybody knows, everybody's comments that were made were categorized by general revenue, expenses, service value, comparisons, trends, background, possible solutions, and did you knows. And there's like 17 pages, depending upon what category you're talking about. So again, huge credit to you guys. This was very informative for what we wanted to focus on. So if you've something that you folks are passionate about, then let us know if we didn't happen to capture it. But this represents the sweet spot of the strike zone for what we got back from your feedbacks. First slide is just the basics. It's really how we soften up whoever we're presenting to. It enables them to understand why we're even in the room, what the PACE committee is. I do want to point out that the addition that's been added from the slides we presented at town meeting, and this was important for me to be grounded, so I appreciate it being raised. The PACE charge specifically tasks our committee with recommending appropriate actions to promote sustainable and quality services for our town. That is literally in the charge. So as we're working through recommendations, we want to make sure we keep that in our front view and rear view mirror, if that makes sense. Next slide.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I reviewed these. Would you prefer that we get through all the slides and then come back for a couple things, or would you rather if we had a comment on a slide by slide?
We're going to do slide by slide. That's a great question.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm assuming the first 2 slides, since you all saw them before, they'll largely be perfunctory. But yeah, if there's a comment on this slide, we're happy to.
I just wanted to throw one thing out. That how that's there, can we just put it in the before the do, before the are, before the does, or whatever? Because if you read it out of context, because you say, are we spending our money? And like, if you read it out of context.
No, formatting, perfect. Yeah, we'll
Okay.
shift that down.
All right.
Blame Nancy for I'm kidding. Wasn't Nancy. Thank you. Same exact slide as the presentation. Obviously, what we as a committee are trying to convey is that this is a cross-functional team that looks at this particular issue from a variety of viewpoints. I think that's very important. One of the challenges I think that we will have is being thoughtful about looking at each of these slides from all of the different constituencies' viewpoints. That's the school viewpoint, that's the town viewpoint, that's the public safety, DPW, the resident viewpoint. So that's what we're just trying to convey here while we go and meet and talk to people. Again, 19 people is pretty large. So next two slides, I'll talk about these in conjunction, but we'll just start with the first. Where and what we spend has two lenses that we can look through. One is by separating out fixed costs, which we on the municipal world, in the school world, municipal includes the school, right? I can say that. On our side of this world, separating out employee benefits and insurance is into a fixed cost category is absolutely standard and normal. I can tell you in thus the next slide, the private world, we don't traditionally separate those out. There's no right or wrong, it's just the way the worlds operate. The reason in the private world you don't is that there is a high correlation between a person and whether or not you pay insurance costs for that person, whether you pay payroll taxes for that person, so on and so forth. And if anybody wants to know like a truth you can always use, it is literally between 20 and 23% in 20 years of me doing this. For us, it's 21 and 24%, I think, when I did the calc. So slightly elevated. But if you have $100 a salary, add $20 for all the other things. And that's just usually the mix of the people that pick a family plan that we pay for, a single plus one, payroll taxes, all that stuff. When you look at just by general fund expenditures here, then you can see that we have 50% of our general fund going towards the schools. That's 21% to the town. And then the biggest items are the benefits and insurance, which is 18%. That's the orange. And then the next largest would be assessments, which is 7%. And then you got 2 points each for debt service and for county assessments.
Just want to jump in. The debt service is 7.
My bad.
Yeah, but it's two similar blue colors, and it's probably my chart, so that's on me.
Oh, no worries. All me. So this is important because as we go through into the community, people will have two statistics that they are working with. One is that the schools get 50 cents, in this example, of every dollar, and the town gets 21 cents, and we spend 18 cents on benefits and insurances. Does that make sense? Any questions, thoughts, observations, comments on this?
Thanks for going with the pie chart, because it's more readable and understandable. I think the public will understand it better than the first presentation.
So that's just this. The grids are there, and I can tell you 3 people have already wrote back and said they love the grids. So nobody's right or wrong, but it's all, I think it's a left brain, right brain, front, back thing.
We're all grid people now.
But it doesn't matter. I'm super flexible. The part of the reason why I went to the grids is we are presenting similar information in very similar ways. And sometimes a new visual approach helps people digest it in a different or more meaningful way. Now, I may have completely messed that up, so that's okay for good feedback.
And just in case anyone else is following on, so we're back to this, the laptop, this slide is not in the presentation that was distributed last evening. So if you're
Good
confused,
call.
we were just sort of scrolling. So
Yeah. So the reality is this presentation, my brain works normally by putting together what I'm trying to convey and spending probably a couple weeks like, oh, you know what would show that? It would be this. So I thought adding this might remove some conversation that we'll get out in the public and help them understand, look, if you heard that number, here's where it is. Any thoughts on that last slide? Okay. Next slide. Here's another way to look at the same information. If you take that 18% and you allocated the benefits and the insurance between the school side and the town side, which we know, then you can come up with a revised allocation that says Easton allocates 64% of every dollar to school, 32% to town ops, and 4% to other. And that gets you to a 99.9 amount of expense. I was going to save this to try to bring this meeting to a crescendo at some later point, so I won't. I'll just give you the excitement part of it to start. Right? Built you up.
Do you need a drum roll?
A little bit. I want you guys to understand the hidden importance of what we're talking about. And the reason is that was a weak drum roll, but I'll
Subtle.
Here's the reason. We are, at the end of the day, going to say we have a challenge. We've already done that. And we will put a number to it. I would expect that the average person who is either consuming this or on this committee might say, but I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how to solve it. I know I need 2. I don't know where it should come from. What I can tell you is I just showed you 2 slides where your leadership, your town administrator, your school leadership, school superintendent, your select board, your school committee, and importantly, the residents of your community have articulated how they expect us to invest their funds. What I mean by that is every dollar that gets spent, you either say, spend 50 cents of it on schools, 21 cents on the town, 18 cents on employee benefits insurance, and 7 cents in 3 other places. Or if you look at this, they say spend 64 cents on the schools, 32 cents on town, and 4 cents on other, which I think is debt service, but I can't remember. So I want you to know that every budget literally is a reflection of your values, your policies, what you believe in, what has been built throughout time, eons of time, decades of promulgation of spend, because the residents voted what we just reviewed for spend, on average. This is a budget number, but you guys know where I'm going with it. So I just want to give you that context that this information is actually people speaking to us, if you can think of it in that way. They have told us which slide you want, 50 cents of general fund or 64 cents or 32 cents on the town side on this side and 21 cents on the other, how to allocate our precious resources. That does not mean that's how the solution has to be allocated, but I'm giving you folks anchoring points with which just to think about. That we have some instruction via history. Again, doesn't mean that's how the future has to go. So just wanted to share that. Does that make sense to everybody, what I just said? So I married like principles, values, ideals, societal principles, all that stuff into these look like just numbers, but they're a reflection of thousands and millions of interactions that our residents have asked us to provide via programmatic services, via the personnel we hire. They told us how many ambulances they want us to have, how many crews we have, how many teachers we have. It's all in these numbers. Does that make sense? All right, cool. Doesn't mean where our problem is coming from that equally, just giving you guys a grounding. Any questions on this slide? Go for it.
And I don't recall if it comes later, but I'm wondering, so for example, when we do our school quarterly budget updates, we see our expenses allocated by school, but a really helpful piece of context is enrollment by school. So you can see the alignment between the two, right? Like Oliver Ames takes up a larger percentage of the budget because they have more students. Given that our expenses are so people heavy, would there be any value in adding, full-time employee equivalents either here or elsewhere to sort of contextualize these numbers? How does that, what I mean? And that way you can see, okay, well, if they are somewhat aligned, you could, you would see that, well, 2/3 of the staff go with the schools, or you would see disparities, right? Maybe school staff are paid less on the whole than town operations staff, and so you would see a little bit of a difference in the balance there.
Sure.
So curious to know your thoughts and other people's thoughts on that.
Yeah, that was the one thing that I feel. So there's a flavor of the number of headcount in one of the slides at the end. Mm-hmm. However, one of the flavors I just think was really on the fence on was, do I put another slide in that says, because we have it, here's the FTEs through time. Yeah. Here's where they are allocated. So I'm not opposed to that. I think it might be able to be either on the next slide where we get into the breakout of the expense for the schools and the towns. That kind of puts it into buckets, because the takeaway is it's somewhere between 83 and 85% for the both pieces.
Right. Yep.
Is salary.
Yep.
That's the takeaway of if we are solving this through the expense side, that invariably you will have to get into a headcount discussion because that's where the majority of your expense falls. And then if you looked at the next 3 or 4 categories for each of your buckets, they're largely unimpacted. You can't impact them,
Yeah.
whether it's utilities, so on and so forth.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm concerned that in isolation, like without that sort of as an anchor point, somebody looking at this might just think, those school people are getting paid too much,
Got it. Yeah.
yeah.
So potential on this slide is to add FTEs to the right of the percentage there.
Yeah.
And then it
Yep.
would just bring in the dialogue of the largest expense we have would happen on this slide and be reinforced by a subsequent slide.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
But I'll just put it as a
maybe,
placeholder.
maybe play with it and.
Yep.
I would say just kind of building off what you're saying, if we just look at, full-time equivalents as a number, but we don't show the trend year to year, is it going to look like, wow, they got a huge differential, but also you've got a certain amount of more employees this year than you had last year, or you had less employees this year than last year. Like, is it worth looking at that as well? I think sometimes people think that we've hired tons of employees when you'll really show that you haven't, and the number really hasn't changed that much because,
Yeah. 'Cause,
So maybe there is an FTE slide then,
yeah.
after we make the point that,
And just to be clear, that's in every budget book.
Exactly.
We have a
That's the
3
one
to
I was
5
thinking of.
year look across all town departments and schools broken out by position in the executive summary of every budget book. So it's not as if this is difficult to access
Yeah.
information or stuff that's not public.
I'm just trying to anticipate, once you start to deviate and you pull a string, then it opens up a lot more buckets of questions. And
Yes.
what would be the easiest way, like you were saying, Nancy, this is meant to be a quick, high-level overview. Where do we draw that line of, but what are the questions people are going to ask automatically when they see this?
correct. No, I like that one. Again, I was kicking myself that I didn't put it in the first one and just going back and forth of, how many slides do I have? So I like it.
Well, we gave you a time limit, right? 5 minutes?
No, not at all. I thought it was 55 minutes. I think you missed a digit there.
I think one of the things that's important here too, and I'll say as the town administrators, this is very typical, right? In suburban communities. Like this is, I might feel different if orange was taking up most of that screen. So I think that's going to be important. I'm not saying that means messaging is easy, but I think that this is not only very typical, it's extremely consistent. I haven't done it in a while, but if you go back 15 years in Easton, it's probably pretty similar. So I think that that's important to have, and it's hard because we all assign value to numbers when we look at them, right? But that we're not, I certainly don't think Tom and Nancy are, and I'll speak for myself, that I don't think anyone's looking at that and saying, oh, okay, that's the problem, right? It's there may be folks who look at it and say that, but that's kind of assigning value. It's on us to talk about like, well, that's actually pretty typical, right? And that's because, there's a very, very intensive, more costly per person service delivery in a school, right, than in a town hall,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And it's important that we all are able to say that, as this will invariably get probably very hard, right?
But there's also a commentary later in the presentation that says, even though we're looking at it like this, it's still the lowest per pupil
Correct.
expenditure. It's still the lowest,
Yeah.
in police, fire, DPW. So that puts another level of context on it too.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that there's a baseline cost of doing business.
Right.
Correct.
And we're looking at it.
And we still are lean compared to other
yeah.
communities, however, whatever you want to say about this slide,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. Yeah.
The
Agreed.
questions and feedback from this committee have been so valuable, helpful, useful. But I do often wonder, what are the questions that are going to come up? And it's hard to even solicit that from this group because of how much you have heard in the last 30 hours or whatever. And so, I'm sitting here saying, geez, this would be really good for like a focus group. And I'm like, oh, open house. Okay, that will be great. So I really hope we can drum up a lot of participation in that, because that's going to be a really valuable dipstick, and what are we even missing in conveying? Because we just made reference to information that other people may only be hearing for the first time when they're there, and so they don't have that context. So it's going to be, I just hope we are able to get enough people there to get the value out of that exercise.
And the other good thing that I think will be important, there will be notes pages for these. So while to your point, we brought up a great piece of information, we need to put that in the notes page so that we can state that fact. So that when we're giving the presentation, we might say, look, we looked at this for the last 10 years, by the way, and these ratios hold. So we haven't changed fundamentally how we're performing. Or, and I think it's the 50% that compares against the neighboring communities, for example, like that 50% is comparable to the communities. So now, to your point, Dottie, when we bring that thread in at the end that says, and we spend less, so we are just fundamentally spending less, we're holding similar ratios. It's literally, the problem isn't that it's 50, 30, 60, 40, whatever. It's we spend less, and that if we think that is the problem at the end of the day.
Can I ask, this is slideshows for what purpose? Is it like going out on, other than the committees that you're going to, where else is this slideshow going?
So this is for our 12-16 deliverable.
Okay,
When
so-
we present to the select board, and I think FinCom, I'm not sure if we have to present to you folks.
It's not baked in, but I'm sure Patrick will host you.
I don't know,
Well,
it's
we'll
tough
see.
to go back
How
there.
much cash you got on
Yeah. But also for January 8th.
Okay.
So,
I was
dual
just
purpose.
thinking what might be helpful, because you don't want to have too much information on a slide anyway. If we had little buttons that we could click into that would bring you to the documents with because we've looked at hundreds of sheets.
Yep.
And who's going to go through and find the sheet that relates to this slide, or the information that relates to that slide? But if we could put a button that would be look, this is how this compares to other towns, that might allow for ease of access to the information without overloading, the viewer of it.
Yep. That's a great point. We will have a white paper that goes with this
Okay.
that should reference all of the materials so people can trace it back. Buttons, I may defer to somebody in the committee if they are talented enough to do that. But that's a web of interconnectedness for all these slides because there's so many points that go in them.
Yeah.
So I'm all for it. I just don't know if I would personally commit to referencing back. But all the materials are out there.
So we can definitely do that.
Okay.
Right. So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, the goal here is this is Tom and Nancy's first cut synthesis of all the feedback in 6 or 4 months of work. Assuming if at the end of this review, everyone with me says, yeah, I'm mostly comfortable with the big picture here, then Tom and Nancy have to take the relevant bits and pieces of the hundreds of pages of reports we've reviewed, condense that into a kind of white paper, and then once this presentation is final and it's converted to something that lives online, we can definitely add clickable links that says, where did this information come from? And you click it and it'll go to whether it's a DART portal or an existing budget report or something like that. We've started trying to do that. We made an FAQ page for PASE. I don't know if anyone's looked at it.
Good.
I won't have hard feelings if you say it's terrible, but we're trying to get closer to what you're talking about because I agree with you. It's really important that you want it to be framed in a, let's say someone looks at this and they're not anti-grid and they're like, oh, I like that, but where did that come from? Do I know that's true? Right? And there's a button that says, don't take our word for it, click, and it goes to State Department of Revenue or DESI info. So I think that's a really good point, and we can.
Cool.
Holidays are coming. We'll do our best before the 8th, but it won't. I don't want to say it won't matter. When this is being presented at the open house, that clickable functionality is not necessarily super relevant.
Yeah.
But once this becomes a living document online that people start sharing, we will need to have that baked in out of the gate.
That's what I was kind of more thinking of if it was ever a standalone and it's not with all of us talking around
Yes,
it.
so that's super important and good feedback, right? Because it's a balance when you create presentations. You don't want to just have 400 bullet points of your planned speaker's remarks, but your speaker's remarks usually are providing really important context. And so if you just PDF this and stick it online without Tom and Nancy's notes, that could be a challenge. So there's a few ways we can go about it, but we are thinking along the same lines, and I agree. And our team can certainly put clickable links in this for when it is a final product online.
Great.
Is the expectation that this is going to be My understanding was, maybe I'm thinking this wrong, is that this would be effectively the front page of the PACE website, right? When you land on the PACE website, the presentation layer, the deliverable is going to be the end result of everything that we're doing here. The deliverable would probably benefit because it's a bit more of a consumable product. I thought that. I looked back to like the Blanche initial kickoff where it was a deliverable and then a variety of videos for those that wanted to go in further. So if we're going to record the open house, if people want to go to that additional click, ECAT's listening. I'm sure they're able to weigh in on that at some point. But that was my thought. So to your point, if it's a referenceable document that's going to be part of this website anyway, absolutely. Because the people that do want to go one layer deeper, even if they're trying to prove us wrong, fantastic. Here's the evidence. Go for it.
Right.
And we are working to get the ECAT taping of the school committee?
Yes, I haven't seen that out there yet for our December meeting last week, but I just want to
Right,
take
yeah.
a quick look at that. Did I miss anything? I looked again today.
No,
Patrick,
it-
Earlier,
didn't
yeah.
see it.
Yeah, somebody else had asked me about it as well, and I
Because
didn't.
as soon as that gets out there, I'll just take a quick look at that and be sure it's sort of, I think it's about the right time and space, as Dr. Cabal's suggestion, to put that button on the PACE thing. Some people would much prefer to hear someone speak than read through a lot of documents, so that's our goal too. And as the presentations, then this one becomes the next presentation, maybe we get that one out there, and there's a few opportunities. This is 10 minutes, this is 25 minutes, and you can sort of watch something that's where you are in learning about this, so.
Love it. Okay. Awesome feedback on this slide. Any questions?
Speaking to unknown concerns, what is the percentage of the residents of Easton have direct contact with the schools? Do you have any idea? Is it 25%, 50%, 75%?
3,400 kids.
Right, but there's a lot of families, and there's a lot of families without kids, and there's old people like me who don't have kids in school, and so I'm not gonna say the instant decision is no, I'm not going to pay taxes. And that's gonna be quite a hill to climb. If you
Yeah,
have
so
a
I guess where I was
large-
going with it is it's clearly less than 10%.
Say that again?
You asked for a number. So if there's 3,400 kids, and given that there's families and there's roughly 25,000 people, my gut tells me it's 10% or
I
less.
think it's gotta be
Well,
higher, much
yeah.
higher.
But
Well,
it also, that's
But you'd have grandparents. and-
well, no, that's also, it's a great question though, in that it's a thorny question because it depends on how are we talking about that.
Yes.
If you're purely measuring the families of children who are receiving
Active.
an education
Yeah.
actively today,
Right.
that's a smaller number.
Right.
But if you're asking for people who own property and want to see the equity in that property increase, which is generally the case, then it's everyone.
So I thought you were going a different way first and then going to get there. I
Okay,
thought
sorry.
I thought B was going to be that if you took the number of people that had kids go through the system and therefore got the benefit of an education, clearly it would be more than just the 3,400 kids that are currently in there.
Right.
And then lastly,
But
the
is it going to be 50% of the population is going to be disinterested at all about spending money on the education? That's all I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
no, that's a good point.
That's a perennial question.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting one. I think an interesting trial balloon, although debt exclusions are very different, there was a debt exclusion for Blanche Ames that passed overwhelmingly. Is it theoretically possible that folks who don't have students largely opted out of voting? Sure, we don't have that kind of granular data. But that, I think, was like a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 margin. So there, anecdotally, we heard from folks along the way that they understand that kind of economic benefit. That doesn't mean that it's unacceptable to have the opinion of, you can both understand that and say the tax burden here is too high, right? Those are, just like you can understand and value public safety and still have very legitimate concerns about the cost of living. But it's a great question. But I think that's one of the tricky questions for everyone here is it kind of depends on how you measure it.
I don't see that this is strictly a school side. It may be that it's weighed like the 60-40 or the balance, but I would hope that the citizens of our town aren't viewing this as strictly schools, that this is a town-wide deficit that we face.
Absolutely.
you know.
The other aspect, and Connor alluded to it, if somebody walked up and asked me that question, I would absolutely speak to the numerous studies, including Wall Street Journal articles, that speak to the direct correlation of your school performance, school spend, and housing economic
I was
values.
just bringing up the point, because I know a family that lives in Hanover. Their kids went through the Hanover schools. They're out of the schools. They went for the override. They voted against it.
Yeah.
So I'm just, you know.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not answering it to you.
Right.
I'm answering it, as Connor was, to the group.
Right.
We should all expect to get asked that question.
Especially when you say-
Overwhelmingly, research data and analytics proves that school spend correlation to housing values
Right.
and school performance.
But you see, it's 64
direct.
cents, $64 out of the 100, or the 100%, 64% is going to school operations. And so those, I'm just saying, that stands out, especially when you have the slide before that says 50%. So then how, you know, then they say, oh, you're lying to me about, I mean, again, it's statistics and statistics and statistics.
So, yeah, and Chris, I'm sorry, when you bring this up, and I know you're saying I'm just saying, which is awesome, I'm answering what you're just saying because I want this group to leave with the answer.
No, I was adding to it.
Right, yeah, no,
I was
I'm with
adding
you,
to it.
I'm with you. And so that's where I think we want to have that statistics or the data and information that says, actually, 50 is incredibly normal. Everybody spends 50 of what you get. Or we're low or we're high, I don't know, but that's a question we need to prove, I think, historically. So when somebody says that, which you perfectly brought up, we can make sure we rebut with fact, and when there's an awesome click button, somebody can go in and see that and say, no, I mean, actually, everybody, I'm glad that you asked that, because it's that ratio that got Easton home values to increase at the highest rate over the last 5 years than those other communities you're talking about.
Yeah.
So, whatever, again, that's a magic sauce, and that's good, and that's why we want to convey it. So I'm so glad you raised it the way you did.
I've already gotten that question, Chris, from many of you, yes. And the difference between the 50 versus the 64, maybe we should sort of restate what that is again. That the reason why the percentages look different have to do with where some of those fixed costs were put, is that correct?
Yep, exactly.
And that some of the other towns, simply, we don't have data from them. When we compare 50-50, they just haven't sliced or categorized their data in the same way. So I think that might be good for people to understand. It's not like, look, we can produce a slide with 50, we can produce a slide with 64.
Yeah.
There's some real, we should make sure everyone understands that before January.
That's-
I think
That's a very good
referencing
question.
the 50 million is really important, because if you look at the operating
Budget.
of the schools, it's 50. And so if you look at 64, that's what I think looks disingenuous. Like, wait a second, we passed 50, why is it 64? But the only difference is health insurance and retirement.
And
Ben- I'm sorry?
debt.
And debt, which is universal for every employee, whether they're town or school. This just doles it out, but to Jen's earlier point, there are more employees on the school side, and so that is why. But the operational budget of the schools is 50 million.
Right, but I think one of the benefits here, though, it also increases the town number well above what our budget is, right? The town's bottom line budget's like 20 million and change. So I think they both have different values. One of the values here is it's just fewer data points to look at, because this can be overwhelming. Because if you actually look at our budgets, which we know generally a lot of folks don't, right? I'm not ridiculing them. It's because they're not necessarily super approachable. They're reams and reams of spreadsheet data. We have always historically, and Dr. Cabral correct, from an appropriation standpoint, that's not what people are voting and appropriating. So there's a disconnect there. So what this may add in value as far as simplicity, it might add homework as far as a required explainer, or maybe a footnote that says, we just took that last slide and allocated out those fixed costs. But even in the budgets that we put forward, the budget book does, it shows you subcategories of debt, but it does break out town, school in there. So this is just a different way of visualizing it, but it is not the number that is specifically appropriated.
Correct.
I'm just wondering then, even though it's simpler, is it going to cause more confusion than help for this slide? Like if we're saying the same thing in two slides,
So
essentially?
I'm not sure it's the same thing. So we'll get into the nuance. When you remove Tom Broussard, the painter, you absolutely stop paying his health insurance.
Well, but that's true for some of like the employees, but like there's some employees that don't take health insurance.
And when I say the allocation, it's the average payment.
Okay.
So it's a very, on average, you insure, it's 1.3 bodies. Some people have a family of 5, some people have a single, one and have a single and plus one, but it's an average cost. And for every $100 of salary, it's $20. It's payroll taxes, it's health insurance benefits. It's true for us, and it's true for 15 years of 7 different companies. It's just the way it works. Not everybody gets insurance through us, you're absolutely right.
And to be clear, when you say it's true for us, this is taken from an export of
Yeah, this is our real
of the
data.
town's accounting
Yeah.
system.
Could it be as simple as putting an asterisk with a line on the previous slide saying this does not include insurance and benefits, and then on this one saying this includes insurance and benefits?
Include insurance.
Well,
It's just in a separate category.
but
yeah.
you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
to say school operations, town operations
Yeah.
on the previous slide does not
Or a
include,
third column in the middle, that is benefits.
Well, so the
And then even, like you have town and,
You mean just add school fixed costs on this,
well,
right? And then
well,
you're,
town fixed costs too.
well, right, but so
but that's
like-
on the previous slide.
No, I think we're talking about on the grid, and
Right.
I'm definitely team grid.
I think this kind of shows, though, that it's this confusing for us. It's going to
Yeah,
be way
fair
more
enough.
confusing for a
Exactly.
bunch of people on January 8th who are coming into this cold.
I don't think it's confusing. I
yeah.
think we're trying to figure
Why is
out
it-
what's the best way to present it.
Exactly.
And when I hear, people saying that the schools aren't getting enough money, if they're looking at the 50%, I could see why people would think that. But if they're looking at the 64%, that's kind of a different story. So I think letting people see both sets of numbers to see what it is.
Well, especially if the school's budget is 50, like that. Although I understand where it's coming from, like I understand the rationale, when it just says school operations, like, and I forget what it says on the previous slide.
Yeah.
Does it just say?
Yeah, can we go back to the other
Yeah,
slide? Actually,
I wonder if you could add in parentheses, including
Like, and just
including benefits and insurance or
right,
something.
because it just says Easton Public Schools there, and then you say school operations. Like for like I
We can
don't
label it better.
necessarily think-
I get
like,
it.
But like even just embedding like underneath it, like including the benefits insurance or whatever debts or whatever kind of goes there for the schools to throw it under there. Just
Well, so what the next slide does is, I think, appropriately says that the 18% of the employee benefits insurance heavyweights towards the schools because they have more people, which it does.
Well,
Wait,
no,
wait,
hold on,
that was your-
hold on.
That-
It's,
sorry.
Let's go back.
Go back.
This is that when you look at the 2/3, 1/3, that doesn't just count the 80%. It's 18. It's 25%. It's the 18% benefits and the debt. And so I think a
Correct.
compromise here that maybe still gets us a grid, but accurately reflects the way we've presented it, but visually makes it simpler. Is if you go back to the grid, you just add a purple line that so you have school operating budget 50 million, school fixed costs 14 million, town operations 20 million, town fixed costs 10.
Or even if you have
whatever it
purple
is.
stripe down the middle that says fixed cost, and just like you have there, school, town. Because the school
it
one's
cuts it
gonna
in
be
half.
bigger than town.
Yeah.
How long do you think people are going to spend time looking at these slides to decipher and, if these are printed out and someone's using them as a tool at a later point in time, it's important for us to be abundantly correct. But I'm thinking the average person who is watching this slide presentation that we're doing is barely going to be able to see the numbers and is probably going to key in on the presentation because you can't see in clarity the numbers and its representation.
I think with the labels being different between the two slides, it's like, well, what's school operations versus Easton Public Schools? That makes
So
no sense.
fix the label.
I would
mean-
err on taking something out and having the information there that could be responded to than to add more confusion.
Okay. Chris had his hand raised. I'm sorry.
I'm totally not offended if I'm the only one that feels this way. I think before you even get going with this, you need to create a sense of urgency when no one is going to have any interest in any of this whatsoever.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Like, I'm on this committee and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, but Chris, in 15 minutes, you're going to find out that your solution is most likely going to be one of the largest headcount reductions that this town has had in the last 5 years, or you're going to be asking the residents of our town to pay more.
There's not a soul that is paying attention to anything until
That number
they
hits.
see something missing.
Yeah.
And it's the sense of urgency that needs to be created before anyone, I think, is going to even want to refer to data. I mean, it's good data and it's obviously well done.
What do you want the first slide to be?
I don't know, because I don't want it to be too.
No, you can't give the problem and not give a solution, so help us out
And
here.
that's what this committee's for.
No, I want you to,
That every
what
night.
can you
What are
help
you
us
talking
out
about?
with?
Well, I mean,
What do you
so
think it should be?
shouldn't it be what's at
That's what I'm
risk?
throwing out.
What's at
What's the
risk,
say?
and then how did we get here?
I think so. I think this is the opposite of a typical sales pitch type slide presentation where you wait, you get them hooked, they're interested, and then you throw them with the magic at the end. I think it's the opposite, because that's what I was saying about getting people to the open house as well, is that you got to make them understand the severity. You don't have to necessarily scare them, but there's a needle moment.
I think the takeaway, unless somebody, now we're jumping ahead to the end, unless somebody disagrees with the logical flow, the takeaway is it's headcount
Sure.
or it's tax increase.
Yeah.
Or services.
Or services.
Sorry, headcount equals service,
Equals
Account-
services.
as always.
Yeah.
Headcount will always equal including services. So, sorry, we're not, this is important.
Yep.
So, do you want to say that on the first slide?
Can we identify what the problem is and start with that slide? Like, here's the challenge that we
I
have.
want to get somebody's interest so they pay attention to the data.
Yeah, no, I'm with you too. I want to get somebody's interest too, but I also want to make sure that tomorrow the headline isn't Easton's looking to reduce 75 positions. I want to be thoughtful that there are people that are responding to this. 1 second, please, if that's okay. Does that make sense on the balance?
It does. The people, unfortunately, I think that are into the data are not going to be the ones you need to convince.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's
But
the,
that- I mean,
it's the
again,
timing of how we bring this out into fruition that we're really debating here. The first one is that we just have barely, as an organization, agreed we have a challenge. Second, at some point, you're going to get 15 numbers that people are going to put out that say, here's what I believe the size of the challenge is. And in case you guys are wondering, I'm going to ask you to write it down before we start hearing from other people, because I'd really like to get your individual inputs. Sure.
I'm not trying to argue semantic or argue at all, but really I'm not trying to really harbor on semantics, although words are important. But a headline of people, correct me if I'm wrong, I appreciate your input because I'm sure that's being reflected by other people. And that's what I was saying about we need these other viewpoints about what people are actually going to think when they look at the presentation or hear us. And I'm wondering, I'm not saying this is in a heartless way, that the average taxpayer wouldn't be concerned about people losing their jobs. However, I think they would definitely be concerned with losing services.
That's what I meant.
And services and jobs, yes, we all know they're equal. However, the question really is, and maybe your first or very quick in the beginning slide is, do we maintain the same services and need more revenue for that? Or do we stay the course, and, which will result in a decrease of services to you and your family? That's just how it is. We know it's the same thing, but honestly, maybe your average person is like, well, what do I care if the school department loses 15 people? Because maybe they don't really equate it with direct services. They may not realize that larger class sizes makes the difference on services. They may not realize that some service providers, that makes a difference on services. So this really is about services. To us, it's about people because we're in the business and it's something you never want to talk about. But to the people we're serving, it's not about people. It's about services.
It goes back to Chris's point about what the impact of that school budget is to the average person in the town, right? If the service impact isn't truly felt when someone gets, laid off or deferred, or we don't increase to the need, then what does that do to the average taxpayer? To your point, right? It's not a one-to-one. It doesn't necessarily tie into their day-to-day. But if you say, we're not paving your bombed-out road, we don't have any,
Right.
let me be clear.
If you say we're gonna lose 3 DPW workers,
Right.
oh, wow, that stinks for them, okay.
Oh, well,
You're not going to have roads paved or have the
We're not gonna have them
salt
paved
put down.
anyhow.
It's just won't
trash
happen.
is every 2 weeks, guys. Good luck.
Denise
So-
had a question.
I know. I
don't
was
wanna
yeah. I was
forget
going to
that.
say if I think we're gonna because we're going to get into some good debate. We're going to have to probably start raising hands if that's okay. Denise, I apologize. Somebody got in front of you, but go for it.
That's okay, that's okay. I was just thinking here about how the average person is going to approach this and what their take is. And Dr. Cabral, I like you're talking about that. And to me, this is like math. I mean, this is very simple. It's very simple math. If your expenses are going up more than what you're bringing in, if you got insurance that's going up 10, 20%, whatever the number is per year, and you're only increasing your budget because you can only increase it this amount, and a lot of townspeople can understand this. Their homeowners policy is really going through the roof. You know, their consumables, their utilities, they can all understand that. Let's take it to a level that they can just completely and entirely understand. Let's just take it there and pose it as a challenge, because we're not a unique town. Everybody else is doing the same thing, and they're in the same boat. So it's almost like reducing it to the ridiculous. We don't really need to go so far deep. We're going down a rabbit hole that I don't think the public cares about. Now, I want to take the word care out,
I'm sorry, Chris. You're making a comment, but I'm not sure. we heard
because I
what you
think
said.
that they do care, but I think that if it makes sense and it's practical and you can kind of do that math, that I think that they'll incorporate and we don't have to go too far deep with.
Sorry, Chris. You had a comment.
It was just slightly mimicking Denise as far as a lot of the data might be considered hyper-technical to the average person. I mean, definitely have it ready, but maybe does it need to be all included in that?
Yeah, this is the select board presentation. So the select board hopefully will be able to follow through for this consumption of level
You're
set.
presenting to a group that already knows the problem.
You're going to dumb
Ish.
it down for the FinCom?
Yeah.
Can you?
Ish.
Dumb it down for us?
Yep. But no, I heard, we'll need a slide to simplify the equation that could help explain it.
January 6th.
Sorry.
Okay,
Well,
then.
just because
And then
I
Dottie will go to you.
saw the school committee presentation, and I think that the way that you framed it in the beginning, where you established that it was a math problem, and clearly articulated the issue that was at hand, that essentially issued the charge to those that were viewing it, and then also just with slide 14 that's later, you do also articulate some of the potential solutions, and if we take some of that information from and move it to the beginning with that math problem, this is what it is, point blank. It's not alarmist, it's factual, but we're offering with the potential side effects, that I think grips people right away. And then you're like, okay, well, and then here's all the data that we have to support the position we're currently in right now.
Sure.
It's kind of a bit of both.
Sure. Sounds good. I like that. Dottie had her hand raised.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, we have to think about some of the comments and the questions that we hear from people in the community. And there's a lot of people that think we do have too much staff, that we're hiring too many of the wrong kinds of people, things like that. So I think, if you talk about what this means and what the changes are, for instance, the police chief said he would be so upset if we had to go to a dark police station. That could be on the table. Retiree benefits, that could be on the table. Everything's on the table right now. If people knew what was on the table, that is going to be what's impactful. And that's the thing that's going to get your attention. Because if you just say, we're not going to be able to hire back, we have 2 retirees this year, we're not going to be able to hire them back. They'll be like, well, that's great. You guys are really saving money. You're doing a good job. Just like a lot of people look at these numbers. And we're saying, because we're in these numbers all the time, because we're the leanest, that's not good. We're killing our staff to get the job done. Whereas I would say most people would say, wow, you guys are doing a great job. You're way where we want you to be. There's still people that think that there's tons of extra money somewhere. And what are you
Chris
doing
had
with
his
it?
hand raised, and then
So.
Connor.
I'll be quick across. What has worked for me over the past month, and I engage in conversations in regards to this every single day, especially with coworkers, with other issues that have come up within the fire department finance. Question: we don't have, other towns aren't, why are we going through this? And I just say, it's simple. We bring in 2.5%, but we put out a lot more than that. It's a great way if you're trying to lose weight, but not, and that, saying it very basically like that, and I work with some of the most impressively argumentative people on the face of this planet, actually works.
Yeah, that's the math problem
no one
Marissa
likes
was
to
alluding
hear
to.
it, but that's for me, and not just with co-workers, but like I said, supermarket, wherever I go, I seem to be engaging in this conversation now. Oh, well, why have we made it this far so far? I said, well, because they've done a good job with stabilization money. We've picked through it. And unfortunately, COVID was a 4-year life jacket. We'd be, and
the new, just so that everybody knows, the other point that we'll caveat with the 2.5, so we'll get the right numbers for average revenue growth because new growth is included.
Right.
But the counterbalance to that is that 25% of our land, I believe is the right stat,
A large amount of our land is undevelopable.
is undevelopable because we believe in maintaining green space, therefore can't generate new growth taxable revenue.
So I just wanted to observe, and I'm so excited to not be the person who made this presentation. It kind of sounds like everyone's just saying, I don't think anyone's contesting like the data or the content. It's that it's just saying reorganize the slides.
Oh, no,
Take
yeah,
the
this is
conclusion
great.
point and start.
Yeah.
We're all
No,
team
this is
Greek
exactly what this is for.
Yep.
Trust me.
But
The-
is that
the
fair?
large-
Do people generally feel
Yeah,
like the
100%.
content's
Yeah, the fact that
good,
nobody
but it's rearranged
drew up
the
in
way
their
we
shoes and said
were
this is
asking.
fundamentally wrong, like that's good because let me give you another thing that's coming out. Your viewpoint matters. Do I want to show 50% as an expense or do I want to show 64%?
Right.
That matters. That matters to people in this room appropriately so. And how we convey it and articulate it, therefore what the takeaways are and therefore potential impacts on recommendations matters. So this is good. Like I hope if I do it right, most of you will 15% not like me. Because I should.
Already there, buddy.
Already there. Patrick's like 25. Because I need to get you all to be uncomfortable to see other people's viewpoints, to see other people's, where they're coming at it from, why it's valid, how we can make sure we articulate it, because it has an impact. So this is good. Love this. Yes, Jim has been relentlessly keeping that puppy up. I love it.
I would say, I think originally it was said that this could also be used in January 8th. And I think if that's the case, then it needs to become more consumer friendly and relate to household type expenses. And to the select board, to everyone's point, I think this gets the job. Like they can understand and make the connections probably and have more context. But I would agree with everyone that I think some sort of challenge statement at the beginning would grab everyone's attention.
Yeah.
How did we get here? What are the details you as the select board kind of need to refresh yourself on or kind of understand?
I
And
like
here
it.
are solutions. type thing.
Yeah. I even like adding the slide in for the select board. I mean, one, never presume your audience. Two, there'll be people that are listening to that aren't on the select board. So while it's geared to them, and Nancy and I have a series of slides that are for 1.8 only that are not in this, like the did you knows and stuff like that.
Okay.
So I love this. This is awesome feedback, I think.
And to your point, we are always thinking about the committee we're presenting to and the people on ECAT. We always have that in our head
Trying.
because you never know when somebody's dialing in because there was something on the school board agenda they were interested in, and then they get to see this, and likewise, tomorrow night and other things. There was one slide that we had on the special town meeting, I think it was the fourth slide, where you had that nice math formula and you had some simple sort of high-level points, and maybe we introduced that back in here. We don't have it now, but that was a much simpler and prior to these data things. And then, as you suggested, Connor, maybe reordering and some of those solution things. And I'm listing some of these service things as I'm hearing people talk, and there's so many that we could maybe throw out there and sort of get, Connor and Dr. Cabal's okay that those might be 3 or 4 of the right things. Class size was one of them, and
Okay, so
So that we-
takeaway is, if it's okay for the committee, this slide and the one before it, find a way to present the information on a single slide so it's not confusing 2 sets of numbers and enables us to speak to both of those pieces.
I think what I heard is only if we really have a good point to make with the 64. If there's not really something strong and important to make there, I think I'm hearing the 50 on the school side, I'm using that as an abbreviation, it is easier for people to understand. Did I hear that correctly? But
So-
if we have a really good point to make with the 64, then let's do it.
I feel strongly that the 64 is very important because when you're talking about the changes, it does come as a package with the benefits of the person also.
Then we just need to make that point really strongly, that this is why we're showing that separately.
Right.
So it's not confusing.
So I've done an expert
grid.
mock-up that I think straddles both, that I'll send to you and Tom, but we can, I think, do both by only adding 2 more blocks to this and not turning it into rocket science and turning people off, and conveying that, because one of the things that, I mean, even just talking to Tom, was from a corporate finance perspective. I think for some folks, you know, Jim, when you talk about put it in perspective of like cost people understand, I feel like when we have like 29% of a $100 million budget just kind of like put on an island over here, it says fixed, that I think, while maybe in the context of this discussion, people aren't overly concerned about, if I'm a resident and I come in and say, okay, 50 is going to schools, 21 is going to town, why are we just make that number go down? Right. And then we're spending a lot of the time talking about why fixed costs are fixed costs, what the legal obligations are with collective bargaining. And that's fine. Like, we'd have those conversations, whether it's about like, well, okay, just pay people less. Like, well, that's illegal, right? Mm-hmm. We can have a debate about whether we think that law is good. But if our job is to come up with actionable solutions, I think if you delineate that by just adding 2 more lines so that the school budget actually reflects the appropriated budget, the town budget reflects the appropriate budget, and then you still have, you know, town insurance and capital debt, school insurance and capital debt, then it's cleaner.
I get it.
Still get to be team grid.
Yeah, let us go back to the drawing board. We'll come up with another slide that I think conveys it. I believe that I also think it's important. I can assure you, anybody that does math says, if you're talking people, you've got to put in the benefits because they're one and the same that go with it. Right. In that category, there might be some fixed pension benefits that we could weed out, and that's splitting hairs. But I guarantee you, anybody that's not fixed in a traditional sense. That goes with your headcount. So I think I know exactly where you're going with it, whether it's blue and then dark blue below it for the piece that correlates. But that way it gets you the same percents. Everybody can speak from one slide as to the number that we want to use. And it also gives the entirety of the package of the impact. I feel good on that. Chris?
I just want to say that, not that I'm old, but I'm speaking for the old.
Sure.
That it was years ago, I can't remember when, but there was an agreement between the selectmen and the school committee. It would always be 50%. The school committee would be no more than 50%. And so people of my age working would remember that. And that's the first thing I thought of when I saw that the agreement, I thought the agreement was 50-50. And so I think it's important.
So I would argue,
town operations have.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, memories of people past, and that's what they remember.
Sure.
That's okay.
I don't think you folks have that policy now.
No,
right?
I doubt.
Looking at the
No,
select
but
board and leaders.
But I think
You know,
Chris is-
the viewpoint of people who are viewing it, which
Right.
is important.
well, but I think one of the things that's important there too is communities through their elected leadership those are called revenue share agreements. Some places do, especially when budgets get really, really brutal. There's a simplicity to saying we don't want to necessarily have a qualitative debate over who needs what more. We have X growth, and a good year, bad year, it gets split up this way. That sounds attractive in some ways. There's also drawbacks. There's no perfect way to do it. First of all, as a matter of just kind of municipal finance law, I'll look to the town finance director. School committees can vote whatever budget they deem the schools need, right? In Easton's charter, the town administrator's budget has to carry that number, right? So you can have like agreements between your policy leaders, but it doesn't override that law. The other challenge with that is there may be, and often will be, years where things happening in the economy or in what we need to provide for services may be spiking costs in one area, perhaps more than the other. And when you have a more simple agreement like that, that doesn't necessarily provide the ability to sort through that. That doesn't mean it's bad. I'm trying to be value neutral here.
It's an obstacle you may
Right.
find. That's all I'm trying to.
I think what I'm getting from Chris and the Chris's, is that we need to predict what people are going to say, and I really appreciate that
Yeah.
ability to do that. Because without that perspective, I would not have ever thought that that was a possibility that anybody would think. Who knows?
Sure.
Same thing with what Chris said earlier.
Chris, this was,
Sorry.
go.
So, and hopefully we can kind of move on from this because I feel like we've beaten the slide to death, and I really like Connor's. I like your
Send it
thinking
to
there.
print.
So I just wanted to, as you were saying that, I think it's important to highlight those expenses because those also happen to be some of those expenses that we don't have a lot of control over, right? Health insurance rates, the assessments for pensions, et cetera. So those are things that can and often do increase at a rate much higher than
Yes.
salaries.
For certain.
Yes.
I think, Tom, don't let me misquote you, but I think one of the things that I think worth this committee discussing, though, is I think what Tom's saying is, yeah, it's fixed, but it's also there's a strong correlation.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
Yes, I mean, I agree, and that is why we budget it that way, right? We do carve those out. Fixed costs are difficult to control. They are not impossible. So I think I would be worried about, because I think from some folks I've spoken to, sometimes people get kind of turned off if we come to them and say, here's our problems. Nope, can't touch that, can't talk about that. Like, then people are like, all right, well, what am I going to do here?
Yeah.
But they're in fact directly correlated to the extent that they're related to people that you're paying their
Yeah.
benefits and
Right.
Yeah.
Some of it, like
Yeah.
debt service, you cannot
Right.
change.
Right.
We are
Yeah.
obligated
Yeah.
to pay that.
Yeah, but like those, like you said, you've got the piece that is controlled by the number of people you're insuring and the number of
Right.
people who qualify for retirement benefits, but the rates of increase for those,
Correct.
if we're kind of getting down to household budget,
Right.
are things like you're not negotiating with the health insurance company that your employer picks.
That's right.
You know, if you're look from a household budget perspective. So if your employer tells you next year your health insurance is going up by 10%, it's going up by 10%, or you're canceling your health insurance and looking elsewhere.
Right.
I'm going to go Patrick, and then I'll take a poll as to whether or not we can move on. You had your hand raised. You were right
Not.
behind. You did.
Straight up did not.
You did.
100%.
Trust me, I'll
I
go
think
back
that
on the
means I
exact
don't
film.
want to talk.
Just because you lost your train of thought.
I
Fair.
have no idea what you were referring to.
Okay.
All right, ready to move on?
Ready to move
I
on?
make a motion to move on.
Okay, so we'll get this. The key is, one, insert a slide that captures attention, conveys the ease of the mathematical problem more to the wording that we use live. And then, Chris, to your point, serves as the hook. Then we'll have a consolidated slide that speaks to this, how we spend our money. And then I'm going to propose the next slide we just cut,
What? How bad is it?
because all it does is speak to the fixed operating. And I think the hybrid slide we're going to have before has everything in.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Unless you folks think that we should have this slide.
I would cut, because it's three
Cut.
slides conveying the
Cut.
same data
Cut.
differently.
Yeah.
Got it. All right, move on. Next slide. See our fourth
Now we're moving.
moving. Okay. So,
45 per slide. We're doing great.
right? Last one was like 7 seconds. So this slide, we're going to have to, obviously we'll have to look at what the numbers are, because it will potentially now shift to either be the 64 or the 50, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, what I am trying to illustrate, and this is where I directly added in the employee benefits and the insurance line. I took personnel costs plus employee benefits and insurance. Those aggregate to 46.5 or 85% of the other operating, of all the total operating expense. So all I did from the fixed category was bring up employee benefits and insurance. That's all I did, okay? The rest of the slide is designed to then answer, great, got it, it's about people or programs and services. The next pieces and categories here, I would also argue, are very difficult to impact. So our example, putting you guys on the spot, are sped expenses discretionary?
No.
No, right?
No.
I'm assuming your contract service line of 1.85 is your transport, right?
Transportation,
right? Is that discretionary?
no,
Got it. You're gonna get the trend here. Is
Yes.
utilities discretionary?
no.
Is R&M discretionary?
What does that stand for?
Repairs and
Repair and
maintenance.
maintenance.
Love it. Thank you,
Yes.
though. That's cool.
Yep.
Shouldn't assume everybody knows.
Yep.
Not remedial mathematics. Good call.
That's where I went.
Hey, that's where I went to. That's how I got in this gig. So the takeaway here, and this is me doing this for you folks just as much as I am for my audience, is that if you want to have a discussion on the expense side solution and you want to talk about what the schools are spending,
Right.
you really can't avoid the fact that it will absolutely impact people. And if we want to call it services, that's fine. The reason why I went people, not services, just so you know, is because I don't think you can tell me what the services are. You can give me flavors, but I don't think you can tell me the services without knowing what people that is, and I don't think you know what people that is. Maybe you can give me flavors, but I couldn't put you guys on the spot.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I look at directly at Leisha and Connor for that. So if you want to give me flavors that we can tease from going dark is a great one, Dottie. But the reality is there's a lot of people that are going to have to get worked, and solving for what that is probably going to be a puzzle that needs to get put together as we go through time. I don't think you have that puzzle solved right now.
Correct.
That's my God.
Well,
So-
for example, saying class sizes
Yes.
is
Yep.
not granular. That's still
Agreed.
a very big thing. So that
Yep.
is like a fair thing to share.
Agreed.
That has impact.
I can absolutely
Like,
take
we-
that.
Yeah, there are, at least on our side, there are big bucket things.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Without knowing specifics.
And I'll take that. I'll take the big bucket. I would argue as specific as you can get when we talk services would be incredibly helpful. I don't think you can necessarily get there for a lot of obvious reasons as a leader,
Not by January 8th.
right?
No,
Not by January
definitely
8th.
not, yeah.
So I agree, but where I want to be also cautious about is that somebody will receive it and say, I don't really care, it's 28 or 32, like whatever, that's fine. It's only 4 more kids per class size. I don't know if that really matters. I'm spitting it out there, like
I hear you.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess that
maybe-
question.
We wouldn't even have that information anyway, like
Fair.
numbers,
Right,
so.
but I think larger class size, and then I think maybe another thing that's broad enough could be to talk about, proactive interventions that we have been benefiting from to address learning loss.
Special education is legal, you have to provide it.
Yep.
Enrichment, you don't.
Right.
So
Right, yeah.
enrichment activities.
So,
But
For
what
example, is
what are
another
the
big
things
bucket.
you're going to lose because of losing ESSA and APA?
I'm sorry?
What are the things you're going to lose because of ESSA and APA?
Well, that's not necessarily what will be lost because we may determine as a team that some of those things are reactive and so need to be moved into the operating budget, while something that might be proactive would, so it's not what is
Not
currently
one-to-one.
funded through ARPA or was currently funded through any other grant would be necessarily what goes.
Okay.
But in terms of larger buckets,
Yeah.
things that aren't legally binding.
Right, yeah.
But still very important, things that we've worked really hard to get several years to offer because we all know it's necessary. Enrichment programs, class sizes, student programs for students.
Like extracurricular activities,
Absolutely,
teachers volunteer.
Clubs.
yeah.
Okay, hand raised.
So I think, Dr. Braun, I stay in constant contact as the budget evolves through the season, where we're typically delivering a preliminary budget in February. Even that's not getting down to the position by position level, and there's really important collective bargaining and I think moral questions there. Like we want to convey it's serious and not to put you on the spot, but I don't think it will help my relationship with the fire union if before I have a preliminary expense side budget totally tallied, I say, here's how many fire positions, right? That we can talk about that and you not hit me as positive, but there is, I think you call it kind of balcony level view. You can say, and these are generally true in every community. When you're facing down a challenge of the size you're thinking about larger class sizes. You're thinking about potentially slower 911 response, worse roads, less building maintenance, less park maintenance, slower permitting, right?
Recreation programs.
Community programs,
Lists
increasing
like that are gonna
fees.
grab people.
Increasing fees as part of my directive to all town departments. Part of that, And we do, comp analysis across the board, right? We've done a ton of it here. We also look at comps for salaries because, especially when you have fewer people, you need to make sure you're bringing in quality people. We look at comps for the fees we charge. Some of them are set by law and don't move. But I asked departments or departments who support boards who levy fees that are not statutorily bound as part of not only reviewing your expenditures with myself and the finance director in the holidays, I want a 5, 10, and 15% across the board fee increase estimate on revenue generation from you as part of it.
Sure. Okay.
Right? I think those are high level things. That doesn't mean every single one of those things will happen.
Agreed.
All right, that was my question.
Okay.
Yeah. Exactly. Those are the kind of things you say, 4 people will lose positions, and then 2 do.
Right.
Oh, they found money.
You were alarmed.
But I don't think you
Or
have to
6
quantify
do.
it, though. I think if you say one of the strategies is possibly not rehiring through, attrition when people retire, that's a strategy, right?
It is a
It
strategy,
doesn't say
but
it's
it doesn't
4
always
people.
work because you don't know where people are going to retire from. If we have our biggest kindergarten class ever and we have a kindergarten teacher retire, we have no control. It's a moot point. We can't do it with attrition. So it's.
So homework.
But can we say
Yeah.
programs
What's that
such
risk?
as
Yeah.
blank
Yeah. So
are affected when personnel is reduced? I
first
think
homework
that's fair.
is everybody needs to send over the list, and I would expect this to lean heavily on either select board leadership, school committee leadership, Connor and Leisha, of what those like-as services could be. Response times, obviously, I think is a good one, and we all can contribute, but I think you folks I would expect to also have more of those items.
But yeah, I mean,
Nancy and I to digest.
I have a list of 13, just as you're talking to, does not have a position mentioned, just all these
Yeah.
very high-level services. So this will be great. We'll choose sort of the most impactful ones. And
And we'll put that on the catch me slide, the gotcha.
I just feel, and
the
I
hook.
appreciate you bringing that up earlier because that's what got my brain going in that direction. I don't think number of people it really behooves anything because you're never going to hit that number exactly anyway, and it's a guess at
it's
best.
absent
and
context.
It's absent
If you-
context.
What is 160 town employees good?
Right,
Right.
Yep.
exactly.
What's for dinner? Right. It's not an impactful statement for the average person.
Okay.
Tom, one thing I just want to mention on this slide is the narrative on the left bar feels very jargon heavy. I don't know what it means.
yes, that's one of my notes, the phrase over-index.
Okay.
Is that a,
And material expense side solution, is there a simpler way to say that that the average person would understand?
Yeah.
I appreciate it, Tom.
I know you did. I know you liked it. We can wordsmith that.
Is this, by the way, sorry.
No, he's just making up hand raises at this point. Just throw it out there.
Go for
Is
it.
this, by the way, an example of something that could be a button, to Kathy's point?
Yes, definitely.
Like some of these slides, I was thinking that even a little earlier when people were like, well, it's a lot, kind of.
Yep.
Could it be a button so that if I want a lot, click?
So, fair.
We get the message there. Want to see where that comes from? Put it there.
What
Wanna see
would
that
you
number
not
means?
show the information?
Well, if it's easily accessible, then I want people to get through all the slides,
Yeah, agreed.
right? And so if they want to glaze over some,
Yep. The slide
the
from
website
this,
is set up.
and we can definitely wordsmith it better.
and maybe not even
The
this
slide from this says 85 cents of every dollar you spend is on people. You
Say
can
it.
call it.
Say it just like
You
that.
can call it
Yes.
services.
yes.
Maybe
How?
that's what it says, and then
Yep.
you click on the button to see how. Maybe they trust you, Tom Broussard, and they believe
Well,
your slides
there's
are
a deeper
right.
there's a deeper part though.
Okay.
15% of your budget is incredibly meaningful and would provide millions of dollars of savings.
Right.
I think you have to bring the audience through the fact that the next 9, 11, 12%
Yeah.
of your budget can't be touched.
Can't be touched.
But
So-
can you say those statements?
Yeah.
And then a button to click on if you want the facts behind it.
Well,
Fact checking.
I'm trying to visually show how big this is.
Okay.
That blue piece.
Fair.
Like I'm making. At the end of the day, we're trying to get people through our 3,000 pages, and I'll speak plainly for me. I don't need to, because I know that 97% of all of this is done. It's people, because the next 12% you can't change, no matter what you. That's fixed. Like you can't. That's fixed. You can't change that.
You can't.
You have to
can't
pay
not
utilities. You want to fix utilities, fine. Save me like 100 grand, 50 grand, 25 grand. Do solar. It adds up.
which
You
we
should-
do.
You should do it.
Yes.
Not saying no, but when we get to the end of this and whatever the size of our challenges that we agree to, it's not going to be because we went and looked at the software license and subscriptions on the school side.
It's not a
No,
five-figure
visuals are
fix.
really important,
Yeah.
you're right.
So-
let's pick and choose when we use those, and then maybe the stuff on the side is a button, or like,
Sure.
Or a 2-sentence simple.
Well, I think to your point, like if you change, and I'm not complaining about your title, but if the title on this slide is 85 cents of every dollar spent, schools, right? Something that's a little punchier to that,
Sure.
to that glaze over
like that.
moment, right? Something to that effect is like, okay, now I know what I'm working with.
I'm not even sure a lot of people understand operating spend, to be honest with you. And I don't mean to be insulting in any way,
No, that's okay.
but I didn't as a teacher before I was spending operating budgets,
Sure.
right? And operating capital and reserves, and I did not. Why would I know that?
No, I completely get it.
So I'm not sure everybody would resonate with that.
Yeah, no, I agree, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like just as a parent looking at this, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to take away from it.
Sure.
So
I mean,
it's
sorry.
that line, like that's like 85 cents per dollar. I was like, okay, yeah, I can walk away with that. But I'm looking at it, I'm like just visually getting overwhelmed by it, and I'm really not sure what I'm supposed to be pulling out from it.
Yeah, we should have a headline on every page, what we're trying to say.
We'll do.
And so in this case is the headline, 85 cents of every dollar of the school budget is people. People are services. The other 15 cents are largely things just like in your household budget you can't
change.
control, like your home insurance. So if you want to solve this problem by cutting spending, you are cutting people.
That's too long of a headline.
Yeah.
I know, no, it's like I always need to be copying, but like make that 3 bullets.
Yeah.
It's like it's a small
The rest of
paragraph.
the slide, what are you?
I was trying to make 3 points. I clearly.
If this is going to go to the January public, I'm just going to take the selectmen and any of the boards that it's being presented to. If any of the townspeople come and they're overwhelmed, they're just going to shut down. Glaze over and we are done. That's it, time out. So I just think that the simpler we can deliver the message,
Yeah.
better we are, because those people that are curious are going to find it. If they're curious, they're going to ask questions. If they're curious, they're going to go to Facebook and they're going to challenge and they're going to be like the burr.
Okay.
But the information will be there because we've really done our homework.
No, I'm
I
good.
just think the delivery just needs to be just so basic.
And so this is great because this is exactly what we're hoping to do.
I'm
Because
just thinking if
until
we're
today-
people in.
Until today, I'm not sure everybody agreed that it was only people and there weren't other things below that. So he just made a comment that was very prescient. So I'm with you. I'm saying the same thing you are. I'm going to get there. Trust me. He just said 100% of this is all about people. I think it was you or one of you guys.
Not
You're
me.
both good-looking guys. So I'm not sure everybody agrees with that.
You even have a mic on.
Don't let it go by because I use this slide to make a very simple proof. So
Sorry if I'm leaving.
I just backed you all into either you agree with me or you don't. And if you agree with me,
No.
I can guarantee you I don't need this slide. But I need to show this slide to make sure you guys that you're with me. Because you're right, I could do 3 simple points and say 85 cents of every dollar that we spend is this. Click a button if you want to go get the math, but I also need the next 12 or 13 to come to make sure you get that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I just want to make sure. So now that we're all at a certain place, I can make a bold statement with 3 bullet points that got you there. And for consumption at the public, I'm happy to do that.
Are you thinking about you're thinking about a slide presentation to the public, regardless of school committee presentation, FinCom, whatever, that is bullet heavy to start, and then addendum is
Index,
heavy.
yeah.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
Yeah,
Or you could have a slide before this that just have the 3 bullets.
correct.
And then they see it and they know, oh, there's info there.
you
I
wanna
don't
look at it,
I
yeah.
don't need to sit here and read every word, but
Select board or what have you, you actually click the links and go into them for their purposes.
We could, if we needed to. If they don't have a question. If, like you folks, if we're all on this, I don't need to show this audience that detail because now we've all seen it. We accept it as fact and gospel, and we can move forward. And so that enables me to create the front slide that just says, here's what you need to know. Here's the 3 simple points. And the next slide we're going to go by, but it's the data in case you wanted to look at pretty boxes. And I don't even need commentary on it. It's just the boxes. So that's a classic, I will tell you what you're supposed to think, and then I'll just give you the data, and if you wanted to look at it afterwards, you could, but I don't need to go into it because I already told you what to think. So that's a classic planning presentation move.
It's also a beautiful screenshot moment if you have someone that's arguing about it on social media, where they're like, well, here's my take on it, here's my snapshot on it. If this is something that's accessible, you could have someone that goes, yeah, but from a bullet standpoint, here's the 3 points we're trying to make. Sure.
Right.
But if
And then you don't even get
believe
into
me,
the detail slide.
Here's the screenshot of exactly what that breaks out to from an
Yeah.
incredibly detailed
But I think you just have to lead the people to
Yes.
what this is supposed to tell you.
Agreed.
And that I think is what I was missing when I was looking at it, because it was just so much, like, I love all the detail of it.
Yeah.
And I love data, but it was too much for me to kind of be like, what am I supposed to walk away
Yeah.
with from this slide? And I think saying that, like, lead it in and then see it, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
In a presentation, any sales presentation I've done, you have to give the statement and then give the brain a chance to reflect on it and then see that. And you usually repeat it 3 times.
Agreed.
So like I used to say, all I want you to learn from this is, we're going to give you better value, we're going to give you better service and, better prices, whatever, the 3 things. And then you fill in the things to support that and repeat it again at the end.
Yep.
Just so it confirms it for people.
Agreed. So we insert a slide before this and obviously before the town, and it probably has very similar bullet points on both sides.
And regardless of people making fun of your vocab on the left-hand side, that essentially is your lead-in slide.
Yeah,
right?
I'll make it
Wordsmith,
simpler.
sure, but that's like
digest.
somebody said something about the fact that it's it's an arresting slide from a visual standpoint. The left-hand side is the data. It's communicable. My eyes immediately go to the pretty pictures because I'm a simple fellow. But if that's the lead-in and that's your conversation, here's what that looks like.
I like it.
It's
Yeah, I
exactly
feel like
it.
it should be maintained because you will have people that do
Prove it to
live
me.
in this world and want to know that information. So very similar to the way things are organized on the website. Here's a snippet. You want more, go here. You want the most, go here.
My only question is, it's 2024 budgeted data. Is there a reason it's 2024 versus 2025?
I need to bring in 2025. No, great question. So that's a good point. Should have done in the intro. That I think this should be 2025 budget data. Does that make sense, or should it be?
Well, I think you asked for an expo. We only have actuals through 24.
Yeah.
Right. So.
But we have the budget. The
We can do
budget
the
information
budget.
was in there.
Yeah, I think I only had the budget 2024 versus 2025. I didn't see actuals.
Actuals for 2024. I think in that summary, I put it to the side.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
So what the question? The question stands though. Thank you for asking it. Should it be 2024 actuals? Should it be 2025 budget? I can tell you the takeaways are the same. Like
It's
not.
this is a marginal
Yeah.
benefit exercise at that point. I think Andrea's point is still good though, because even like here you see 2022, so say why. Again, maybe you have a click button or a footnote. There's a reason for that because comparative data, which is centrally sourced by the state, has a lag time.
This
Right.
is the most recently.
This is the most recently
put out.
available.
Yep.
Yeah.
But what we do know from doing this benchmarking periodically for 15 years is the story remains the same. It actually gets worse. Right. Sorry.
So should I use 2025 budget or 2024 actuals?
If you can do the budget for
I would
25,
use
that's
the
what I would
budget.
do.
Okay.
Because that's the most
Anybody
recent set
opposed
of
to that?
figures that voters
All those in
adopted.
favor say
I'd-
aye. Good. All right.
Yeah.
I will update the presentation for 2025 budget. Sweet.
We might have one stickler that's like, well, really, chill out, Tom.
It was me. I'm going to stop myself mid-presentation of my own speaking. So this was the slide I happened to pick for trying to explain on the school side how we are spending our money relative to peer groups, both DART and neighboring. I think this is the one you guys would probably pick if you only had one slide, but check me if I'm wrong, and I say you guys, like school side. But also non-school side, do you think that this is a good way to show that how we compare? Because that's one of the things we have to demonstrate in our deliverable is how we compare our spend versus other communities.
I like this slide a lot, simply because it's the split between both types of impact, right? You can easily understand by looking across the districts where we stack. People have said earlier today what that means. Oh, well, look at how great we're doing. Look at how lean we're running. That's a point of pride. Is it? Look at the left. Here's what that actually translates to in an impact standpoint. I think the last bullet is
Kathy,
actually.
did your head explode as you looked at this slide? Did you feel like it was, but you lied, but like, I had you when I said no matter how you cut it, huh? I got like, it was nice and easy flowing, like very conversational.
Yeah, I was clapping for
Add more
You were like,
cliches, it'll be fine.
Why
There
didn't
was,
you do
like,
this on
little
the slide
confetti going
before?
on and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that should be big on a slide before it, just a headline to lead into it.
Yeah.
I think that's too much to look at.
Oh, you want a slide before this?
Well,
I would
Is
take
it
that no
to the
matter how
left?
you cut it, blah, 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 and then you flip and you get this page.
Okay.
I think it's just, I don't know, to me, it's just a lot to read.
Isn't that the same feedback though as most of a presentation, which is have like a lead-in
lead-in.
slide of like
Yeah.
2 big bullets, and then
Sure.
and here's what that looks like.
Here's what it looks like.
I'd also spell out school OpEx. Anything time there's like a abbreviation
Spell it
or an acronym, spell it out.
So like OpEx, folks who don't work in organizational budgeting, or say what's OPEX.
What's an OPEX? Right.
Got it.
It's a series of countries in the Middle East.
Oil producing. Yeah. So,
I think the points are very good.
good point.
I think the last
Fair.
point is probably the one that's going to land. Like again, you can have the same argument on points 1, 2, and 3 that someone that thinks a lean budget is the delight of all delights. But if you get to the bottom one and they go, wait a minute, Stoughton,
Yep.
we spent less than those guys. Like
Yeah.
maybe there's some home team advantage there, but it's also structurally it reiterates the point that we keep making about how good we do with what we have, but there's struggle to be had with that. There's consideration to be had with that, and we're hitting a financial difficult moment that does not bear out what we've done so far.
So I have a question. So my question is exactly what you said. The only question I had on this slide was whether it was worth it to ask what we don't get for this spend level. So example, if we did, in other words, exactly to your point, the
I get what you mean.
consideration, right? Like we have 2 languages we teach. The average schools teach 5.
Yep.
We have, I don't know. That's all I know,
science
actually. I
example.
stopped there. But
Yeah.
you see where I'm going with it, that, so the conversation comes up, rightfully so. Well, if you want to get more, you have to give something. You can't just go in and ask for more. And my counter to that is, but that doesn't necessarily give credit to the fact that we have been reducing through time and that we fundamentally don't give a level of service that others may get in all situations.
Right.
So maybe emergency response is comparable. I don't know, by the way, I'm just making this up. But we have 2 languages, not 5. Or, look, we run leaner and therefore we have less patrols and our response is longer. And so I think it's being the leanest or being the most expensive is never in itself the wrong thing. It's what you get for it and the value that you associate with it.
That's a key point.
Right? So that I just want to ask, can you folks articulate the existing gap of services in some way so that we're not just saying, hey, we spend less, but you're getting everything that everybody else is getting. Right. We're just better at it. Because I'm not sure we are. And if we are, that's great too. We should share that.
Well, a lot of that is actually on our budget slide of proactive and strategic.
React.
Yep.
So
Well, no, the proactive and strategic things are things that other districts are doing that we are not.
Your computer science example at a young age
Yes.
was, I thought, the one that landed. It landed the most for me.
Languages at the elementary level, computer science for all students, or
Yeah.
even a good number of students.
Right.
Well, even to Dr. Brawl's point too, then that's also comprised of what staff would like too. So it is indicating
There's
what-
desire.
exactly
Yeah.
what the staff would wish to see offered in the school.
Sure. Dottie had her hand raised. Then I'll come
I was
back.
just going to say, when we're thinking about anticipating the challenges or what people are thinking, I think one of the biggest things that we have to also overcome is a trust factor. And so I think that, people need to trust that, if we're the second to last, that we really are not spending as much money, and why not? So I think that's like, I just want to call that out because I think it's a big component to this, is trusting our information and trusting that we're looking at wanting to spend the money on the things that they want to see, that the community wants to see. So I think that having that, here's the difference of what we could be doing, is that would be really powerful.
I think to build on that is another opportunity for like don't take our word for it. This actually isn't even our data.
Right.
This is state.
Yeah, a link to the DESI
Right,
website could have.
And we
this,
kind of
yeah.
have some of that on the website, but it's very gangly and huge. But it's like, we're not, our comparative data is not Easton's data. It contains our data, but it's normalized by the Department of Revenue department. So to
Right.
Di's point, that's important.
Good call.
Speaking just for the town, as far as like what's the opportunity cost of running this lean? We can definitely do, I think, similar to what's the risk of continuing down this path, a kind of high level view. I don't think I could say with like complete accuracy. I know these exact programs exist in all these other comp towns, but we know what our deficits are, right? We know we don't spend enough on roads, and we know that because we have a town engineer who uses a credible engineering system to measure this is what we should be spending and this is what we do, right? So is that acceptable?
Yeah, road
Okay.
conditions is, on your side, absolutely.
Right.
And you vision for your department. That's what we do on the school department. And this is exactly a point that we try to communicate to educators all the time. We start our entire budget process with them. And fairly so, they will sometimes say, why are you asking us what we need to close achievement gaps and help students if we aren't going to get it? It's an exercise in futility. And I try to always remind them it isn't, because you can't work toward a goal and help people understand what we have the capacity to do and work toward unless you communicate that to them. And that's exactly the list you're asking for. And that's why we fortunately have it, is because we've done this exercise for the last decade with staff. We need to continue doing it and continue to engage them in that, because that's why it's so critical. You have to be able to communicate with people what our talented staff is very capable of doing, what they know is the vision for the graduate of our school department. But your average person doesn't know that. So we need to articulate that so we can move it
Agreed.
to that point.
Agreed. And
Or so that they, I'm so sorry,
Go for it.
so
That's
that they make a conscious decision of, we're okay, we don't want that.
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
but they need to know what that is.
Here's the
And
stakes.
ideally, it gives you the stakes and the hooks. That's exactly it. The hooks, to Chris's point, that gets people engaged. That I don't like learning that we don't have computer science that's comparable to other communities.
I know, it's super
Right? That's not a headline I'd like to hear. I also don't like that we're language challenged. I'm psyched we're 34. Like, I want to balance it. This isn't just doom and gloom. We really outperform, candidly, in so many ways, given what we do. But I think that there are some fundamental gaps that the community doesn't know. We call it strategic, but that's actually what other people are getting in their education in other places. That would be helpful, I think, to tell them.
Well,
And on the town
I
side.
think to highlight like how often like the educators are volunteering their time like after school and everything. Like they could leave if they choose not to because of they're invested in it. But on the town side, like police and fire, because they're running with smaller numbers, how often do you get called for overtime? How often do you get held for overtime because somebody's sick or hurt or whatever? Like that comes at a human cost, however you want to say it too, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so slide before this, we think this is the fundamental charts to talk to you, and we like it.
Yep.
Moving on?
Yep.
Perfect. So again, slide before this, reword it, make it simpler. It's the same takeaway, so a couple nuance points. So 83, 85 to me is the same takeaway. The utilities is next, R&M is next. I think we're pretty thrifty and frugal on R&M, but if we...
To a fault.
To a fault,
We are
yeah.
underinvested
Right?
in those categories, which translates down the road to higher capital expense. One of the things we heard repeatedly during the debt exclusions for both projects, although not accurate in that even if you maintained these buildings perfectly to their circa 1952 installation, they're still not ADA accessible, they don't have sprinklers, and they're 1/3 the size they need to be. It is a fair point that in decades past, perhaps there wasn't the level of investment needed on things like R&M, right? That's
That's an example of something that you put as
That's right.
services
Right.
that these other towns have with the money that they have.
That's right.
The next one, I'm not going to be the smartest person on this. I'm going to know enough to hopefully step aside. I'm not sure everybody knows the very fortunate circumstance we're in with our library. Does everybody? And I think I got this
Nancy and I
right.
have a good idea.
Right.
Perhaps.
So
Nancy's like, pick me.
right. So Nancy, could you articulate
someone.
that there is a funding mechanism that's distinct and unique to our library?
Our library, there are a number of these in the state, but very small amount, are a public-private type of arrangement. And so the town does provide us with financing, something called the MAR, which is the minimum that allows us to continue with our accreditation. It's based on a 3-year average plus some growth, 2.5% growth. And the town has always been wonderful with that. We'll be coming up with our budget meeting with them in January. And that is not enough to sustain our budget. It's, I think, roughly, I didn't do the math on this, about 48% of our budget, something like that, just slightly under half. And then the remaining comes from the revenue from the endowments and bequests and the things that the Ames family set up, and then fundraising and some other things. But that's the private part of our partnership. So for the services that the town gets, they really get a bargain because they're only paying for a very small amount, under 50% of that.
Right. So if we pay the 48%, we get access to the other 50% from the trust.
That's right.
Is essentially how it works.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a 2-to-1
Right.
return on operational investment thanks to the endowments of the Ames families.
And we have a pretty kick-butt library,
Yes.
to be candid. Like,
Right.
really have done an incredible job with programs, outreach, as a result of the Ames family putting a trust in place many, many years ago.
I think that's an opportunity to also tie in CPA, right?
Yep.
That one of the things that's amazing about the library is the facility itself. We would, given what we've all talked about, if somebody disagrees with me, please challenge this, but when we talk about we're not at R&M what we need to with our not Richardsonian buildings, there is no capacity to be doing roof replacements for historically appropriate 19th century architectural gems that are free. Somebody would say, well, we're paying taxes, fair enough, okay.
A percentage of.
That are accessible to everyone in the community without CPA funds, right? So that, so for the library and for its facilities, that their operating impact is, 500 and, just shy of 600,000. There's already private money that's benefiting that tremendously, and then there's CPA funds that are also benefiting that tremendously.
Cool. So I thought that was a neat nugget on this slide that was different.
It might be worth a button of why can the library do so much with so little?
Yep.
There's also an impact to not going full MAR in that the library no longer has access to the same materials that it currently has access to. Like it gets pulled out of the various different, so if you like the books that are at the library and those are the only books you like, fantastic, it's gonna work out fine. If you like to have interlibrary loan, there's significant impacts and design structures.
And what's the impact of
that MR.
non-accreditation?
Exactly.
Correct.
The sales network that so many people use to get books, you no longer become a part of that.
Right.
So there would be a number of things that would fall apart if we don't continue to finance it that manner.
Not to get to assign homework to the teacher, but I think that something like that should go in that slide too, right?
What?
When we're talking about balcony level view, what things are at risk? Obviously, the town and school operations are the overwhelming majority of this discussion. But that should be identified as well, right?
The library?
Okay,
yeah.
Probably every department.
Yeah, I put it under the town because that's where it falls, but.
The Library Association webpage literally has a bulleted list. I think this comes up quite a lot at this stage where people are like, well,
yeah,
just cut that. So there's literally an existing bulleting list that you can expand and just cut and paste. It's already there. I'll send it to you.
Love it.
And again, I'm not suggesting that.
No, that's okay.
But
I
other towns
have
have that decision.
Well, and I think it's helpful for people. And also, it doesn't hurt that this is going to be presented standing in the Queeset House. just saying.
Is
Sure.
SEMREC negotiable? I believe that's fixed.
Well,
and
I
has
mean,
resulted in
theoretically, so that's one of those
material
things like
savings, right?
It's substantially less. We used to spend closer to 900,000 in non-inflation adjusted dollars in 2019 for a lower quality of service for dispatch.
Good. Rental equipment? I don't know what that is in the town side. What's the biggest driver of rental equipment on the town side?
Rental equipment,
Lamborghini.
that's actually a line in the snow and ice
Got it.
budget.
The
Cool.
best budget.
Perfect. So pretty hard to do away with snow and ice in New England. You guys see where I'm going with this, right?
Sure.
Veterans, 200 grand.
That's a statutory program, Chapter 115, where the state, the town, through its Veteran Services Officer, administers a means-tested program for folks who have served, who meet certain low income and other requirements. The town administers that. It's a direct financial assistance program. The state, as long as we're following those standards, reimburses Wendy, I think 75 cents.
75%.
75%, and so we have to budget for that.
Perfect. And town council is at 125 grand. Sand and salt could probably be included in rental equipment, so I'll probably do that just to consolidate that.
I mean, you could just change that all to snow and ice.
Yeah, you could,
So-
yeah, you could just
Snow
call
and
it
ice.
snow and
All
ice.
snow
Yep.
and ice removal.
And so where I was going with this slide is like that, everything else in the entirety of the P&L is less than 100 grand.
Right.
Doesn't mean that it doesn't add up to 1.4, but you,
Actually, that 1.4 is 1.233 if you
oh, I
add
might have the
this
wrong
up.
foot.
Yeah, it looks like the rental equipment got
Double
taken out into a separate line, but not reduced
that.
from that.
So I wasn't going to do it this way, but Connor said, let's just see if Wendy's on the ball tonight. And so
I actually did specifically
we
say
put that in.
Other-
and you caught it.
yes.
So I don't know if he said it was Hawaii or Mexico vacation that you would win, but I'll let you guys figure that out.
Where's that on the line item? Is that
That's how rumors start, Tom.
Wendy, that's a hell of a trip for 1.4, I'm just saying.
Those other costs, though, that's basically just whatever is left for all the operating budgets in the town. So you have police, fire, all other expense categories. You've got the postage
Everything.
meter, office supplies, ambulance billing fee, small equipment and tools, line painting for streets, the nursing contract, the audit fee,
town report.
stormwater permit compliance.
Tom, can you be thinking about when we could take a couple minutes of a break?
Just getting warmed up, Dottie. It's 8 o'clock.
Wait to see the next slide.
Are we almost done?
There's, no, I mean, we can.
If we're close to done, then that's
Six
fine.
more.
No,
7, 8
why
more
don't we
hours
take a
here,
break? It's
guys.
8 o'clock.
Let's do that.
Let's do it. 15-minute break. ECAP, Joe, could you turn us off for 15 minutes? Everybody remember your mics are live. Those Make sure everybody turns on their mics. We are red. We are live. Welcome back. Could we just go back to the prior slide, Dottie? I absolutely know you're trying to improve our minutes per slide. Oh, another one right there. I'm with you.
Shotgunning a beer.
So I just want to make sure we stop here, and we are all in agreement that, again, this is a services and people solution on the town side like it was on the school side, in that the categories to follow are largely uninfluenceable.
Agreed.
Agreed? All right. Next slide. This is the charts that I selected for the town side, just like on the school side. We'll have a slide that comes before it with just the key bullet points, but if you only had a couple of data points to articulate, is this what, on the town side, you'd utilize to convey how we perform comparably?
It's what I would use, but I think
Not
the
the
point's
only
been made a lot that it's not about what I think is useful, it's about what other folks do. So
I think they took umbrage with your wordiness on the wording, but I think the grids I think they like your grids. I'm just throwing it out there. But no, and Connor's right, it's a group decision. I often ask on the town side or the school side them first, but.
The chart's freaking me out because it's going.
I feel like it's upside down.
Yeah, it looks upside down.
It's hard
to
for me to read. I might have dyslexia.
because it's below zero.
Right, it's below zero. I get
Negative.
it, but it's just.
Yeah.
So very important to be very clear on the bullet points to get the hook, the takeaway, and then this grid doesn't really, it's only there.
There's no
for
positive
reference.
integers.
Right.
Yeah.
The takeaway is, again, no matter how you cut it statement, across all departments, we spend on average below per capita.
Right. I would ask the group, I mean, given education's typically done per pupil, do you want to just cut the education out of there, and is total spend relevant to people, or do you think it just turns into like, okay, total spend, but aren't all those other things that look way worse in total spend, or I don't know.
I'm confused.
So that first two.
Which one are we?
So total spend shows that's like the entire 100 million, inclusive of all education and governmental services.
It's a summary of everything.
Of everything. That's when you add it up, how we vary from the average community. So, part of the discussion is saying we spend less on education than our peers. We also spend less on every town service than our peers and neighbors on a per capita basis. The net is we also, it's, part of me feels so obviously we spend less total, but I don't know if that's of.
Sorry, I might just be really dumb. We have 2 colors and 2 containers for said colors, which we're not in neighbor. We're in core group, but core group is larger than Easton.
No.
Lost them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So this is showing this is not a good graph then.
Well, Connor, I'm wondering if again, to the negative, if you just flip it and just like the per pupil one, you do per capita and show where we're at the bottom of that compared to everybody else.
I like that.
We could.
I don't think that's a bad idea. I think the fact that we're not distinctly called out here, and to be fair, the fact that we have the orange one, I immediately thought that was us because of our seal at the top.
Okay.
It was like,
Okay, so what you're saying is it is not clear to you that what this is showing is how much Easton spends on each of those services less
In
than.
those groups.
Okay.
because I don't know what.
Right.
So then take the same idea as the DART things.
Yeah.
Here's where we spend per
One
cap.
slide for core group, one slide for neighbor. That's like DART and neighbor.
So here's where this gets.
But you lose
Tricky.
the department flavor.
Yeah,
I don't mind the department breakout, but I'm saying that.
But then you're-
Just
then
put
you're-
another bar in with what's Easton spend.
Well, but if you do so, just through how it's appropriated, right?
No, I hear you.
Schools, although you have internal cost centers, the school budget is one omnibus budget. Town budgets are not appropriated that way. And as you can see, even within the town, there's none of them are good, but there's a huge swing between some of our departments and others as far as our spend.
Maybe there's 4 on each one for each department. Or is that too much?
So did you say add another bar for Easton?
Well,
Yeah, I don't.
Easton's represented in that this is where we
Easton's
are.
in it.
I'm saying it's just not overt enough.
Maybe instead of doing it as less than,
just show what the spend is for those categories and show that, you know, they're up here and
That's
Easton's down here.
Probably. So when you say they, do you mean like the average
Yeah,
spend of the core group rather
Yes,
than?
I think.
The core group and the neighbors.
Okay, but well, it's because that's just different than the school data is presented in a way that lists every single community, but the school data is bottom line, so that works. If we were to take exactly how the DART was done, you would need like 8 slides for each of these
Yeah,
departments.
no,
and
I think you do.
What you could do is that first one, total spending.
Exactly.
You
So-
could do total spending
Yeah, I don't
for
hate that.
total spending neighbor, and then this is one of those backup data slides that breaks it out by department.
Use the
I
dollar,
immediately
using
was
the
like-
dollars that Wendy spoke to.
Yeah, because my confusion was I didn't know if we were contained in core group
Yeah.
or neighbor. I didn't realize at first glance that this is the comparison of this is what we're spending less than core group and less than neighbor.
So I'm hearing converted to actual dollar figures.
Maybe
For
it's more
just the
impactful.
first one. And
And
then
then
the
break
rest
out
of
the rest
it
of
is the
these.
breakout.
So
Yeah.
just do a bullet point at
Documentation.
the top explaining what.
Yeah, we're gonna have an intro slide to this.
Yeah.
Like,
And
Well,
then
so-
at the bottom, you could, go ahead.
I was just kind of like, I was confused too. I was like not sure where we were.
Where are we?
And
Yeah,
where
I-
core was a neighbor, and I get negatives like bad, but it doesn't make me think that we're
Yeah,
less than them.
Yeah, it was.
You did
so-
two
So if
slides.
you wrote
with-
like Easton and then but other communities do this, other communities are this on average, like that, but Easton's like the base, like this is where Easton, it just
Yeah.
conceptually.
Yeah, you
what-
take
I think that's what
comparable
Dr. Rowell's
district
saying.
average per people spend on this service here, Easton spends this.
Yeah.
Right.
You could do that for the total spending, and then you could have that data point at the end of how much more that would mean to your budget, like the
Yes.
10% that the schools
Yeah.
have. And then this is just, you wanna see the departments?
Here's what it looks like from
This
from
is
this
each
breakout
department.
from education, general government.
So
et
we
cetera.
can
Yeah,
get
yeah.
that. Not just because I work in the town hall that has the lowest reaching bar on that graph, much like there is often question when budgets get tight, directed at schools of, well, what's your admin look like? I think it's really important that people know that through our budgets, we have very clearly tried to prioritize, still not enough. But to the extent we're not adequately funding police, fire, public works, which we aren't, it's certainly not because town hall has a
Yeah.
bunch of staff falling out of
Right,
the
right,
hallways.
You don't have to
I wouldn't
lose
have
it.
gotten that.
Well,
from
you're
this.
laughing, but that comes up, does
No,
it not?
Kat,
Yeah.
say that again.
I wouldn't have gotten that message from this. I'd say
Right.
I would say something's negative, it feels like.
The vibes are off for sure.
The vibes are telling me
Might be my
something's not
understanding,
good.
but-
Yeah.
I would suggest, to your point earlier, to take off total spending in education,
Yeah.
keep the rest of it as a slide.
Sure.
Yeah.
So that you can do that breakout. It doesn't have to be a button. It can be the slide after you have for total spending core, total spending neighbor. We would be getting this much more if we just went to the very next person, whatever that town is, I don't know what it would be. Or the state average. Is there a state average?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same thing. So then you can have that number that we spend less, and then your follow-up slide could be the 1, 2, 3, the 6
On the departments.
bars.
100% agree.
And it stretches it out nicer.
That's your classic sales
Yeah,
moment
yeah, yeah.
slide where it's like, look, I'm going to explain to you that we're spending less. Reading Rainbow, don't take my word for it. Next slide is literally the next 6. Like this is what it looks like from this structure.
Yeah.
Look at general government, right? Look at what's the other one? Human services, right? That's a concrete structure for it. As opposed to I thought, are we blue? Are we orange? Which one are we? Just at first glance.
I thought we were orange because
I did too.
tigers.
Yes.
It's better heading.
No, I got it. This is good. And I mean, I remember, this reminds me, not to put you on the spot, Dottie, but like I was using a certain graph annually in my budget presentations to the select board that I was just adding a new year to the end of every one. And at some point it was like 15 years of data longitudinally. And I said, Dottie, oh, you know the graph? She's like, yeah, that graph makes no sense. I'm like, I've been presenting it for like 6 years.
She was waiting for the perfect opportunity to tell you.
It might not have been. It might have been before I was the chair.
And it was like I was thinking of like some kind of, it was like a stacked thing. It wasn't good. So this is helpful because if it's not communicating to this group something valuable, then it's not useful.
Yeah, this is a public slide that's been out there.
Yeah, I know.
This-
So
this
clearly,
graph has
like
been used
I
in
mean,
multiple
it's,
presentations.
We've definitely seen this before, and I didn't realize
Yeah.
that I didn't understand it.
I
But
didn't
Yeah,
understand
no,
that
that's
either,
okay.
But I figured everybody else
That's
did.
why this is great.
No, this is important. Like if you know
Me
if the
too.
way that we're framing this is not effective, then
Completely. No,
then
that's
it's,
why we're
then
doing
it's
it.
not. There's no value, right?
Okay, so we got work to do on this, Connor. I
Yes.
feel like we got good direction, though.
Yep.
Next slide.
holy cats, we're speeding.
So this was my attempt, absolutely not comprehensive, but this is the attempt to say that we have been very thoughtful in how we have structured our spend, meaning we have been doing things over time that have enabled us to extend for dealing with this problem or this challenge. We've installed solar. It's on both sides because the right side was a school list that I took half of, and the left side was the town list. And I figured, since we were talking about this, that I would let you guys talk that way. But streetlights, SEMREC grants, non-staff spend reductions, insurance. I would just ask if you folks could give me the top 10, whatever that is, homework for at least Leisha and Connor and whoever else wants to. But I just want to get here what you would want to share, that for the people who say, look, this isn't, I need you to cut, you need to give me some. I want you to be able to say, actually, we've been trying to articulate for years, we have been. Patrick had his hand up first, and then we'll go Connor.
Is it town left, school right, and no blend, or is it it's just a list?
I happen to have taken them from different sources, left and right, but it doesn't mean it was comprehensive.
Okay. So I don't know if I would want to delineate it by town and school, because certain ones like solar, like someone say, why do you have that
Grants.
twice?
Yeah.
Grants will be twice. But
Solar is twice.
this is again a demerit for the effectiveness of things I've already put somewhere. We do have, for me, not for you, in the structural revenue deficit report, which rolls off the tongue, there's a section of what have you done to control costs, and we did itemize, although I didn't do it scientifically, just through my 13 years here, but like picked the largest ones and put a dollar on what that was.
That's
So
cool. If you want me to use that list, I can.
I think that's a good place. And that's, healthcare, SEMREC, consolidation of departments,
And
conversion
you know
of streetlights.
Consolidation of departments, non-staff spend reductions. As I looked at this slide, I first thought that was
Left was you.
schools and town. So I think putting them together is a good idea. Because if I were gonna add, those are the things I would add to the right side, because they have the biggest dollar savings. So I think maybe we should just,
Okay, so I'll do
Continue
it
the
based
list.
upon the structural revenue deficit report.
And if
send
you
it
look at that and
to
it's-
you
that's the
too.
case, I don't have anything to add because non-staff spend reductions, grants, consolidations of departments, those are all things that would have been our biggest buckets that I would have added.
ACEs. Okay.
Yeah, so if you take that out of a report, you feel it's useful, or maybe we take a look at the slide and we'll
I'll send it
add
to you too.
or delete it as needed.
Yeah, I'll recut it, send it to you too, and say this is what I found, and as long as you guys are good with it, we're good. Next slide. So a couple things. Orientation. Obviously, you guys know I flipped the paradigm. We talked expenses first. Up until now, we've talked revenue first. And the reason is I didn't want to necessarily get people into, well, revenue, they want taxes, it's override, and I'm tuning out. So I did that thoughtfully so that we could have the expense discussion to educate first and then get into the revenue side solution. The revenue side, this is a very simple takeaway as well. And we can either use this slide or maybe the other slide should come before it. Maybe this becomes a reference. But you'll see I listed in the next slide that, look, the only thing short term that we're going to have for an opportunity to drive revenue is taxation. It's the largest thing that we have. Of the items here, it's the when you can impact it, it's the only one that is immediate term, and it requires a vote. There are certainly other facets, like we should increase fees. I think we should look at that. There are pieces, but the takeaway is that state aid is not within our control. That local receipts is within our control to a degree, but it's not the primary driver of our revenue components.
And it's been doing well, it's just too small.
Correct.
Not a short-term fix to increase.
Reserves and other is obvious, right? Like we could use that, but that's why we're actually here.
Well, reserves, we're going the opposite direction. And I feel like that probably needs to be made clear.
Yep.
Talking and like where, again, if I'm looking at this from the outside, I'm like, reserve / other 4.4, is that a lot? How much do we have? Maybe not on this slide.
Sure. Why don't we go to the next slide and then we can circle back, because this is the one where I'm going to ask you all, do you agree? So, one, local receipts average 955K the last 4 years. 50% of the time, it goes up and down. Like, it can either increase versus prior year or decrease versus prior year. Where I'm going with it, obviously, the takeaway is, like, that's not a 7-figure solve.
Right.
To improve it, to really grow local receipt base, is a longer term policy, takes time to develop and get that base to grow. Enterprise funds, so I left this in, but I pulled it from the revenue because it can be confusing. But either we need to speak to it or not, because somebody's going to say, but what about the $10 million in enterprise funds? And the reality is that those are specifically dedicated to what they're associated with. Like the water enterprise revenues are associated with the water department and its expense structure. I'll take feedback on how to talk about that, pull it. I have no ownership of that, I don't care. But I do know somebody might say, well, what about your enterprise funds? Why aren't you using those? So state aid, again, I've put in that long-term state dependent. So huge credit that we are arguing for Chapter 70 funds. Chapter 70 funds, just that everybody knows that if it goes from 30 to 104 is $250,000. So even if you go from state aid to doubling it, tripling it, you're not talking 7-figure solve. You're talking, I think it was 258,000. Somebody
Say
said
the first part again? Sorry.
What was that?
If it goes from X to Y, what did you just
So
say?
right now we get $30 per pupil.
Oh, if it goes back up to
Goes
100,
back up
got
to
it,
104, you get
Sorry.
$250,000.
gotcha.
Round number.
And that's one of the things, if that was the case for 15 years, we'd be in a great position.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But 1 year,
Where's my time
well,
machine?
doesn't do any, doesn't solve the problem.
Right.
I might maybe say, this means Easton historically gets only an additional 30, because we got 60 for 1 year, we got 104 for 1 year, but every other year was 30, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
can word
Somebody
that.
will see that 30
yeah,
and
that's
say, you're
accurate.
lying.
I like
You
that.
got $104 this year.
Yeah, but that's, yeah.
Sure.
To be
That's
fair,
the
that
first
person's
time
on this
ever, and may
committee.
never happen again.
Sure.
So,
The only people that know that are
I like
in the
that.
room.
I want to be accurate. So, 31% down to 22. That's just the math. Unrestricted general government aid remains at 4.5% below $2008.
Yeah.
Unadjusted for 40% inflation. That will get rewordsmith. I know, Kathy, you're sending me the look vibe. I get it.
Oh, that's the,
So-
I'm waiting for Wendy's after.
Right? So Wendy's after. Got it. It's both. It's good to know. Good to know. It's not always me. But so here's the key. In 2008, we got X dollars. Here in 2025, we get
Less
X
than-
dollars less for 4.5%. So like we're just getting less, and it's big money. It's material, right? What is it? The total amount of UGA?
Unrestricted?
Chapter, it's 3 million, Wendy, approximately, or 2.8.
2.6.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
So we're getting 2.6 now. In 2008, we got something like
we got
2.7
closer
or
to 3,
2.83.
and that's unadjusted for
Right.
inflation.
That's what I
When
was
you
gonna
adjust for
say.
inflation, I mean, we're 40% behind.
Right? So solving this by going to the state, just making a statement, seems like it's not feasible for our timeline horizon.
You're not coming through that door.
Could you go to the next slide? Next slide is, so new growth, that's certainly medium to long term. Could be short term, depending upon what it is. But the rolling 5-year average has been about 800,000. Recent trends of the 3 years preceding this were 700,000. 25 is a bright spot, full acknowledgement, 1.5 million. The long legacy of preserving open space, is it not 25%? Do I have to get this number?
I will
And how could I get it?
contact the director of planning.
Thank you so much.
And they will cross-check it against GIS.
Cool, thank you. So this is where we start to get into an understanding of, our residents have told us something, at least to this point. Our residents have mandated that they value open space greatly. Now, we'll go through the next one, but there's a couple things that I believe we also have to include in our recommendation that I'll just plant seeds for you guys to noodle for when we get to that discussion. It's not today. We have to marry fact of who we are and reflect that image from the mirror and say, look, we kind of created this because we all wanted to preserve open space. And that's good. Our home values have gone up. It's part of the secret recipe. I'm not saying in and of itself it's a bad thing. But if you are trying to grow your revenue base through new growth, then the policies and structures that we have implemented to this point can be considered to be potentially at odds with easily creating new growth. So part of our recommendation may be, so I'm just giving you guys seeds, and I think you talked about it a couple meetings ago, several meetings ago. We want to encourage a planning department to review what our zoning policies are to understand how we may encourage new growth in the future, because people, this is not a this year only problem. You will run into this because of the Prop 2.5 fundamental truth of the math equation every 5, 10 years, whatever you want to do, 15, but it will not go away unless those other structures that got us here go away. So there are hundreds of those things for recommendations that we will get to, but I'm not trying to distract you. I'm just trying to make a point for how to be thinking. So there was an order of hands. I think it was you first, early on.
I don't know if we probably do, but I don't know how to convey this data point, which is if 25% of Easton is, for the purposes here, open space, let's say, there's a certain subset of that is not developable,
Correct.
period, because of the wetland protection scenario. Is that a good data point to call out here?
Yes, I mean, it's a good data point to discuss, and I think one of the next slides also talks to that. Yes, it would be disingenuous, and I don't think Tom's doing this, but to say 25% approximately is preserved open space, some of that, even had it not been acquired by the public, would have been functionally unbuildable.
Right. Good point.
Right? I think that's why one of the things when this is certainly not like doing it like just a GIS development layer of all 25 square miles, and like that takes some work.
Sure.
But it's not impossible.
Sure.
And I think Tom has a really good point. That, and we talk about this with the select board a lot, the reality is we often have very valuable policy prerogatives that are also in conflict, right? And it's our job to navigate those things, right? We want high home values. We also want affordable housing, right? Those things are in conflict, and that doesn't mean they're impossible. That takes some work. Having a lot of open space is great. It's good for the environment. It's good for home values. It's part of the character of the community that folks for generations in town have, through town meeting and other methods, made very clear is extremely important. But there is a cost on the other side of that, which is that set out whatever that number is, and I don't have it, but we should get it.
Let's say it's 10% of that 25%.
Sure. I mean, then you are talking a lot of opportunity cost, right? That even if CPA has the funds to acquire a parcel, that's a different calculus than what is the long-term net revenue impact of not having that parcel able to be developed.
Yeah.
Again, it doesn't mean the policy should be, roll back all environmental regs, sell off our public spaces. I don't think anyone's saying that. But I really appreciate Tom bringing it up, because Tom is right that even if it said, we come up with a solve for fiscal 26, the fundamental dynamics here, the fact that Easton had no sewer until 2014, we are going to spend the rest of our lives, for better and for worse, dealing with those policy legacies.
I go ahead,
It's
Chris.
just quick. Open space, there's open space and then there's open space. There's open space that is under restrictions and cannot be used. I mean, there's state property that's open space, right?
Yep.
And so the 25%, it's really important to know what the number is of actually usable open space.
Right.
Yes, I think that you're building on
And the planning
Patrick's
board
point.
20 years ago did a build out of the town with the then existing zoning regulations.
Sure.
And I don't know if you have access to old records, but there was a build out and how much can be built.
Sure.
That
I'll
was-
definitely
Dr. Cabal.
see what's in the
That was
archive.
about 15, 20 years ago.
Okay.
I don't have a copy of it.
No worries. Points made. We're all on the same page.
There you go.
Dr. Cabral?
So I'm a fan of parallel construction. I think it's easier when you're presenting things to people for understanding, like, I don't know, a teacher. And similar to how we talked about perhaps Connor's chart being in the same format as the school department chart, so that they see things presented in the same way, can compare apples to apples. I'm wondering if, yes, we don't say, geez, we're gonna have to sell off all the land and dig up all the cemeteries and whatever else, but
That got dark.
more or less,
Wait, she's got a point. Go ahead.
Nobody had dig up cemeteries in their bingo card. Nobody had that.
listen,
They did that in Boston.
not for nothing, I did want to be sort of
Shocking.
ridiculous because I don't want people to say that Dr. Cabral said we have to sell off all our land. I didn't say that, so clearly I'm being very.
Does she really want to dig up cemeteries? That already has come true.
It's
Dr.
always
Cabral
around
wants
this house
zombies
that
spreading.
start to
This is
devolve.
definitely
I know the time. I don't even have to look. But I'm wondering, in terms of parallel construction, we're talking about earlier, what are the services that may be at risk or would be at risk without the funding to keep them going, right? When we say, is it sustainable, what's it? And so we sort of name some of those things. Is there a way to say, these are the things that we have been able to preserve that we would have to rethink the values. It's not just education, police, fire. It's also sort of what has been valued in the town, like maybe not having the ability to be so choosy is a bad word, discriminating about what businesses the taxpayers allow to come in to create growth. Maybe it is not preserving so much land. Maybe it's relaxing wetlands protections. Maybe it's the preservation of historical, all the things that have been values. Those are the things that would need to change. Okay, we're not saying it needs to be an override or an XY variable, but these are the services, these are the things that you then need to rethink. Okay, you know what? Fine, let's revisit certain businesses or let's talk about wetlands. That's fine, but understand that those are your choices. I think it's important that the taxpayers have choices. I totally understand that, to Tom's point, these are the values the taxpayers have chosen, which has made Easton so desirable. Has made Easton what it is and why people want to live here. There's no question. But
Is that choice in a vacuum?
they should have a choice. And if they're making that choice, they need to understand that it's directly proportional to the other areas.
I like it.
Does that make sense?
No, I like it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same principle. I mean,
it's-
and that's just because it was historically, and I hope I didn't over-index, I'm absolutely giving you a roadmap of what history got us to this point. What we do and recommend is absolutely separate from that. It can be informed by it, it could be it, but it doesn't have to be associated with it if we feel we have to put forth that there are some different components. Said another way, it is not uncommon for communities that if there is a discussion about a revenue side solution, that they put forth a compact that they recommend be also agreed to at the time. And that compact could include commitments about when you go back and re-seek override, that there has to be a implementation of an independent planning review for your zoning to facilitate new growth. Completely made that up, but there was good words.
I see what you're saying.
But the compact could include things that force the community to reflect upon itself, its decisions and its values, and then be informed on a go-forward basis so that when we agree on if we agreed on a revenue side solution, it comes with strengths. You can do that.
I think to Dr. Burrell's point, there are distinct choices that Easton can rightfully make in a town meeting environment. That they say this is the stance we're taking. This is what we want to do as a community, right? And the people in that room, if they're representational of the community, fantastic. But having them make that decision without that opportunity cost index on the other side of it
I like that.
makes this, it limits the end result of what we can do.
Agreed.
Right? If you're saying we want to keep it at 25%, that's fine. Like there's no judgment on whether or not that's a good or a bad idea. It's that
If then,
Yeah.
if then statement. Yep.
So again, this is the, sorry, gotta go back one. I know, you're so quick. Does everybody agree with the last two slides and the takeaway that the ability to immediately impact revenue is via an override?
Of course.
Yeah.
Unless someone knows something about
Anybody?
new growth.
I had just one question. I forget, somebody asked at one of the meetings, like, if the top 2.5 had to be 2.5, or if it could be
I
It can be less.
less than.
Yep.
So,
we-
like, because like an automatic
Yep.
2.5 increase, could we change the phrasing to like
oh,
Allowable.
I won't follow
or
that.
allowable.
Allowable.
maximum
allowable
allowable,
or
Yeah.
something?
Yep.
Good point.
It's immediate and it's the maximum allowable.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Connor looked at me like I was nuts, like somebody wouldn't get the maximum allowable.
There
There are
several.
towns,
that don't.
they don't need
It
it.
is not real. Like,
Yep.
I think you punched me after too.
That was
In the
right
parking
after you
lot.
raised your hand.
I know, he
Commercial
was so
growth
mean.
and
Yeah.
commercial and no services.
But
Yep.
besides wording,
Besides that, like, just is it like automatically, like for me?
yeah,
Oh, that's a good point. Allowable.
It's
is a good
under,
maximum.
it's automatic under there as well.
two
Automatic
automatics,
under,
gone.
Yeah.
Maximum allowable. So, and the reason why I'm sorry making huge points here is as a team, we all just unanimously agreed that the solution on both the town and the school side is via personnel and services. And on the revenue side, it's via an override.
And is the 2.5 increase and the override two different things?
Two different things.
They are.
Okay.
And that's a really important data point for folks, right? Because if you talk about a potential override, say, well, it will increase the tax levy by 3%. If you're also doing the statutory allowance of 2.5%, you're really talking 5.5%,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's really immediate and insufficient, or immediate and.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the maximum allowable. I can. put
I mean,
that in.
2.5 is, yeah,
Right.
annual allowance,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
and if
Donnie
and-
doesn't like annual allowance.
Okay, annual max allowed
Maximum allowed.
maximum allowed by law,
Getting you in trouble. I'm
right?
sorry.
Call
Go ahead,
that
Dottie.
Statutory, how many words can we put in here?
I was just going to say, on the expense side, we had a slide on where we've tried to save money on expenses. Should there be a slide on what we've done to try to increase revenues? Like I'm thinking,
Yeah.
we've had a tax
That's a
shift.
really good point.
I like that.
which made some significant changes by building housing. We've also
Sewer.
Sewer.
We've
Sewer.
invested 40 million.
and we've
Over a
attracted a
decade
lot
to
of new
build sewer.
businesses.
Yep, right. It's not an accident that new growth is now better
Right.
than it has ever been, right?
Right.
But it doesn't mean like mission accomplished, guys, go home, everything's great.
Yep.
We only made it this far.
Right.
Some of it's market forces, for sure. But we would never have lasted 20 almost years since the last override with the current service level we have without a deliberate, depending on what policy you want to look at, multi-decade process of identifying with the community through things like master plan process, planning board, areas where we thought targeted growth made sense, with zoning reform, with infrastructure. We're seeing some benefits of that now. But I agree with Dottie, and again, a demerit for me, there is also a section that quantifies that in that report. It's now dated because we don't have this new stuff, but maybe that's a starting point.
Would you mind taking a look at it, just
Yeah.
shooting me a slide?
Sure.
That's
Appreciate it.
important validating data though, because
Yeah.
over a decade ago, when the talk was about sewer, it wasn't like, yay, let's.
No, it was not.
So it's important to show, listen, we said it would do
Very-
A, here's, it's coming to fruition, and this is where that's evident. And there are other long-term recommendations, strategies, but you see, it does take
how
a long
long it took.
time.
Yeah.
But here it is, you're seeing that growth now as a result.
Potentially dumb question, and I'm full of them tonight. Do you have any idea what the average annual increase was for the property tax rate pre 2.5% going through in, like, what was it, I'm looking around like any of you know, like 70,
84, 86,
84,
something like that.
Chris, this is you, Chris.
Yeah.
This historical reference 25 years ago. Could you help us out?
Oh, with 2.5?
Before two and a half.
Before Prop
What
2.5.
What
were
was it?
communities doing?
Like, were they
Oh,
doing
how
6%
much
a year?
was the taxation?
Some-
I don't know, but I.
1980.
A victim
1980?
of 2.5. Is that-
Closer than I thought.
Yeah, so I mean, it was implemented as a control measure because prior to that
Well,
being
It was
there,
around in 1980.
It's the citizens'
approved in
liberty, it's the citizens' ability to control
Right.
government authority.
Sure.
So prior to 2.5, the taxes could go up willy-nilly, almost.
well, still
Not
had, to, still had to
willy-nilly.
make it through town meeting, but that's a very
Right.
different threshold than
Right.
a ballot vote.
But
Sure.
2.5 was pushed through because the citizens were tired of this constant increase of taxes, tax. So they came to a limit. So it's the citizen initiative for controlling the authority of government.
No, I get it.
And they baked into it a override mechanism, right?
Right.
To go back to the
Right.
public.
Sure.
But nobody thought about this latest inflation, which had a tremendous impact. But not only that, the impact when it comes to override, the impact that we feel as a town, we also feel as residents because everything has gone up for us as well. And so it's not a. But
Yeah,
that's
there's no inflationary aspect to it whatsoever.
No.
Codified.
Right.
Same thing with chapter 75.
But this was 1980, 81, right? It was passed in
Simpler time.
1981.
Yeah, like 80.
Dottie, next slide. Oh, Chris, go ahead.
Go to the next slide, then I'll.
Chris?
You're just savage tonight. I love it.
Well, no, it slightly dovetails with this, and I might be getting ahead of myself. The white elephant in the room leading towards an override.
Digging up the
Seems-
cemeteries?
Would it be helpful, well, I don't know if it's too early in the game or not, but I know when we were working on the public safety building, and I met with Connor a couple times, and I'm like, a lot of people want to know what's going to cost monthly. Would it be helpful to put a chart in there that, like, if you're paying $9,000 a year in taxes, this is going to cost you $37 more a month? Sometimes that makes things a lot more palatable when they see it's only, and it might be scary too. It can help and hurt.
Every $1 million of incremental levy would result in, on average, somewhere between $105 to $115 of increase for the average tax bill.
Per year.
Annual.
Per year.
Per year. I think you put that.
Yeah, so that's
What are we now?
less than $10 a month.
Yeah, see, all of a
Million,
sudden
right?
it's kind of
Yeah.
palatable.
Yeah, it's a
Well-
little bit more consumer.
Well,
We're not at
that's
the
so
point of suggesting a solution, though.
on this,
Right.
right? Like that's where.
Like I said, I might have gotten ahead of myself.
No, that's okay. So it's in both. We're good. There's no recommendation. On the people side, each million is the average salary is about 93 grand, and that's not just for school. Go ahead. Hit me.
Just to my earlier point about services.
Sure.
I don't love this slide, but I definitely don't like a fixed number.
Yep.
That's all. I already said everything else about it, so I won't repeat it.
Nope.
I mean, maybe you do a range of headcount because obviously it's going to depend on average salaries of a mean, but it depends on what positions and all that. So maybe you do.
Yeah, and it's not average salary because, sorry, but when you have bargaining units and there's bumping, it's typically the lowest earning people. So
Yes, there's seniority.
it's definitely not
layoffs.
your average salary.
Yep. So there's a lot of.
So
Let's get into
The point
this
being
slide.
is more people. So it's
This slide is deficient. So if the number, let's say it this way, if that number is concerning, just purely the number, know that it is deficiently low for a couple reasons one of which I learned today, and even that you just said now, one of them. So one of the assumptions that I did when I built this slide and put math together was that it worked as the private sector does for unemployment taxes, which means that in the private sector, when you have unemployment, the person goes, you have already paid a percentage of their salary, and what happens over time is what is called an experience rating. And then your experience rating, so say we lay off a lot of people in the private sector, next year my percentage cost for every dollar of salary will go from 7% to 8%. Then over time, it either goes up or down. If I don't lay people off, it gets better because I don't have to contribute to the fund. That is not how it works, as I learned today, on the municipal side. Andrea, thank you so much. When it happens here, we pay for that. Now, that's not as if, so in other words, Tom Broussard, the painter, makes $100. You lay him off, you got to pay him for 30 weeks. And he has a cap on how much he gets paid each week. So you do get savings, but the savings are materially less in year one under our particular municipal model, where we self-pay for unemployment costs.
So if you're looking to
So-
save 60,000, you don't, if it's a person, which I hate talking this way, but if it's a person and you eliminate a $60,000 salary, you haven't saved $60,000.
Right, you need to,
Unemployment for 30 weeks and
there's a number, let's call it, you need, to get year one impact, just to illustrate, you need 1.5 FTEs to save the equivalent of one FTE.
One FTE.
correct.
So you have to over-index on your reduction to get year one impact to affect the expense side solution that you want to get.
And to do it immediately.
To do it,
Right.
well, we're here, right, because we have an immediate problem
We do.
for this budget year, which is why I labeled the revenue solutions by that, so that the user could easily get there to say, like, I can't, the time horizon for new growth is too long. Like, I just can't go demand that Gillette new stadium gets built, or whatever that is. And the same thing on the expense side now to our negative, regrettably, because we have all agreed that it's about, regrettably, personnel expense and the services that go with them. But to get the benefit, you need to over-index by 1.5 times the multiple in order to get your year one benefit. Doesn't mean you shouldn't, doesn't mean it's not a viable opportunity for solution or recommendation.
But it does
just
make
makes
this
it tricky.
Incorrect. So,
This is incorrect.
yeah.
This is deficient,
Understated.
understated.
Significantly understated.
So then I guess I will put you on the spot and ask, why a $4 million reduction?
So, excellent question.
Right, because
Yeah, that's fair.
that would need to be explained.
Yep. No.
Right.
So first of all, 1 million is because everybody's head is going to go up and down on 1 million, right? Like, so for every million, it costs $111. My problem is X size,
Sure.
right? So I can probably say with good confidence, really putting myself out there, that my read of this room is that our size of our problem is anywhere between 2.5 to 6.5 million, depending upon who you are. So knowing that, if I do tell you what 1 million is, and I tell you what 4 million is, if it's 5 out of million, it's $111 on the tax bill, and that's what it costs. If it's 3, take $111 off the tax bill. That's what that costs. But I'm pretty sure, and this is going to lead us into the next conversation, of what everybody should write down their number of what they think the size of our challenge is.
Didn't we send this to you?
What?
Didn't we send
Some
you
people
the
did.
number?
We asked folks to start thinking
asked
about it.
people
At
to
least some
think.
people did, but some people did as we asked. They started to think about
Yeah.
it. We didn't
So,
require it.
but that's, so I don't care if it's 4, if it's 3, if it's 5, if it's 7, but 4 million
Yeah.
from a consumer's perspective is sub $500 total bill increase for the year, right? So remember, if you did go on the revenue side solution, you have to understand how much they're going to pay. And so sub 500 rings a bell, right? And that's why I got to 4. Doesn't make it right or wrong because I don't know what the challenge is, but I can easily scale up or down from there.
When you're talking about the size of the problem, are we estimating for level service?
So the size of the problem is highly specific to you because it also includes a reflection of what you think the community values to a degree. So level service, are we good with the presentation for now? Do we want to talk about what we think the size of the challenge is?
Well, I think that informs part of the presentation.
Is that
right?
good, right? Yeah, is that okay? Can we switch to size of the challenge? We're not going to leave the presentation. Oh, well, Dottie's like, we're leaving the presentation.
Do you want me to,
Okay.
do you want me to
Jim, did you wanna
redo,
say-
shut it down, or?
It doesn't, you can leave it up, because that last slide
Okay.
is difficult, and it's designed to be
Where did it go?
provocative and thought challenging, so that when we get to the challenge, we can frame what it means.
Okay, let me figure it out again.
Jim, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, I think the last few slides maybe explore, emphasize that this problem is the immediate problem of next year's budget a little too much, where you could take away that if we pass an override, one, that's the only solution, kind of gun to your head, and then two, that'll solve all our problems, is how I can kind of read it. And that maybe we should fix some open space stuff long-term, maybe. But like, there need to be, like, it's not an either or. You need to cut and raise taxes. It's the unfortunate. To be truly sustainable, what you mean about sustainability, like long term, there's a
We need
huge
that
difference.
slide with those.
Well, there's just a huge difference between the fiscal year, next year problem and like 5 or 10 year problem.
Well, you need to pass an override that is not just gonna put a little Band-Aid on the cut. You need to pass an override, especially with the way this town passes overrides, which is never, it's gotta be worth it.
Well,
Or reduce,
But I think
But
to
to
Jim's
James, yeah.
point, it's
Sorry.
not.
Yeah.
You could entertain that with, and there's a commitment to budget growth caps for 5 years, right? And an analysis of development regs.
Yep.
Right. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Because like for the law.
Well, sorry, I'm not speaking for you. That's what I heard, and I think it's a good point.
It's a good point.
Because
We
I mean,
have to
I-
have
Because
an
no
immediate
matter the
solution.
size of an override, it is not a long-term fix.
Right.
It
Right.
isn't.
And
It is
that-
not sustainable. So it has to be clear what the long-term solutions could be. And that's part of what my question was about, are we shooting for level service? Because I think, I mean, at least on the school department side and certainly in the town, I would be very interested in a revisiting of what the priorities are, and I don't want to take for granted what I think they are in terms of education.
Agreed.
So I think revisiting those things is important. Maybe that's the next iteration of PACE, is the committee that then determines what are those items, those things, the land, the wetlands, the businesses, what are those things that the town is willing to reconsider or determine at the very end not reconsider or whatever.
I agree. That's
And
part
I
of the
think
compact
I think that's what
conversation.
you're saying.
Yep.
James,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, I
Which is
mean,
a great
I think
point.
property taxes, the way they are not sustainable for people who are trying to move to this town, who are younger, or are trying to build their own lives, and may or may not, while they benefit directly or indirectly from the town services, I mean, there is a limit to how much people can pay in property taxes and realistically afford, because what Chris was saying is, especially as a private resident, like we all have to make ends meet, and we're all impacted by inflation. So to just say the solution's an override, it's all of the above. Like, I could sit here and tell you that we don't need to teach kids 5 languages because AI is going to do all the translation for us. And that's a realistic, depending on your time horizon to the solution of the problem, that's a realistic solution to limiting the growth of the school budget long term. But if we're talking about fiscal year 2026, sure, they're not going to have translators that the robots can do it for us, basically. But someday they most likely will.
So is it,
So it's
if
like
I
there's
could,
all of the
I
above.
feel like we're getting close to recommendations, and we're just not there yet.
No, but I think that that's an important point, though, and it is in this presentation. It's just maybe just again, it's a question of framing and highlighting, because it's that if you go back one slide, at the bottom of it, it says Easton values X, Y, and Z, and also needs to in the longer term. That doesn't mean wait 5 years to do it. It just means that even if you
But
got to work right away,
the
it's going.
only solution is X, is how it's phrased, and then maybe someday we should look at these because.
Okay.
You know, it's
Yep.
maybe it's semantics, but it matters, and I could see a lot of people pushing back.
There's a hackle raised
All
on it.
revenue or all expense. It's a
Probably
combination.
both.
It could be.
There is gray, and there should be a further visioning committee, team, whatever, and that could be an action step that you all could work on.
Chris?
I was gonna say, it almost seems as if there's one avenue that's been kind of dismissed, not dismissed, but it's the state itself. And so we are being partially put, or maybe totally put, into this position because the state itself is not doing what it should do for its people. So when you see that, and on your chart where the money the state provides isn't growing, it's actually decreased, right?
In some cases, yes.
And so when you look at some of the things, how the state is actually spending its money. So you look at education, they're now making college free. Who's gonna pay for that? The state's gonna pay for that. So is that taking money from the K to 12 education for each town? I don't know. And then, of course, the settling of all the people that came across the border, spending $1 billion of taxpayer money for the state. If that's divided to 351 towns, that'd be $2.5 million for each town. And so I think what you might want to think about is should there be some political action on the part of the town? I mean, not to the point of saying, no, we're not going to do the MBTA zoning and stuff like that. But some type of, the committee
Grassroots
itself
association.
going to some type of political action.
Yeah.
So there's very strict ethical boundaries on public officials, elected and staff, as far as engaging in outright political activity.
Okay.
Through our associations, there is advocacy on behalf of school districts and municipalities, and a lot of what you've said, these are conversations people are having. The challenge is, and this is not me speaking as town administrator, this is me speaking as a former poli-sci student. Where is the electoral energy around better entitlement formulas? Right? So I'm not saying therefore legislators get a pass and they don't need to worry about this, but these are folks who are elected, and not to put our elected officials on the spot, but I mean this incentive model is somewhat the same, is it not, for the select board and for the school committee, that if there may be like just kind of good business sense things that are really intricate, kind of back of house, a few layers removed, like where's the constituency for everyone? It's a running joke about how many potholes there are on roads in Massachusetts. There's not like an organized pro chapter 90. I mean, like the municipal associations are super pro chapter 90, but as far as like a mass movement of voters, and that doesn't mean that's not important. I guess that my question would be, one, we have some ethical things we have to be careful about, but I don't know. I would ask you, what does that actually look like as a citizen?
Well, it would be more of a citizen group. It wouldn't be a town. It wouldn't be a town group.
Right.
I mean, you can lobby the people that you talk to, but I think that this is a committee that's made up by the town, but I don't know what kind of recommendations can be made is to form another committee, or I don't know. It's just that some push has to come from the towns to push the. I mean, when you gave put your bootstraps on. I mean, it's there's no cavalry coming over the rise.
You're asking why not?
I suppose, and then I'll stop. The only thing I would, and if I'm being personally defensive here, I apologize in advance. The only thing I would be worried about with that kind of recommendation coming from PASE is it almost implies a predicate that we are not already going to Beacon Hill, that we are not already screaming and kicking and raising alarms.
You're right.
And right, because that was actually, I think, one of the first questions in our very, very first meeting is, like, what are we doing with the state? And it's like, that's a great question, as much as we can without getting our phone numbers deleted, right?
And I think we're doing it in different ways. So we do it as a board, the select board and the town administrator send correspondence and letters and requests. The schools do the same thing. Connor and I are both on policy committees with the Mass Municipal Association, advocating through them, being leaders amongst our other communities to get other communities on board with the way we're thinking. I know that Dr. Corral and Jen are on those same, the counter side of whatever the schools, your organization's doing the same thing, and really influencing other towns to bring them on to support the things that we care about as well, because Easton is a real leader across the board on everything that we do. And other towns call me all the time asking how we're handling something. They call Connor all the time asking, and I'm sure with the schools as well. So that trying to influence other communities to get together and champion the same requests is something I feel like we didn't really talk about, but kind of in line with what you're saying.
I'm not sure if it is a committee or how it's done, but to Chris's point, yes, I think we have maxed out what we can do without getting kicked out of the State House, for sure. However, Does the citizenry know the legislative priorities of mask, and MMA? You know, that says a lot, because those are the people that are voting for these elected officials. They're the constituents that the elected officials want to hear from. So I think in that sense, it's a valid point. We wouldn't necessarily be a rally cry for legislative action, but I think it's important to share what those legislative priorities are and why, because I can tell you, no matter how many times I say it, 99.9% of my staff has no clue how often I am advocating legislatively. They're like, why aren't you in the classroom? They have no idea where, because why would they? We try to not, you know, we try to get that done for them. Well, the same is true of the citizens. They really, you probably couldn't name 3 of the legislative priorities of any of those organizations put together. So there could be some kind of.
Just going to do a time check. It's
Yes.
10 past 9. I definitely take away is lean in on explaining state aid, but I also don't think it's directly in our purview and our charge to necessarily champion that. So I'm going to put a pin in that, if that's okay, unless other people need to stick with it, because we still have 2 agenda items that I think are going to take a material amount of time. Talking about planning for January 8th, if that's okay.
I have one question, if that's all right. Just, this might also be premature, but when we're talking about a potential solution for an operational override, where would that money potentially be allocated? Because I think that might be helpful for voters to know, transparency-wise, where it would be specifically advocated for or allocated to, and then that might be instrumental in deciding whether or not that's something you wanted to vote for.
That would be part of our recommendation phase, not for our current State of the Union discussion. But right now, what we've laid out getting to is that on the expense side, what the solution would probably look like. On the revenue side, what the solution would probably look like for FY26, understanding that there could be compacts, strings, discussion points, other changes that go with that. So that's where we're at. We don't even know what the problem is, right? If everybody came back and said the problem's 50 grand, we just did a great job, committee, wrap it up, we're good. These guys will figure it out. But I don't think that's where it is. So to your point, that will come next. We're gonna just talk numbers. We're not gonna define a number today. We're just gonna see where everybody's at, because that will help frame potential recommendation solutions. Example, I think we need 15 million. Well, geez, you do that on the expense side, that's probably gonna be the most dramatic change that we've ever could contemplate. So I don't think it's that, I'm just giving you wild exaggerations. But then it starts to inform some of the info. Does that sound good?
Perfect.
Okay. Could you go to the slide before this? Sorry. The last slide is just words and pretty. Okay. So just because we were at the point where I was about to ask, what does everybody roughly think the size of the challenge is? This can change, but I'm starting to drive towards a consensus of the size of our problem. Who wants to go first? I'm really good at picking names. Dottie?
5 million.
Okay. And you don't have to, but do you want to share how you may have arrived at that?
It's just my gut. I
Okay.
don't have a specific calculation on it.
Anybody else want to go?
I said between 3 to 4 million in my email originally, and I did that based on a lot of it was reactive versus proactive versus strategic school budgeting, and then just ongoing level service concerns.
Okay. Next. Marissa, how you doing?
I would piggyback off of that as well. Like, my main concern is to be with level services. So I was in like the 3 to 5 million.
Okay. Alicia?
I was thinking 5 million because I know there's an almost $2 million deficit on the school side. I believe 1 million on the town side. An interest in not using reserve, so that you have to eliminate that 500,000, and also minimal proactive considerations on both town and school.
Fair, appreciate that.
I was 4.5 to 5. I was basing that on a monthly payment for a house, say, maybe paid $9,000 a year in taxes. But I also continue to get feedback publicly about a menu style one as well, which would be, depending on how you set that up, considerably less.
Heard.
If that's even possible.
Just to clarify, I think we're talking expense or revenue agnostic.
Yeah, this is-
size of the gap.
Correct.
I appreciate the thought process there. I just want to make sure because
That's
folks
okay.
are sensitive
Yeah.
to like we're jumping ahead.
No, not we're, no, we are, this is all just size of the problem.
Right.
No indication of the recommendation. Anybody else?
I'm ballparking 5 million too for some of the same reasons Dr. Cabral and Dottie put
Okay.
forth. So I know what our reactive school needs are, that we plug the hole from stabilization or from reserves, that there are obviously needs on the town side as well, and that it would be nice to be able to also say, and if we did this, we could do this couple of proactive things and put ourselves in a position to not be in a crisis with something proactive a year or two down the road because something became a mandate and now we're back in trouble again.
Okay. Anybody else? Denise?
Complicated, very, very complicated. I feel that 5 million would address some of the need. Not saying 5 million, so don't write it down, please.
Just wait until you tell me the number to write down. I got you.
And then I started doing a little bit of research, and in fiscal year 2026, the average homeowner, when I say average, that's average in 2024, which hasn't been certified yet, would pay an increase of the safety complex that we appropriated, would pay $773.50 annually. And in light of that, I'm very concerned about the success of an override.
No recommendation, just the size of the problem.
Yeah, so my number would be 3 million.
3, okay. Jim?
Really focused on providing level service, I would say $3 to $4 million.
Okay. Wendy?
I think it's at least 5 million, probably more, just because of the fact that, in terms of talking about sustainability, a lot of this really isn't sustainable because you have your costs going up on an annual basis at a higher rate than your revenue is growing. So an override is only gonna get you so far for so long. And I'm gonna kind of go rogue and bring something up that we really haven't talked about, but we fund police cruisers out of available funds every year, school technology out of available funds because they're annual recurring costs. We really need to be funding some money for roads as well.
So, and that came up at town meeting. Why are we using the capital budget to buy things that are recurring, which is necessity?
Appreciate it.
Right? So this is where this stuff starts to get challenging as far as what I think, so I'm hearing from folks, 3 to 5 million to basically just kind of fix the, again, whether that's through cuts or what, I mean, we're talking like a level based on how our budget is built in fiscal 25. What's important, and this is a later conversation, and it's a later conversation only if PASE says, and we think the solution is not doing that through cuts, right? Because I think you're not going to cut your way to spending more on roads, right?
Right.
But Wendy's point is really important, that there is a cascading negative impact on our capital plan, which is part of why, and I think, and I appreciate Dr. Cabral referenced, if you're going to talk about the size of any of these problems, one of the very shorthand ways you do is just add up the reserves that were used to balance last year's budget. That's the basement, right? That is the smallest number we can start with as far as the size of a problem. Whether you try to cut programs to save some of that, raise revenues, that's a later discussion. But that number is just shy of 2.9 million.
Okay.
Right.
So what's your number that you'd recommend?
I would say we're in the ballpark of 4 to 5.
Okay.
But I think it's really important to talk about to Wendy's point, if you're talking about getting there through cutting, which is okay, if that's what the committee decides or some blend, you're not going to cut your way. I mean, you theoretically could dramatically cut somewhere else and reallocate, but
Yeah.
that's where you,
point
yeah,
made.
it's an important point. And on the flip side, if you are looking at revenue, that is, to Denise's point, that's a really hard discussion to have on a kind of proactive basis of hypothetical downside risk if something doesn't happen. We don't actually, I mean, it might be fractional, but there's almost none of the public safety complex reflected in your tax bills right now.
Right.
We just started bonding for that.
Right.
On the flip side, right, it's fair to say that's a real risk. On the flip side, Blanche James came in 10 million under budget, right? And that impact was half what we thought. So it's not all doom and gloom, right?
If I could.
But that's an important
I
point.
just want to, because of time considerations.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. These are good. We'll definitely revisit them when we get past the recommendations. Andrea?
I agree with Wendy. I think it's north of 5, based
Okay.
off of the school that we're not getting rollover, and that doesn't include ARPA dollars that we're trying to actually make sure we're making back in,
Okay.
and then the town need.
Okay. Nancy?
I think it's 4 million, but also continuing to use stabilization, so I want to say 4.7 or whatever we used last year.
4 to 5? Do you
Yeah.
wanna, I'm not putting words in your mouth. Okay.
No.
Chris?
Well, there's what is needed and what I'm willing to pay. They're two different things, but I think you're really looking at 8 million.
Okay. Kathy, I think I skipped you.
Yeah, I thought I got out of it.
Almost at Wendy's.
I was not going to say anything. I was thinking 4 to 5 million. Just looking at the 500,000 that we use from like reserves, the money we're losing from ESSER and I forget the other ARPA.
Sure.
And then the level service payment across the board.
Sure. Got it. Mine was 5.3. It's the 1.8 million from the ESSER ARPA going away. It's the not the full amount allocated in your presentation of 1.6 because that was an 8% increase. I expect revenues to go by 3%, so it's really the premium of 5% over that. So I took 5%. That gets me another rough million, I think, if I did my math right. And then if you look at an expense trajectory of 5% versus 3% average revenue growth, that gets you another 2. So I got to 5.3. So again, when we talked about the 4, that's why I got there.
Yeah.
I really thought that just based upon the fundamental challenge, what we thought people could consume and digest, and that's different than the challenge, is the neighborhood. So I'm okay if we leave it at 1 million. I don't care if we put 4 million. But what I'm trying to do is to make this real for people to digest. It might be too real in some cases. Certainly the number of FTEs are deficient, but if it was a 4 million reduction, then it's not. By the way, this is simply allocated by the percentage split, so that's really important, right? This slide is so deficient except for the fact that it made it real and got you all to react. So it was late, Chris. I know it was late. It was my timing was off. But this is basically saying now we've learned that look, it's not a reduction of 43, it's probably 60 to 65 people and X programs and services, if you did the math. And on the town side, it wouldn't be 14, it might be 20 to 25 and X services and programs. Then this is where, for the record, and I don't mind saying this, if it's an expense side solution, I just want you to know my personal perspective is I'm largely done, meaning I'm not the one who should figure out how that detailed reduction happens at the school level or the town level first. That should be people who know that, give you good examples, why not? I have no idea that position A is a state mandated position that we have to do, and if we don't do it, we lose $750,000 worth of financing. I don't know if position B is tied to position C, so if you did B, you'd have to cut C. I don't know that you have to potentially staff safety by multiples. Maybe it's 2 or 4 or 6 or whatever, because if you only cut 1, you still need to find somebody because it's a 4-person crew. I'm making that up. But I don't know those things, and I'm not expected to. That's where I would look at the experts to initially give us what that might look like. So please, any numbers up here, I will change them.
Yeah.
I will move them. I will put boundaries. I do feel it's important to help people know the depth of the potential pain that an expense side solution brings with it. That I do. I'm happy how we get there. Jen?
So one suggestion would be, so just kind of quick back of the envelope math, right, is that, so the schools we figured out are about 2/3 to 1/3 of the cost, but they're 75%, 25% split on personnel. So the school average salary and the town average salary are probably meaningfully different.
I'm happy to fix
So
it.
yeah, so maybe if we could just do that.
I'm
I think
good.
if we get the school
And
average.
the salaries,
The average, anyway.
I was just going to say, that
Yeah.
I will defer to Connor and Leisha
Yeah.
for whatever you want me to use for an average salary.
Well, I
to
guess
consider that.
So here's where that gets challenging, right? These are fundamentally, and this is true for schools, fundamentally different operations, different hours of operation, different months of operation. And so, I mean, you can just do the math and figure that out, and the town side would be higher, right?
Yeah.
That's fine. I would caution, and obviously this caution benefits my negotiating posture, but like if we're going to call it that, that doesn't necessarily mean, ergo the cuts are allocated out on salary basis either, right? Based on a mean or the median of the salary.
Yeah.
We're just
Right?
picking a
the
number to do
volume
math.
of seasonal employment impacts that. So that's where I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Cabral and I share a certain amount of trepidation about getting into it's this exact number of jobs. I hear you. You don't want to say it could be bad and shrug. We have to find something in the middle because there's also, it's going to depend. We're going to find out, right? We have to put these budgets together over the holidays. We're going to start iterating on them by the end of January. I just don't know if there's like a clean metric to put in a PowerPoint slide that says it'll be divvied out this way, right?
Yeah, but like if you're, so say we go with the $4 million thing, right? I just wanted to, kind of my wondering was whether or not, again, because you have higher salaries on your side, would you be looking at a 10-person reduction or a 20%? Like,
Well,
that's
I guess
meaningful,
it depends on the philosophy of the person reading the slide. Do
Yeah.
they think that it should be on a proportional basis based on FTE, or should it be on a dollar spend, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a
This indicates one and not the other, so it kind of indicates this is what we are saying we would do, so.
Yeah, so like if you were to say it's $4 million problem, 2/3, 1/3, that's a number, and how that gets implemented is subject to the legal processes we're all bound to.
But your 1/3 implementation in terms of how that translates into a number
Sure.
of staff will be different
But,
than the town side of that equation, just because of
Right.
that fundamental difference.
100%.
Yeah.
But I also think, much like Tom has highlighted, that it's actually kind of a big deal that after 30 or 40 hours, we're all kind of saying like, yeah, we don't necessarily like all of these facts, but we're not fundamentally contesting them. That's not a given either, right? Right? You're the chair of the school committee. Your obligation is to look out for the schools. Thankfully, we work well together,
Yeah.
right? But under state law, you can just say, go figure it out, town.
Yeah.
I would advise
Not
to do that. But that happens.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That happened in communities very near us this spring.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the kind of like, well, yeah, look, like we're trying to look at this like analytically and mathematically, but we can't even take that part for granted, I guess. So that's where this gets hard. I think maybe you give ballparks of every 1 million could be up to 15 FTE.
Yeah, maybe
Right?
something like that, yeah.
I'm more about services than.
Well, I think
people
that
anyway,
part, you have to
because
tie it
this
back.
I see on Facebook, or
Yeah.
pinned on a wall, or this is like a soundbite right here. This looks like gospel, right? Like this is what they said they're gonna do. All that
Oh, yeah,
justification you just gave is not on this slide.
Correct. And so I agree that I still think maybe a ball could be up to X per million. Here's what that actually means for services, and that goes back to that balcony level view that the presentation starts with, right?
I guess the only thing I would ask though, I hear you on services. Are you saying that you would get there without headcount reduction?
No, it would be a headcount reduction, but I
Okay.
have no clue what it would be. And so putting it on here makes it sound like we said it would be.
We called out.
So like,
Got it.
And that's not accurate.
But-
But I can give
But
you
where
an
I'm going
accurate
with it
number.
is that if you just said, well, really what it is services, and you didn't give the human aspect to it, I think is equally the other side of
Yes,
not.
and I hear you.
giving-
I'm telling you, I don't have the
I'm okay
solution.
putting services
I'm
out.
just saying that this, as a standalone, is very problematic.
Yeah.
Dozens, more than a few dozen. I mean,
Well, here's a potential opportunity as well as we can point to fiscal 21.
yeah,
This is not the first financial cliff we have approached, and we cut over 20 FTE
Yes.
when we had a deficit of 2.8
Yeah.
million. So that's a way to make it real because that did happen.
here's context, and this is the
Right.
size of the problem now.
The
They wanna
problem,
figure out their
the
own
size of a
math,
problem
that's-
was less severe then.
Right.
This is what those cuts looked like.
Mm-hmm.
Federal grants came in later and restored some of that.
Yeah,
Um,
that's fact-based. This is-
yeah, you don't need all those bullets, but you could say, you are talking potentially dozens of positions across town and school services. Specifics TBD.
Don't take our word for it.
When the town faced a problem this size, when COVID hit,
Yeah.
the town and schools cut 20x FTE. Based on service levels now, something like that going into 26 could damage or reduce these services, which ties back to that first slide. Is that
I'm okay with
potentially
that.
a way to do
I
that?
definitely want to put the number out there. So I'll just take it doesn't matter to me if it's split between the schools and the town, because I agree we don't know that.
Yeah.
But even if you say it was 2.1
Yeah.
million?
Yeah, could you say the
Sorry.
figures again? 21 FTE.
So in fiscal 21, and I will get it and I'll circulate
okay.
to the
Oh,
chair
okay.
and vice chair to send out to committee.
The year
When we had to balance the budget going into fiscal 21 when COVID hit, before the full impacts of
Yes.
ESSER and ARPA were known, we cut over 20 positions. Full disclosure, some of that was dissolving dispatch, right? But even then, you're still talking a dozen plus, and that was
But
for,
it does give you, I'm sorry.
it gives you an order of magnitude, and it's
it
not.
gives you the math for what that size of the problem financially came out to in people. Whether, it doesn't matter if it was by attrition, it doesn't matter if it was, it doesn't matter. That's what it came out to then. The
So
size
then-
of this problem is 3 times that.
And it doesn't undercut your previous 15 slides where you outlined the fact that
Right.
the way to get there by a reduction has to somehow involve the fact that the biggest amount of spend is on and
which
services,
is
to your
why
point.
that happened
Right.
back then.
Right.
Right.
And
It's-
so-
it's a straight line.
Just to make sure you're comfortable, generally not you, but we're having this conversation for the prize of proxy. I am completely good with that. It's factual. But I would also like to say if our average is 4 million, then the pure equation is if 2.8 million was 21 people, then 4 million would be this number of people. To your point, you said if the people wanted to do the math,
Possibly double that or something.
I just want to do the math for them. The takeaway is that so far, the takeaway is, and I'll do the math averages, but we're probably at a $4.5 million average as a challenge. Whether or not the person who said 4 or the person who said 5.3 is right is not, that's not
Definitely
the
not the
fine
5.3
detail right
guy.
now. 4.5 is good enough context for us to say that's what that could possibly approximate if we had to do what we did in 21. I'm okay with that. Now, I'll continue, maybe for future conversations, we'll continue to poke at how does that get allocated? How should that be recommended, either on the expense reduction side or on the revenue side? But that could be for a future discussion.
But that's really important to me, and I would imagine to the superintendent, because PACE has a very important role. That's why we're trying to advance our normal public budget iteration process. I don't want to make your job harder because you're doing an immense amount of work. I'm fine with that idea of like, last time we had a problem roughly this size, this is what happened, so do the math. one of the things that is important here is when we're all talking about the size of a problem being, 4.5 million, I think it sounded in one way or another, everyone's kind of accounting for reserve use, right? That's if we wanted to stop that practice in fiscal 26. I am unlikely to recommend to the select board, I haven't even seen the expense side, but I think for me, as a fiduciary of the town, to say we have $7 million in the stabilization account, but we have to fix this problem all at once, we're not going to touch any of it. I don't want this to appear misleading, where we say it could be this size, and then we leverage $1 million plus of stabilization to soften that. So we don't want to turn all of these into dissertations, but I think that's, whether it's through a reference or something, is really important. And to point people to, this is an order of magnitude of how real this is. This is going to get specific through the coming months of the winter and spring.
Correct.
I don't know if that makes sense.
No, I think we're good. Credit to the team, huge credit. We got to the point where we are actually have identified and have steady state, and we're at a point where we actually have the size of the challenge. That's huge. I know it might not feel that way. I think what comes next is now we have to backfill an incredible amount of detail quickly. I think for a lot of reasons. I think that the recommendation that this committee puts forth could meaningfully impact how you folks run your business in the future, right? People are hearing this. To your point, this is this is why I find this so difficult. In the private world, this is myself and 4 executives sitting in a room and we're having these conversations. Nobody hears them, nobody knows them, nobody else is influenced by us having to publicly explore these incredibly difficult conversations. So what I would love to do is, now that we have got to this point, is start to accelerate our level of engagement, even beginning with the next meeting, where we start to talk about what the recommendation is. We all may think there's an elephant in the room. I really don't know that yet. And I'm going to say, just for me, I'm going to say that I have tried and absolutely have done my best to say the solution could come from both sides of the equation. It's my job for now. And at some point, I'll share, just like I did tonight, a number. But I feel like we're at a good point. We have a number. We know what the expense side solutions come from. We know what the revenue side solution would come from. There might be a blend of those two. So that could be both. Could be a hybrid solution. Maybe we should have that on here. We soften that it's not about detail between school and town. We put an aggregate of total estimated challenge that we've identified is roughly in this range. Last time we had 2021 challenge of this. This is what the solution looked like. And we have a tremendous amount of work to do. Hate to say it, this was probably the easy part. And then the hard part comes with actually coming up with what the recommendation would be. I think we should think about what I call them strings, but what a compact would look like. What would it look like if you wanted to do the revenue side solution for the next time when we get together? You might say, like, here's what the expense reduction should come with as well. Like, in other words, if the solution is on the expense side and we incur that pain, we may want to put certain things in place to say, we don't ever want to go through this again. So our recommendation is you still, no matter what, you have to do the zoning review because we feel like there should be accelerated new growth. Making up examples, you guys get that. Does that feel like a good takeaway and stop for the 12-16 presentation materials? Nodding, hearing.
To be clear, you're not asking folks to start ideating and getting you and Nancy possible solves for the 16th. 16th, while this is a long, good meeting tonight, the 16th is just, hey, here's what we generally talked about. The problem.
16th is this presentation.
Yeah.
We have enough to do.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're talking about for a January meeting that happens after the open house, which will also, I think, be constructive because we will. That's going to be our first feedback, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm hoping for. But I think we have to hit the January meeting running. Like, Nancy and I can frame what that looks like what our expectations are that you come prepared with. But it will probably be with as well thought out recommendations as you could possibly have for why you are feeling it should be expense, revenue, or hybrid. And then that way we can, the reason is if we as a team recommend that it's an expense reduction, that will obviously impact our leaders' ability to go out and execute. Right? Like your entire workforce just heard a 19-person recommendation. That's painful to digest. I would not want to be that leader. I can't control the timing, but I can tell you, having had large divestitures, that doing it quietly and confidentially is incredible blanket to have, because it's painful. So I just want our team to know that we are putting people in difficult positions, that they have to navigate in real world that impacts people, conversations, and their daily journeys. And the same thing on the flip side. If it's a revenue solution that will negatively impact residents, there will be a certain amount of people who fundamentally can't afford an incremental dollar, let alone whatever the solution might be. So we have to do our best to be thoughtful there.
But I think this is an honest conversation that people have to have, because I feel like, I know from my perspective on the select board, most of the things that we have to do, we struggle with. We lose sleep over. We're trying to make it the right solution, and we do all the work to get there. People don't notice that. They don't know what goes into it. So, if anybody is watching this, they should see the struggle that we're facing. And each one, I think to me, it's amazing that people representing the schools, I feel like you're understanding more of and being sympathetic to the town side, and I feel like the people on the town side the same way, understanding more about what the schools are going through. So hopefully the community sees that as well, that we're still all rowing in the same direction.
Good
but
point.
We are talking about really hard stuff right now.
Great point. Please.
So to inform the schedule, second deliverable is due at the end of March.
Yeah.
We typically balance our budgets in April. So that's why. The preliminary budget, the goal is to have that issued by Monday, January 27th. That will come with a updated, estimated budget deficit based on preliminary expenses from our departments and our revenue forecast. So we have January 8th. There'll probably be a meeting before that. I don't think that means, Tom, to your point, I'm trying to reinforce at least at a high level, that conversation needs to start in January, because it's, 8 weeks?
Yeah.
Moving into February, you're going to have very specific fiscal 26 gap.
Yeah, the timing
data.
is January. We have to ideate, challenge, and discuss. It's going to probably be a long meeting, because February, you'll need to be digesting whatever our takeaways are for the recommendation. So we almost have to leave January, that meeting, with a formed recommendation or getting close to it, and maybe we meet twice in January, but my point is, if we're presenting in March, that means February's meeting, you're reviewing work product. Like, you have to see what this presentation is. And
I assume there would probably, at minimum, be at least another open house type thing. I don't envision it being one, right?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
So maybe one of the takeaways for us, Nancy, is to calendarize this. Just make sure that will help us understand how many more meetings we have to have. But again, we've always felt we're a meeting and a half behind, and I would argue we're probably 2 or 3 meetings ahead from what I thought could be possible. So huge credit and work harder, I guess. Carrot and stick. Yeah, right. Was that good? Delivered softly, smoothly. Was that a bullet point
Nailed
takeaway?
it. I feel empowered and terrified.
Excellent.
In the right place.
We're all in the same boat. When do you see the second open house post our recommendation? Where did you just envision that?
It would be February.
Yeah.
Right. So
like what we have.
This is again just my personal opinion.
That's
January 8th. Try to start raising awareness, getting people engaged. Hopefully that then means that when the first cut of the budget is presented on January 27th, there are people there and engaging with that. At some point in February, there should be another round of open house, because so part of the job of this and January 8th is starting to make it real again in that abstract sense. It's going to start getting real in a lot more specificity in January, February, and March as the town and school budgets iterate. So I would think that's going to have a different impact. Again, this is just, it's more concrete and specific and immediate. So I would think again in February at some point.
So you see that as, we might be mid-work, to Tom's point, we might have work product in front of us already, but we go to a open house environment.
Yeah, I mean, we do that all the time,
right?
Right. Like we have like some draft ideas, and we say these are the things we're thinking.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
Ultimately, it's your community. What do you think, right? I mean, it's planning, right? It's like the zoning board has like, here's draft bylaws we're considering, and those go through multiple public meetings. So something like that.
So this is going to go over badly. Does it sound like we want to see if we could meet on January 15th, January 29th, February 12th, and February 26th?
Sure. Are they 5 hours each? I'll call that out.
I think we could change the zoning on the Wendy's to get it to stay open later.
They're pretty. It's
stays
2
open
a.m.
late now.
It's pretty open late.
Dang, look, if 2 a.m. is what your max.
Could you please say those dates again?
Sure. These are Wednesdays, January 15th. So I'm assuming we get past. So January 8th, we're obviously doing the meeting.
Right.
We get feedback. We then meet a week later, Wednesday, January 15th. We then take all of the feedback, start the recommendation discussion. We regroup on the 29th. Nancy and I have packaged again what we think are a collection of thoughts, largely alignment, fundamental recommendations. The 29th probably elicits some very active debate and discussion. Then 2 weeks later, we get together on the 12th for finalized product. And somewhere between the 12th and the 26th, we hold our open house.
Open houses. Yep.
February vacation for staff here
Finishes
is the week of the 17th.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Good.
It's not the
That's why I skipped that week.
Oh, okay.
Sure you did.
Well, you said between that and the next one, I'm like, well, between that and the next one, I'm not gonna have.
Good call. Good call. I'm with you.
I'll be here, but
February. You said February 12th, right? So you
yeah,
said so January 8th is
1:15.
open house.
1/8 is the open house.
Yeah.
1:15 we regroup. 1:29 we regroup. 2:12
We regroup and then potentially open house at some point.
and then open house after 2:12. Not during the 17th through the 21st because that's school vacation.
What's the final deliverable date?
And it's the last day of March. I mean, again, it's not like a binding law. I think just the reality is we will have to come to a
Right,
end
because
point of the budgeting
yeah.
process by the second half of April, typically.
so maybe
Right.
it's early March that our next meeting is.
Instead of the 26th, it's the following week.
Well, I don't know that if there's work to be done.
Yeah, can we maybe just start with this large roster of?
Yeah.
There you go. Smile. When you smile, it makes it better for people. Yeah.
So speaking of open house,
Getting punchy, people. It's 10 o'clock.
Did you wanna get there early to get everything going on January 8th?
well, I just don't know what.
Oh, so now we
Everything
want to
is.
talk about that. I gotcha. I thought you guys were dropping a bomb like, oh, there's a school meeting, everybody's going to be gone. Whew, got me nervous there. Okay, so do we want to now talk about, so Nancy and I
3
take
on our-
away, we update the presentation, we send it all out to you, we get your feedback pretty quickly, sorry, but then we're presenting on the 16th. We have time for the select board on the 16th?
I mean, 5 is quick.
Sorry,
Do we have time for the select board on the 16th
you
for
are
Nancy
on.
and I?
You are.
We
You
are.
will be on the agenda.
Which is Monday.
Yes, which is
Just
Monday.
to be clear.
Yeah.
And you get
Yeah.
to follow the tricentennial.
We got
again.
this.
Um,
Yeah, we're the only thing on the agenda,
But you
so
don't need the
it's going to be
whole
easy.
committee, right?
We all have to.
You are free to come if you need more night meetings.
Oh, I'm not free.
Fair enough.
I think we slotted you for 15 minutes.
I hear 15, but I know what
We're
everything
going to take 40. We are
Craig's going to have 7 questions alone in the first 2 slides, so that doesn't count against my 15.
I'm working with ECAT to figure out how to shut the mics off.
That's up to you guys.
You
we
hold
had him allotted
questions
for
to the end.
15 too.
Okay, so yes, that's Monday.
I diffused the tension, though, very early on by saying you gave me 55 minutes, right? I think I said that, yeah.
In all seriousness, it was an excellent,
It
excellent
was
presentation.
a lot of
Thank you.
information in what
Yeah, you both
went by
did
quickly.
an
It was a
exceptional
short amount of
job,
time
yeah.
because
I'm
there
gonna
was.
thank you. Time that maybe 20, 25
really
it
good
was,
information.
something like that. I
Yeah.
finally got the recording to look at, but.
Of course, it went by
Okay,
quickly. It
so
felt
we got the
quick
meeting
compared
dates.
to these-
Can we talk January 8th?
Yes.
I think this is awesome.
Item 3
important.
of 5. Let's
What
go.
was that?
Item 3 of 5. Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. Possible assignment. So here's what we were thinking. Essentially, we would develop these materials. We may customize it a bit for readability, but we want to do 15 minutes. Like, that's it. Nancy and I, get everybody around. We probably have these slides printed off so that they can take them for handouts afterwards in case they want to read them. But we talk and give a general lay of the land, like why we're here, what's going on, what PACE is. Get them through these slides, walk them narratively through, look, if it's expense side, it's people and services and programs. And if it's revenue side, it's most likely override. So we do this show. Then we're using the first floor, I believe. So there are.
I think we have. Not to put you on the spot.
We
We
have
have a
all
whole.
the
We have a whole.
space.
We have a whole place.
So I was thinking that there would be other rooms. We were thinking that there would be other rooms where people would have specific "Did you know" topics that they could speak to. On the school side, I think obviously, I think we need an educator there. I think we need Dr. Cabral there, or Andrea there. You guys can figure that out. But your expertise at helping people understand the details is so impactful on a school "Did you know?" So we'll come up with slides for "Did you know" to share them with you. And we can intersperse. Connor?
Not to put you on the spot. How many rooms are there? Because that's going to impact how many did you knows do we want to assign to rooms, and how do we split our teams up?
Downstairs.
Got you.
Correct.
Yeah,
There's
I'm like
3
I'm at like
downstairs.
5.
2
5
effectively
total.
upstairs.
Yeah, I think probably.
Yeah.
So
That one large one upstairs, the one that we used for that one meeting here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then you can do a little bit in that hallway there. It really depends on how many people attend.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, if it is a huge crowd, it will be tight, but that's not a bad thing.
When I think open house, I think it's open. I go in and out, in and out. So
Yeah.
when you're saying you have a 15-minute presentation, are you having like on the
Kind of
door, you know, what time is it? gonna be?
6 to 6:15 overview.
6 to 6:15, 6:25 to 6,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
like you have a series of presentations where people can go?
No. So what I was going to do was
Okay.
largely like at 6:30,
Yeah.
whenever like you give enough people to straggle in, whatever that is, we all agree. We say everybody, we're just going to have a short presentation, and we walk everybody through. So at least everybody gets one version of the presentation. Then they can go to each of the stations to learn more about the school budget, what we spend our money on, what are the programs, the services, regressive, not, all that good stuff. Go ahead.
Why would that not be at 6?
So we could do it at 6. I'm okay
I think
with
maybe
that.
you do one at 6 and one at 7
That's
or
what I was
something.
gonna say.
I
Okay.
mean, if you have a
Repeat
lot
it.
of people, you're going to be.
No, I'm okay with that
If
because
somebody's engaged with educators and teachers and stuff, and you're like, "Come see this," and leave and come back, and I just
That's an
it's
I
so
was
hard
responding
'cause
to
we
the
don't know how many
only-
people are
And
coming.
you know what I think
Only
we
do
could
it
do?
once,
We could
but
actually
I'm okay with
do
twice.
the presentations upstairs in that room.
Oh, good.
And then
idea.
have, even
Yeah.
in that nice, what we call the dining room, you could even have 2 people at either side of that,
Yes.
sort of 2 groups. You have
True.
that nice library space, you have that space in the front room.
Yeah.
And I like the 2 presentations an evening idea. I like that. I mean, it's.
They have to walk
it's-
through to get out, so they're going to have to.
Yeah.
Right,
I'll
right.
divide
You're
off.
I'd like, to
inviting
clean,
them
I'd like to
upstairs.
clean that library room if possible.
I bet one night right near the fireplace. Would you like that spot, the fireplace? The nice chairs, the cushy chairs.
All right, so 2
little spot.
presentations. That's one at 6, one at 7.
And you folks are just, what is it? You and Nancy are in that room hanging
Yeah.
out to do that, and then the rest of us get kind of divvied up in the building?
Yeah, well, when we're not doing that, we'll mingle.
We'll come down and mingle
Okay.
or whatever.
Surprisingly, that one will only be 15 minutes so that we can actually get out and have fun and mingle.
Is there not concern that folks coming in, like, so just logistically walk in and there's the nice library with superintendents and teachers in there. I can take the coffee room on the left. But so you walk in and aren't you like naturally going to kind of immediately just go in one of
To the
those
first
rooms
one,
and
yeah.
no one's going to
Yeah.
go upstairs?
Oh.
But those of us who are downstairs can
Can invite
usher
them.
them.
First, we'll hand out, we can have a handout for when people get there so that we can make sure on the back of it is a one-pager.
That's an assignment.
And
That's
then,
the easiest assignment for a PACE member.
right?
Greeter and handout.
A greeter and handout.
Yeah.
But like you're saying when somebody comes in, hey, at 6
Fine.
o'clock, I mean, you were a greeter here, right, to begin your career? Just
Some
saying if you
umbrage
want
to
to share
that, but
tips.
yeah, I think I might have been doing a little bit more.
A little bit more?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little bit.
Maybe
All
the
right, fair,
presentation
fair.
is at 6:30
Wow.
and
Ouch.
7:30. So
Shots fired at.
I was just saying
the
about
mouth.
tips. Didn't he say he like welcomed people as part of his job? Maybe
Well, I'm
wrong.
really good at welcoming people. I don't mind.
We got a
doing
new
that.
chair on the PACE committee last week. It was so strange.
Maybe it should be like town and school people because then they can pop right in the room and work with us.
Actually, that's not a bad idea because then you also have the ability to have them be directing traffic, right? There's going to be a big presentation upstairs or wherever we end up doing it, but directing traffic to that, there is going to be a
Overview.
fundamental overview.
Yeah.
But if you're here for a specific reason,
Yeah.
here's
Label
your,
the
here's your two,
rooms.
yeah.
Yeah.
These are your two
You
constituencies.
can find this one here and find that one there.
Yeah.
And
But maybe
then-
the presentations are 6:30 and 7:30, so people come in and they have a chance to talk and
That's what I
mingle.
think you do.
Then we kind of direct them upstairs, and then again they have a chance to talk, something like that.
I don't
That's
think it's
a thought.
bad to have like a you may have people that are coming in and they get a short preamble about like, hey, there's a fundamental problem. Here's some of the problem pieces, right? We're going to talk. If somebody goes into the schoolroom and they're talking about the school problem, fantastic. If they then leave, okay, they've gotten something out of it. But if they go upstairs, there's a reiteration of the wider stance of the problem that includes the thing they already heard about. Maybe they go downstairs and check out the other room. Maybe they don't. Maybe they go buy books from the book room. Who knows, right? But the opportunity is there for them to do some additional engagement because we've seeded that engagement walking in the door.
So in terms of that whole parallel construction, take it from the view of the person coming in and their experience going through everything. Are we independently creating our content for each room, or do we have the same setup of how we're presenting things and how it looks? And
Gotcha. I was thinking, well, I think we want to come off as we're together.
Yeah,
but I would ask,
cohesion.
like, polished. Sorry.
Don't go over there.
I don't know if I'm doing good. I might be having a tough night. It's late. I know.
Municipal's boring. School's where it's at. Come on in.
But like, yeah, like I think I don't think like you're talking about every topic in the schoolroom. I think that's diving in on the school.
I mean, are we doing did you know posters? Do we have something like what are we doing?
Yeah, so there's a very real deadline there. Like we need whatever, like, because if you're going to do that, you have to print it. It's the holidays. My office can handle doing some of that, but we need it like early next week.
Sure.
Well, we have the did you knows that everybody provided. I have that on a nice column on that thing. I mean, maybe we could just offer it back and say, are these the couple that you're comfortable with? I mean.
Yeah, so I think that one is the actual content, right? Is this a conversation prompt, Dr. Brawl or reps from EEA that you think is constructive to what we're trying to do? Same to the town, and then you still have to add some design aesthetic, right? We can't like print
the slide
Comic Sans font, like.
Be fair, that'll
right?
get people in there.
Yeah, so I think Kathy, you did. I think you did the PASE business card that was really great. So I mean, maybe it's a two-step process of like it goes to, I don't know,
Kathy.
I don't know.
Kathy again.
No, I think the most important question is this a constructive prompt that you are comfortable standing there for 2 hours in a way that you think is going to be consistent? I don't know the term you keep using. It sounds good. The construction.
Parallel.
It makes sense. Does that synthesize with what the other side of the house is doing and make people want to maybe go upstairs? I think, right?
Yeah.
So we have to pick a handful of those.
Yeah.
It sounds like we're leaning towards 2 rooms, maybe 3 on the first floor and upstairs. And right?
Yeah.
And
So here
printing,
was my
like, I
thought.
don't know, what,
It would be
5
nice
to
to have
6 boards.
a school specialist, a town specialist, and a revenue section.
Or
And
sorry.
no, and then the last one is whether or not in the revenue you want to include giving people an understanding of their tax bill.
I'm wondering if the coffee room is like Connor with the smaller town
taxes.
departments.
Taxes and crowbars.
And then the larger dining room is maybe even police, fire, DPW. I could see people having very specific questions about
Oh,
that.
that's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they going to be there, the chiefs and department heads? And
I've told them to block their calendar.
That's a good
Maybe
idea.
that room is those 3. You're in the coffee room. We're in the
Most
comfy
perfect.
room. I mean, the library. And then they're upstairs.
And so
I'm being very
the coffee room is.
I'm trying to be very specific.
Well, yeah, but so it sounds like the coffee room is
Yeah.
basically.
Sorry that I'm pushing the point, but
No, we need to do this. It's good.
And like town hall departments, basically.
Yeah.
I remember
Okay.
James saying too, making it
Hold
interactive.
Connor's arms back and punch.
It's fine. I'm
We have some refreshments like this.
yeah, I'm open to that.
Maybe
That's
that
fine.
can be in the hallway.
We can put that under the stairs.
Bottom
Isn't
of the
that
stairs.
traditionally where you
Yeah,
do
underneath
that?
the stairs
We
there.
could do that, yeah, but like water and cookies, what do you think?
Yeah, and again, for the
Double
benefit of
down.
anyone watching, we will use grant
Sure,
and
it's as
gift
hot as possible in
funds
there.
from Stonehill. We're not taking it out of the operating budget.
But does that sound reasonable, water and cookies?
Yeah, so my staff and I are meeting with Ian tomorrow morning to do a walkthrough of the building.
Beautiful.
To take this and
What time is it?
So, we're very resourceful at the
Sorry.
school side because, so, like Roach Brothers will often donate many, many cases of water to us for functions. I don't know if this is something that they would do that for.
I don't think we've received donated ones, but
What'd you say?
that sounds great.
Is there a way we could do water without plastic bottles with like just buy a few bigger jugs with
So,
cups?
so actually, I do want to intervene there. Like we're gonna meet with the library, and we're gonna, given how short the time is, we'll try to be as kind of thoughtful and sensitive as we can. But we
gotta
on,
go.
on that
Yeah.
stuff, I think.
I'll give you that.
There is a kitchen in there, right?
Yes.
There is. So maybe we must have a pitcher. I know we did this when we did a ribbon cutting for a water plant. We specifically wanted to have pitchers there and not a bunch of plastic bottles. So I'm sure we could find a pitcher.
Maybe urns or something.
Clean it.
What time are
Well,
you meeting
urns
with
are,
them tomorrow?
I think, with what we talked about earlier, I don't know.
So
if we're gonna-
are we agreed it's
11:30.
town room, a school room, a separate room for the departments, police, fire, DPW? Where is revenue and tax bill getting discussed?
Sounds like it's being put in the town room.
Upstairs.
Okay.
Well, no.
No, put it in
thought-
with Connor.
No, that room on the left where those nice tables are that have the chess thing, the coffee room you called it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's
town
revenue,
does
tax bill, it's
that.
Connor.
Revenue and tax bill as well.
And then what we'll
Okay.
call the dining room, they call presentation
Well-
commons, is police, fire.
Yeah, because realistically, I think whoever said the idea is right functionally. Most people's interest on town services will be police, fire, public works, but that's like the overwhelming majority of our operations.
Right.
All that's really left at that point is town government and HCS, which we can speak to and have people there that can pick up on those things. And we'll just be the tax room.
And revenue room.
Tax and well, what's the
Right.
relationship between those?
Sorry,
things?
when I said taxes, I was talking about what our residents pay for an
That's
average
right.
tax bill.
And
Okay.
why?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then revenues, the
What, how are these bills put together? Why are they what they are?
And there's a school. And then there's DPW, police, fire. And then upstairs presentation. Okay.
I've made this clear before that I think it's a very good resource, but if we're talking about a consistent design structure or methodology, your reactionary budget slide, I think, does such a good job of explaining the fundamental underlying issue for the school side. Is that something we could essentially ape for the municipal side? If we're trying to get this to a quicker standpoint of like, what is the design stance going to be? It's small, it's communicable, it's understandable. Maybe that's something we could leverage. Copy and paste the municipal side.
In theory, yes. There's not. I don't have a runway.
Jim?
Couple things. Are we going to have like name tags that identify PACE members?
Yeah, that's
Where
important.
do you want someone, I guess, like me, who probably needs to lean on someone else with more knowledge? And do we have a
You get to
set-
hang out in the tax room with me.
Fine with me.
We were
And,
gonna
like,
do,
a lot of
we were gonna
layers.
do refreshments.
Yeah, I can hand stuff out. And 3, I guess, should we, not that we all don't necessarily want to have the same talking points, but like controlling the I don't know how to say this right. Things we could say or not say, or what's your personal opinion versus kind of the facts and things like that. Just-
Conversational asterisk, essentially, right? Like, this is me thinking about it, but this is what we deliberated and discussed.
Right.
Yeah, I think the materials that we have, that's all fair game. Obviously, that's because we've all vetted that. I know for me, I would be sticking to the solution could be on both sides. We don't have a recommendation. Our committee does not have a recommendation. We're there to represent the committee, so I think we're trying to just share information and get people engaged and get their feedback. We want them to ask all the difficult questions, just like we are asking ourselves. There's no bad question. I think getting that feedback is critical.
But I think some of those points are very good. Yes, we'll make sure we have name tags that have this kind of thing going on. I think the second question is good, right? So we're thinking, okay, department heads break off in these rooms, but how are we going to break up the members? Because that's really important too. It's like, and I'm only half kidding. I think it would be valuable for you to be in the revenue room with me, right? Because some folks, just like, we've had town meetings where or the select board, or I read an article about leaving civil service, someone says, make the police chief say it. And he says the same thing. We're like, okay, I'm fine with it. Right. It's important that it's not just like go wither another structural revenue deficit discussion with Connor, right?
Dottie, where do you want to be?
Wherever you put me.
Appreciate
I'm
that.
fine.
Can I have a suggestion?
I would put her with you.
I disagree.
Where would you put her?
No offense, Dottie. I think we've talked a lot about how it's really important that so far we've been trying to row together town and schools. I do not think it should be siloed and have the school, did you know, just be all school. The town departments be all the town officials, right? Because
Oh, I'm
that's
okay with
not
that.
consistent with how we've done this. So I think, like ambassadors assigned of like, you're gonna,
I think you just got
We pick
taxes.
your baseball teams, or
Alicia.
what are we doing?
I don't know, but I think
That's fine.
I would think that's important.
Okay.
Yep.
Look, it's about value and it's about
Yeah.
having a cross section of communication capabilities. I'm okay with that.
Because I think, I think she needs to be in the schoolroom.
Yes.
Yeah, but
That makes sense.
would Dottie and I be
We could
ambassadors
trade
for each
chairs.
other, Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I would claim you, James, but it seems somebody did. Denise, we'd love to adopt you,
Second
whoever
best.
else.
Okay, so,
So why don't we
I
trade
want to hang
chairs?
out with Dave Fields.
why don't we?
Put me in
So,
DPW.
Connor,
So
you're
do
in
you
the
want me in
town.
with you or police, fire, DPW?
We'll figure that out, but I think Pat says he wants.
I want DPW.
The departments.
Have you met the Chiefs? They're hilarious.
Hey.
Dave's fantastic.
Patrick Allen's
No
in that
offense.
room. Who else for
I'm
school?
taken.
I've made it clear how funny you
Shots
are
are all
night. I
being
think it's
fired,
great.
and I'm feeling very vulnerable.
Okay, one teacher gets to
No one's
go into the
watching
schoolroom, one teacher doesn't.
Under no
Marissa and
circumstance am I
Kathy,
going
you
in the
guys,
schoolroom.
will be a welcomer.
you're
A
not
welcomer.
in the schoolroom.
She's a greeter, supposed
Yeah, I
to be a
want
greeter.
to be a greeter.
Okay.
And somebody can come upstairs with us too, just to hello, people come in the room and.
I'm just gonna try to go through the list to get everybody in a bucket, and then you're
There
right,
you go.
people can shift. Chris, where would you like to be?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, love it. Marissa, you okay being a teacher in the schoolroom?
Sure.
Does it make sense to have a teacher in the schoolroom?
Of course.
I feel like it
I feel
adds
like
color
he
to
kind
that.
of plays
Okay.
on it, like, you should have a teacher.
Andrea, do you want to make a run for it? Okay.
Well, probably.
It's up to you.
Where do you?
I mean, I imagine
You're like her
Wendy's
financial
gonna be
woobie.
with Connor. I would like to have a fact checker,
Okay.
with her computer.
And I'm gonna
For
put
very
Dottie in
specific
the
questions,
schoolroom,
if that's okay.
and I'm gonna put Jen in the town room with Connor.
Patrick in the public. safety,
Patrick's in the
Works.
public. Chris, you want to be in the public? I feel like you would naturally be there, but you can throw a
Oh,
curve.
actually, yeah.
You might love taxation.
We can talk about snow and ice the entire time.
Whatever, I'm at anyone's disposal.
All right. Put Chris in the town room, the department room.
Do you want anyone in your
Wendy,
room?
do you wanna
with
be
you
with-
and Nancy?
What was that?
Do you want anyone in the room with you and Nancy?
We'll get to that after, because I figure we can float
Not
on that one.
everybody's here, right?
Yeah.
So we've got
Oh.
Jocelyn.
Oh, true.
That's okay.
That's right.
Yeah, there's a handful of folks, including alternates, that we can reach out to and
That's
say, I mean,
Wendy,
Tom,
for the same reason that Andrea is going with the schools. Do you want to go with Connor?
That's fine. I'll go
Perfect.
wherever.
Jim, you
It's
do
your
not
chance,
have to
Wendy.
do taxation. Don't feel like, because he'll throw that at anybody. Just-
No, I don't. That's fine.
You don't mind?
Yeah, I don't.
All right, you're with Connor. And Denise, did we find a landing spot?
Wherever I'm needed.
Where do you want to go? Tell me.
Doesn't
anything.
matter.
Nothing's more
I'll-
passionate.
I'll go with Dr.
Schools?
Cabral. Yeah,
She's
sure.
so funny.
Perfect.
I was second best after all.
All right. We got to figure out.
Ugh. If people make it to hour 5 of this meeting, they're going to see how fun we are.
We have,
Just
we have
throwing it
one
out there.
super fan out there.
That's all you need is just one.
Jocelyn and Hook.
Jocelyn's still
Sorry,
with us.
she
We
asked
miss
me
you,
to
just
Jocelyn.
Right?
She wasn't on here.
We will.
Oh,
You're
wait,
going to
we
go
haven't
live
Daddy's on here
tomorrow. Nancy and I will try to connect tomorrow.
Did you? I'm
Well,
sorry. Did you give Jocelyn a room?
Not yet.
Yeah, well-
I haven't talked to her,
Yep,
so I
she's
figured
here.
I'd like
Jocelyn.
ask her.
That's a
But
choice.
and then when we are presenting, whoever is in your room, one or two of you can leave and come up to be at the presentation or not, but you have to staff your booth.
Typically for an event like this too, you would probably want to have 2 greeters.
2 greeters.
Yeah.
All right.
Saying I can't do it.
I know you.
Gonna be a mom.
wasn't the idea though, the benefit of having us right on the first floor is that you're a greeter, but you're also kind of a floater, right? Like so.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
So-
I hope somebody shows up to this.
That would be
Status
So many selfies. Me
in the prettiest house.
empty rooms.
Somebody will.
Department
So
heads. We're
the
gonna,
goal
like,
is
outnumber.
we will repackage a presentation, get it to you for your approval so that we can administer it on Monday the 16th, which means expect to get it tomorrow, maybe Friday. Ooh.
Tomorrow is like an hour away.
I know, right? Wait for it.
If-
And then, sorry, we'll distribute by hopefully tomorrow or Friday what the January 8th looks like in order to get your feedback. So we'll just start to add definition to that project plan.
In terms of promoting it, I'm thinking, social media, et cetera. Did we kind of land on any decision on like, is the town going to have a post that then can be shared out? Is there a separate?
So we've started including it in the town crier. We are going to do a dedicated edition of the town crier next week, like we did with special town meeting.
Okay.
When it's mixed in with other stuff, the click-through rate's not great. But when we did the special town meeting one, that was open 1,600 times. So I'm hoping we can do one devoted to this, get that out. I'm working with my staff to just make sure, and legal counsel to make sure we have the appropriate policy as far as what we talked about, with a PASE dedicated Facebook account that isn't a moderated forum. It's just content that gets pushed out and people can share. So we'd like to do that before Christmas, get that up, and then the town can cross-share that. So we'll put it on the town website, put it in a town newsletter, try and get that social media page spun up. Everyone needs to leave here and take pretty much the rest of those cards and flyers because they're all geared towards getting people to January 8th. So after that date, they have no utility anymore.
Nancy, can you put a stack at the library checkout?
Yes.
You know people at the library? Get pulled?
Stick them in a book. They're bookmarks.
And I think also one of, at least in my experience, what a lot of this comes down to, like we can push this out through all these web-based platforms. A lot of this stuff takes personal relationships of saying, I know you and I know you care. Here's why I think you should go to this.
Yeah.
So we will get those materials out so you folks can all in your own circles hopefully facilitate those conversations. And one of the things we'll do, again, if we can get the timing right, is take whatever that town crier message is, and because we need the final product, right? We're going to roll that in there after the 16th. And not only send it to that list, but also probably distribute it to all the board and committee chairs in Easton, right? Because I always feel like that's a great proxy of like, you wouldn't be a chair of a volunteer committee if you didn't really, really care.
How about I know we don't have much for local media, but how about a press release to the Enterprise or whatever?
Great idea, Jen.
Way to push the boundaries.
I think it's time to go home.
Print media.
I think we've reached our limit of.
Okay.
Saying.
You feel good?
I don't think
Any
at least you
ideas,
didn't get
forward
called a
them to
greeter.
Right. Can I take a motion to accept the 12-9 minutes?
So moved.
Sorry.
Well, wait a
10-9
second.
minutes?
I want to go back to,
12
I just
minutes,
want to
so
go back to Jen's. Could Guilfoyle just do a press release and then we could share that a little bit too? I mean, I would try to reach out to the Boston Globe and ask them. They're doing stories on all these, towns in crisis, and this is a great story. Like, here's a town that's working together.
So I do not think it is, Cecilia.
Dottie, are you going to reach out to the Globe?
Sure, I'll reach
Awesome.
out to the Enterprise too.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, we can totally do something.
Through Guilfoyle as a template.
Yeah.
So
You're
what?
gonna need the talking points and all that, of course.
PR.
Quiet, that means I have to do work to get you talking points.
Well,
Somehow
I
this is
can
boomerang.
I can just
What do you mean?
connect you guys, and you can verbally communicate information that they would then put. They write the whole article.
Sure.
They could also
But
just
you
take the
need
town
to-
crier too and chop that up, couldn't they?
But you need.
Don't
to,
let them talk to Tom. Take the town crier.
Yeah, they don't have enough time if I get involved. It just runs long.
Yeah, how much print do they have? Let's be fair.
Right.
One last, I think, important logistical question though. So in addition to all that long laundry list you and Nancy have to do in an hour, you're going to send to me and Dr. Cabral so we can make sure we have the right conversation starters, what you think the do you knows that matter are, right?
Yes.
Because we need to make sure there's alignment on that. So
We'll share that with everybody.
Okay.
I think
and
that's good.
And then from there, are we giving it to you to make it
I'm
look nice?
gonna make the template.
Okay, cool.
And then we could just
Just plug it in.
whatever one we want.
So we're looking at 18 by 25.
Okay.
I don't know if that matters.
That does.
It must. That's what I've been told. So 18 by 25 is what we're working with.
Okay.
Tom, do we have a goal on how many of these? Like, are we talking like
100.
You guys can control your own rooms, control your own
I
destiny.
don't know. Okay,
So-
fine. Well, I guess we'll figure that out.
Yeah, I'm
if you
flexible.
send the did you knows, we'll pick. I don't know. I feel like 3 or 4 per
Yep,
room
that
is
sounds
probably
about right.
the max you're going to want to do.
Yep. But you might want to grab some of the comparables that we did and put that up, or a grid.
That's right.
or
Yeah,
a
not all these
chart,
will be
or-
did you know. Yeah.
You might want to. I don't know, just for information.
So here-
That's a did you know in our room, like, did you know we spend less than all comparable in dark districts? Or
But,
Yeah, right.
That is one of the.
But I think, Tom, what you're saying is to not just take the text of the did you know, but to layer the graphic.
Yeah, you might want to.
Okay. All right. Just make so if I will respond if I'm wrong, which given the hour, highly likely. But I think like for my staff, in order to order these and get this stuff in on time, we're gonna probably need not only the agreement on here's the kind of handful of did you knows, and the only reason why I'm saying Dr. Cabral and I is because technically you all can't be replying all and violate open meeting law.
Correct.
Right. So there's a certain amount of assigning that out to us, and it'll need to be formatted and ready to get sent to approval by I think Wednesday next week.
Yeah, I'll have that by the weekend.
I think we can get you the did you knows tomorrow.
Okay.
But, Tom, I don't think we can get them the revised presentation until Friday.
Yeah, I think
Is that reasonable?
Not
Nancy,
reasonable,
are
but it's
these
reality.
going to be, are we like gonna have these on easels or something? Are we allowed to put things on walls? Like, what are we doing?
How many easels does the library have?
I don't know. Would you ask Connor
I-
tomorrow
I-
when you see him? I'm sorry, I would
yes.
do that, but
No.
I can't
Have
get to him
some
till
too.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll my office when I tell them this, they'll come up with a list of all like that final level detail, and I guess I'll share it out with the schools and the library. Say, do you have any of this stuff already?
Thank you.
We have a couple,
Okay.
and we'll just crowdsource it.
If you guys have a couple, maybe the
Yeah, we
library
have-
has a couple, but
Yeah.
A million, right, for the
Well, I
art
don't know about-
shows and all the.
But we have some, yeah. Yeah, we have some. I didn't know how you wanted that, like,
I would think
Display
easels.
easels are the best.
Okay.
There's a lot of artwork on the walls. And
Yeah.
Do we want to do just like half sheet leaflets, like to hand out of like where to find people or like where people are located or
with the greeter?
an
Yeah, I
eye
was
to the
gonna
greeter, just
get
gonna
one
say,
handout for the
"Go here or
greeter.
there."
On one side would be the layout of the facility and the timing of the events, and on the other side might be the pace bubbles of what they
yeah,
need to
there
know.
probably should be like a little sign outside, like just a computer-sized paper.
Yeah,
Easton Public Schools, Town and Revenue.
Just so that people know where they're.
yeah, where to go and where to,
The upside on some of that stuff that we can print like the day of.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's if it's letter size, it's not an issue. It's just
Okay.
the pressing thing is like the 18 by 25. We need lead time. Anything that's going to be a paper handout. Not that I want to get it on the 8th, but we can.
You could hand.
We all have time to figure
Okay,
that out.
okay.
Kathy, could you take the handout as a prior for you to do to make it look good?
Yeah.
One side, just put down like the logistics of the room and the timing, 6:30 and 7:30.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other side, it could just be the same pace graphics that we already had on
Yeah.
the one pager.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Easier.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's great. We want to minimize how much paper we're handing out, and here's how you navigate the building you're in right now. On the flip side, here's how you stay engaged if you care about this after you leave
Correct.
tonight. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Really simple.
We good
Yep.
for a minute vote? Does anybody like to make
Motion to approve.
Awesome, that's Reed and Mills going around the table.
Rollins.
Aye. Chris? You can just literally all the way say aye.
Yes.
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 Approval of the minutes.
Yes. Yes. Unanimous acceptance of minutes. So I think we went through all the items that we needed to, so we could take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right, everybody in favor? Yes?
Aye.
Yes, unanimous. ECAT, you can turn us off from